Hello everyone, this is Top Romance Stories. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to create more high-quality videos. Thank you all very much. I wish you a happy new day. At the Prime Minister's mansion, Ton Truck brought a basin into the room. He was sewing when she pricked herself with a needle. Blood trickled from her hand. Ton Truck rushed over in panic. "Miss, did you prick your hand?" He's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Ton Truck, thank goodness. I never thought I'd be able to see you again after dying." Ton Truck was surprised. "Miss, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean dying? Your coming-of-age ceremony is in a few days. Are you too stressed, miss?" He froze. "That coming-of-age ceremony? Didn't I already die? Could it be?" She suddenly ran outside. Ton Truck was alarmed, miss. He ran to a mirror, staring blankly at her reflection. I'm still alive." Ton Truck ran over, stunned. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" He finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's nothing." If I remember correctly, she sat down and picked up the embroidery fabric, thinking to herself, "My good sister, Maktuet Nu, will be here to visit me soon." He was lost in her memories that in my past life, I was the noble, legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, and my maternal family hailed from the ducal mansion of Qin, which had royal roots. After coming of age, I married Tong on Kiet and became a duchess, enjoying a lifetime of glory and favor. Who would have thought? Tong on Kiet had long been having an affair with Maktuet Nu, and the two of them conspired together. Not only did they frame my maternal family, but they also gave me an abortifacient when I was about to give birth, costing me and my unborn child our lives, unable to rest in peace. Thinking of this, he gritted her teeth. "If the heavens have taken pity on me and let me live again," she clenched her fists tightly, "I will surely make those who harm me fall into an abyss from which they can never recover for all eternity." Maktuet Nu, Tong on Kiet, I have returned. Outside, the wind howled. Maktuet Nu ran in, calling out, "Eldest sister, look what a wonderful thing I found for you." My mother and I went to great lengths to find this thread. It can change color under a lamp. Smiled. "Oh, really? Such a wonderful thing exists." He held it under the oil lamp. "Wow, it's so beautiful." "Newer, where did you find it?" "Thank you so much." Maktuet Nu smiled. "As long as you like it, sister. When the time comes, if you use this thread for your embroidery, you will surely shine brightly at the coming-of-age ceremony." He immediately accepted it. So my little sister has such high hopes for me." She thought to herself, "In my past life, this thread caused me to lose all face in my coming-of-age ceremony and even led to my mother's death. Shine brightly indeed." He then replied, "All right, then I will certainly not disappoint you." Hearing this, Maktuet Nu was pleased. "Then you must embroider quickly, sister. I'll be heading back now. If I'm out for too long, my mother will surely be looking for me." She thought to herself, "Mak He, being the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter for 14 years is long enough." Then, he called out to Ton Truck. "All right, Ton Truck, see the second young miss out." Ton Truck obeyed. "Yes, Mississippi." After that, Maktuet Nu left. He's smile vanished. She clenched the spool of thread. "Maktuet Nu, concubine Sue, since you've given me such a grand gift, how could I not return the favor?" At Gi Thuong Pavilion, he brought the embroidery fabric to the shop. "Please give this handkerchief to Cam Nuong. I will wait here." The young lady there replied, "All right, please wait a moment, Mississippi." Cam Nuong then came out and asked, "Miss, did you embroider this handkerchief?" nodded, "Yes." Cam Nuong continued, "Very well, please follow me." The two then sat at a tea table. Cam Nuong poured a cup of tea. Quickly took a sip. "Please, Mississippi." He spoke, condensed frost on green smoke, gathering kingfisher blue hues. "Worthy of a name, bitch Yen Tui. A fine tea." Cam Nuong smiled, covering her mouth. "I didn't expect you to be a tea lover, Mississippi." "Not exactly a lover, just fortunate enough to have tasted it before." She then took out the spool of thread. "That I came here this time to ask for your expertise, Miss Cam Nuong. Do you recognize this thread?" Cam Nuong picked up the spool and said, "This thread is called Mandarin duck thread. It emits a strange color under an oil lamp. It's extremely rare. It's just a pity that it has been soaked in a medicinal liquid and ruined." "Where did you get this thread, miss?" It's clear that person wants to harm you. Yuni smiled. I know they want to harm me, but it's not entirely unusable. Can you help me, Cam Nuong? Cam Nuong paused, then said, I can. But in return, you must help me with one thing in the future within your capabilities. Yunhee stood up, deal. Afterward, Cam Nuong stood there, smiling as she watched Yunhee leave. Cam Nuong turned, pushed open the door behind her, and went inside, Master. The Master was inside, enjoying tea. Bitch Yin Tui is a tribute tea from Western region merchants. Normally, only the Emperor and I have it, yet she says she has had it before. Very interesting, Cam Nuong replied. But Master, I find this embroidered handkerchief more interesting. The embroidery technique on this handkerchief is so exquisite that even I feel ashamed of my own skills in comparison. And yet it was made by a young girl. The Master scoffed. 3 days. I want to see all the information on her. Cam Nuong replied, yes. Yunhee, wearing a hood that covered her face, headed home. Tan Truck was waiting outside the gate. Miss, you're finally back. The Prime Minister instructed that as soon as you returned, you were to go to the front hall to see him. Yunhee was surprised. My father. She took off her hood, thinking to herself, that's right, I almost forgot. I still have a father. If it weren't for that good father of mine, how could my maternal family have been ruined? Suddenly, another maid ran up and grabbed the back of her clothes. Miss, why are you still standing there in a daze? The Prime Minister is waiting for you in the front hall. Yunhee glared, then slapped her hard across the face. Insolent. Someone, drag this wretched maid who doesn't know her place away. Give her a heavy punishment of 30 strikes with a plank. The maid, stunned, held her face and cried, Miss. Ah, she thought, the young miss has always been weak and easy to bully. So why the sudden change? Yunhee glared, speculating that I end my past life. Among my 4 maids, besides Tan Truck, the others all betrayed me. And this too, was the most disgusting. If I weren't afraid of alerting the enemy, I would have had her beaten to death right now. Yunhee clenched her fists as several servants ran over. Tuha begged, Miss, this servant was just worried that if you were late, the Prime Minister would punish you. I hope you can calm your anger. Yunhee glared and said, what are you all waiting for? Do you want me to personally take action? Tuha was then dragged away, still begging, Miss, spare my life. Yunhee ordered Tan Truck, follow me to the front hall. Tan Truck replied, yes, Mississippi. At the front hall, Yunhee arrived and bowed to the Prime Minister. Daughter pays her respects to father. The Prime Minister asked, I heard you left the mansion today. Your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. As a young lady of a great family, how can you show your face in public so casually? Yunhee replied, I only went to the embroidery workshop to choose a pattern in preparation for my coming-of-age ceremony. The Prime Minister paused, and the concubine spoke up, Yunhee, your father is just worried about you. The rules of our Prime Minister's mansion are strict, and you are the legitimate daughter of the mansion. Yunhee forced a smile. Concubine, the mistress of the Prime Minister's mansion is still here. Yet you're sitting in the mistress's seat. If others saw this, they would think father favors his concubine over his official wife. The concubine was furious. You wretched girl, why is your tongue so sharp today? Yunhee approached her and took her hand. When my mother was frail, and now that you are pregnant, you still have to manage the household affairs. We must prioritize the reputation of the Prime Minister's mansion, mustn't we? Right. The Prime Minister thought to himself, Yunhee has always been afraid of me. Why is she so bold today? She remains calm and composed even when I'm angry. Then, Yunhee turned around. Father, my coming-of-age ceremony is in 7 days. Tomorrow, I wish to visit my maternal grandfather and grandmother. I wonder what your thoughts are. The Prime Minister was taken aback. You really want to go to your maternal family's home? Yunhee replied, yes, father. It's been many years since I've been there, so I want to visit them. The Prime Minister's face darkened as he said, your mother, tell her to visit the Duke and Duchess of Qin more often. But her body is weak. She cannot leave the mansion. It is very good that you have such intentions. Take Nuer with you tomorrow. Yunhee replied, yes, father. Returning to her room, a maid reported, eldest miss, you're back. This servant has brewed some ginseng tea for you. Yunhee then sat down to drink the tea, her voice tinged with an edge. Luke Nan, your miss is the only legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. If you're completely loyal, I will naturally not treat you poorly. But if you have other ideas, Yunhee slammed the teacup down. I can also have you killed. Understand, Luke Nan suddenly threw herself to the ground, kowtowing. Of course, this servant is wholeheartedly loyal to you. Mississippi. Luke Nan thought in fear. What on earth is happening? Why has the Mrs. temperament changed so drastically today? She's like a completely different person. He reminded her that you'd better be. Oh, right? I heard you have a younger brother. Luke Nan was alarmed. Miss, my younger brother is still young. He rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Have him come to the Prime Minister's mansion to do some odd jobs. I believe your brother is as clever as you are. Luke Nan, still kneeling and trembling, replied, yes, Mississippi. She thought to herself, could it be that Tu-Ha was beaten today because the Miss already knew she was relying on concubine Sue? The Miss is provoking me. At the Duke of Qin's mansion, the carriage stopped at the gate. Her mother ran out to greet her here. Uni called out, and she thought to herself, thank you, heavens, for letting me live again so that I can see my maternal relatives once more. Her mother ran over and took her hand. My good child, it's good of you to come visit us. Coming quickly. Your maternal grandfather and grandmother have been talking about you. Non-stop. Suddenly, Mok Tuet Nu ran over, squeezed between them, and pushed Yuyan-He aside, and her mother was surprised. Here, this is... Yuyan-He replied, this is my half-sister, the daughter of concubine Sue. Father told me to bring her along. Mok Tuet Nu smiled innocently. Aunt, eldest sister and I are very close. Here, Aunt, let me help you. But she brushed her hand away. That's too formal. You should still call me Duchess. Here, let's go in. Mu Shui-Ro became sullen, clenching her fists. Eldest sister, wait for me. The Duchess reminded Wan-He, here, this half-sister of yours is not a simple one. Wan-He smiled, I know. Her maternal grandfather and grandmother were waiting for Wan-He inside. The Duchess led Wan-He in and announced, Father, Mother, look who's here. Wan-He knelt down, thinking to herself, in my past life, I was bewitched by father and concubine Sue and trampled on the Duke's manor. The two elders gave me almost anything I asked for. After I married Song Ing-Jia, my maternal grandfather and uncle even supported and guided him. Who would have thought those wolves in sheep's clothing would frame my maternal grandfather, causing the Qin Duke's manor to end up with the entire family being executed? If it weren't for me, the Qin Duke's manor wouldn't have met such a tragic end. She clasped her hands, then bowed her head. In this life, I will definitely not let this tragedy happen again. Here pays her respects to grandfather, grandmother, and uncle. Her maternal grandmother rushed over to help Wan-He up. Good child, get up quickly. Wan-He stood up and said, grandfather, grandmother, mother is pregnant and it's inconvenient for her to go out. She couldn't come to visit. I hope you can forgive her. Her maternal grandmother reassured her, silly child, how could we not know her difficulties? Is your mother well? Wan-He replied, Mother is suddenly. Mu Shui-Ro interrupted. Shui-Ro pays her respects to grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and aunt. Her maternal grandfather said angrily, whose child are you, to be so ill-mannered, interrupting others so rudely? Mu Shui-Ro was frightened. Wan-He smiled, grandmother, don't be angry. She is my half-sister, the daughter of concubine Sue. Wan-He pondered, the Duke's manor has never had a family rule of taking concubines, and they extremely dislike children born of them. Mu Shui-Ro being so rash and impetuous will only make everyone despise her. Her maternal grandmother exclaimed angrily, I was wondering where this mongrel came from. So, she was born from a concubine. No wonder she has no manners. Mu Shui-Ro was furious. You people, how can you say that about me? Then she ran out. Her maternal grandfather spoke up. Mu Bo Yuan is a beast. Taking a concubine was bad enough, and the daughter she bore is even less comparable to our hearer. Her maternal grandmother was angry. Watch your words. Her maternal grandfather turned away. Come, here, you're about to have your coming-of-age ceremony. This is a gift from your grandfather. Wan-He smiled and accepted it. Thank you, grandfather. Actually, here came this time because there's something I wish to discuss with grandfather and grandmother. What is it? Wan-He replied, on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, the Prime Minister's manor will be in chaos. To avoid affecting the Qin Duke's manor, I want to ask grandfather and grandmother not to go. Don't believe any news you hear. Her maternal grandmother paused, but her maternal grandfather said, the girl here has her own ideas. Let's listen to her. But we must still send someone over at that time. The Duchess then said, how about we let Shinner go? It's easier for young people to talk to each other. Wan-He smiled. Yes, it just so happens I haven't seen my cousin in a long time. She thought, a coming-of-age ceremony. Huh? I'm starting to look forward to it now. Meanwhile, Jin Yang reported to her master, Master, I found it. That young lady is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's manor. Mu Wan-hee, according to the investigation. Although she's Prime Minister Mu's only legitimate daughter, she's extremely naive and basically useless. The master questioned, "You believe that?" Jin Yang smiled, "Of course not. If she were truly naive, she wouldn't have come to Yuchang Pavilion to find me. She has Duke Qin behind her. She is a suitable choice." Hearing this, the master put down his teacup. This prince does not need to rely on a woman. Jin Yang continued, "But that being said, the relationships in the Prime Minister's manor are very complicated. The main wife is the eldest daughter of the Qin Duke's manor. The second concubine is the younger sister of noble consort Su, and the fourth concubine is the half-sister of the Minister of Revenue." The master then said, "The Qin Duke's manor will not allow Prime Minister Mu to have a wife of equal status." Jin Yang had an idea. "Master, how about we make a bet?" He questioned, "Bet on what?" Jin Yang smiled respectfully to, "In 5 days. It will be Mu Wan's coming-of-age ceremony. There will surely be a good show then. Let's bet on whether she can escape the schemes in the manor and retreat unscathed." He agreed. "All right, what's your bet?" Jin Yang said, "I bet she can. Since she was able to come find me, it proves she already knows something will happen. With precautions taken, why would she fear not being able to escape?" Hearing this, he smiled and propped up his chin. "How clever. I also bet she can. Not only can she escape, she might even be able to counterattack." Jin Yang was surprised. "Master, how can you bet the same as me? How can we play like this?" He sneered. "Ridiculous. Why would I choose a bet I'm certain to lose?" Jin Yang thought to herself, "What a pity. I thought I could get one over on Master this time." Then he turned away. "All right, this prince should be going. For Mu Wan's coming-of-age ceremony, don't forget to present a gift on my behalf." Jin Yang complied. "Yes, master." Elsewhere, at the manor of Duke Qin, Wan-hee's mother approached. Seeing her, a maid announced, "Eldest miss, Madam is here to see you." Wan-hee was worried. "Mother, you're not well, and you're pregnant. Why did you come here so late?" Her mother came closer and called out, "Here, tomorrow is your coming-of-age ceremony. I'm a little worried." Wan-hee reassured her, "Mother, please don't worry. Your daughter has prepared everything. There won't be any problems." But her mother still looked worried. "I'm not worried about other things. But you must be careful of concubine Su." Wan-hee nodded. "Mother, rest assured, your daughter has a plan. Mother, after you give birth to my younger brother, we will visit grandfather and grandmother together. Let's talk more another day. I'm a bit tired. You should get some rest early." Wan-hee replied, "Yes, mother, please walk slowly." Wan-hee watched her mother leave, thinking worriedly. Back then, mother insisted on marrying father, and because of this, she caused a huge scene with grandfather and grandmother. She hasn't returned to the Qin Duke's manor once in all these years. Only today do I see how discerning grandfather and grandmother's eyes were, having seen through father's character long ago. It's just a pity for mother. That night, smoke from the candles filled the room. Wan-hee was sleeping when a voice suddenly said, "So young. Yeah, I don't know where you get so many worries." Wan-hee shot up. "Who's there?" Qing Zhu came in and said, "Young miss, what's wrong?" Wan-hee held her forehead, looking tired. "It's nothing. Just a nightmare. You can go rest." "Strange. I clearly felt someone by the bed. Could it be that I've been too tired lately and started hallucinating?" The next day, people were bustling in and out of the manor. A servant announced, "The Qin Duke's manor has arrived." People whispered amongst themselves, "What? Did I hear that right? It's the Qin Duke's manor." Word had said that Madame Mu and the Qin Duke's manor had severed ties. The heir of the Qin Duke's manor, Qin Yuan, and the son of the Vice Minister of Revenue, Jiang Jinsheng, have arrived. "That's right. What's going on?" Qin Yuan bowed. "Prime Minister Mu, grandfather ordered me to attend my cousin's coming-of-age ceremony. I wonder if Anne is well?" Prime Minister Mu returned the bow. "Yuya is very well. You can rest assured, Your Highness." Then there was more chatter. "Look, young Miss Mu is here. Heavens, young Miss Mu is so beautiful." Back then, Qin Yuya was one of the top beauties in the capital. It seems young Miss Mu completely inherited it from her mother. Wan-hee walked out radiantly under the admiring gazes of the crowd. Wan-hee stepped forward and said, "Eldest cousin, brother Jinsheng." Qin Yuan praised, "Cousin, you are truly dazzling today. Your cousin almost doesn't dare to recognize you." Jiang Jinsheng added, "Your Highness, today is Wan-hee's coming-of-age ceremony. Of course, she must be the most beautiful." Suddenly, Mu Shui-ro spoke up, "Cousin Xian, brother Jinsheng, you've also come to attend eldest sister's coming-of-age ceremony?" Qin Yuan replied, "Second Miss Mu, this heir has only ever had one cousin. Where did you come from?" He thought to himself, "Go find somewhere cool to stand." But Shui-ro coquettishly approached him, "Cousin Xian." Qin Yuan was speechless. "You." Then Jiang Jinsheng pulled his arm. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was exasperated. Jin Sheng, as your brother, I advise you to go back and have an imperial physician check your eyes. He thought angrily. So young, yet are your eyes blind that you'd like Mu Shuiro? Jin Sheng questioned. Why do I feel like you're indirectly scolding me? Qin Yuan crossed his arms. Be confident. Drop the feel like. Jin Sheng was indignant. We can't be brothers anymore. Qin Yuan challenged. Then let's sever our ties. Shuiro screamed internally. Ah, damn it, ignoring me again. Is the Qin Duke's manner so great? Just wait until after today. Let's see how smug you can be then. The nanny came in and said, Young miss, it's time. Let's go. Wani smiled, I know. Then Wani started walking. After today, I will no longer be the me of the past. She stepped onto the red carpet. My hatred, my pain, I will make you all pay it back 100, 1,000 times over. She knelt on the red carpet. Qin Yu walked over and exclaimed, My daughter is so beautiful. I feel that none of the hairpins here are worthy of you. Suddenly, someone announced, Jin Yang of Yuchong Pavilion has arrived. Jin Yang entered and said, Jin Yang has come to present a gift. I hope young Miss Mu will not dislike it. Seeing the eye-catching hairpin being brought out, everyone gasped. Oh, who could be so generous? This hairpin is worth 1,000 gold pieces. When he was pleased, thank you, Jin Yang. Jin Yang continued, Madam Mu, please pin it for young Miss Mu. She thought to herself, to be able to wear the hairpin gifted by my young master. Young Miss Mu is the first in the entire capital. Then, Wani placed the hairpin on her head. This hairpin is worthy of my daughter. Prime Minister Mu clasped his hands. Thank you. Thank you. The Prime Minister's manor has prepared some simple wine. I hope our esteemed guests will not mind. Then everyone offered their blessings. Congratulations to Prime Minister Mu on his daughter coming of age. The Prime Minister raised his wine cup. Please. Su Ping came forward to announce. Our eldest miss has specially made a screen to prepare for this day. We invite all the ladies to admire it. The other ladies were surprised that I've heard that Miss Mu's embroidery skills are excellent. We must have a look. Once she thought to herself, concubine, Su can't wait any longer. In that case, I'll grant her wish. Once she pushed the screen open, everyone exclaimed, Oh my, how did Miss Mu do it? It's truly exquisite and masterful, so magical. Those butterflies look so lifelike. Su Ping spoke up. What you all see is just one of its highlights. There is another special feature inside. She clapped her hands. Someone closed the windows and prepare the oil lamps. Then the doors were closed. Everyone looked at the screen. How marvelous. Mu Shuiro was stunned. How can this be? Why hasn't Mu Wanqi's embroidery changed at all? She rushed forward. No, this is impossible. Let me see. Wanqi was angry. Second sister, what are you trying to do? Shuiro grabbed an oil lamp and threw it at the embroidery. The embroidery burst into flames. Everyone panicked and exclaimed, Heavens, it's on fire. Run. The fire began to grow. It's on fire. Run. Help. Someone come quickly. Shuiro sat alone in fear. Concubine mother, save me, save me. Su Ping hugged her, rower. Then she carried Shuiro outside. Seeing her clothes were torn to shreds, everyone said, the second Miss Mu has quite a figure. Indeed, Su Ping stood in front to shield her. No looking. No one is allowed to look. Suddenly, the wet nurse said, Concubine, your stomach? Your stomach? Su Ping collapsed. Ouch, my stomach hurts so much. Prime Minister Mu panicked. Hurry and take the concubine and the second miss back. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Qin Yuan ran over and asked a servant, Where are your madam and eldest miss? The servant turned and replied, The madam has been rescued, but has fallen into a coma. The eldest miss is still inside. Qin Yuan was shocked. What? He snatched the bucket of water from his servant's hands, then poured it over himself and ran into the fire. The servant panicked, heir apparent. Then, Qin Yuan carried the unconscious Wanqi out. There was a bleeding wound on her forehead. He ordered, Qinin, go to the palace and summon an imperial physician. Qinin replied in a panic, yes. A moment later, Qinin brought the imperial physician. The imperial physician entered the room to examine her, then said to Qin Yuan, The wound on Miss Mu's head is not large. With some medicine, it will not leave a scar. However, her head took a blow. I'm afraid. Qin Yuan was worried. Afraid of what? He grabbed the imperial physician's collar. Imperial physician Wang, speak clearly. Is my cousin all right? If anything happens to my cousin, my grandparents will skin me alive. The imperial physician stammered. Her head is injured. Miss Mu has not yet woken up, so I cannot say for sure. Elsewhere, Su Ping walked over, grimacing. Prime Minister, please save Rower. Rower's hand is badly injured. Ask the imperial physician to check on her. Prime Minister Mu was surprised. What did you say? Imperial physician, I must ask you to examine my second daughter. Her hand was burned in the fire. Qin Yuan frowned and said, Prime Minister Mu, she is merely the daughter of a concubine. Does a lowly child born of a concubine deserve to be examined by an imperial physician? Prime Minister Mu was furious. Heir apparent Qin, watch your words. Su Ping burst into tears. Prime Minister, Rower is still waiting for the imperial physician's treatment. It will be too late, Prime Minister. Qin Yuan shouted loudly, shut up. If you want an imperial physician, go invite one yourself. The imperial physician I invited is only here to treat my cousin and my aunt. Today I finally learned what kind of life my aunt and cousin have been living in this residence. If the Prime Minister's residence cannot accommodate them, I will take them back to the Duke of Qin's residence right now. Hearing this, Prime Minister Mu panicked. No, you can't. Su Ping ran to the unconscious Wan Shi's side. Wan Shi, wake up quickly. Save your younger sister. Qin Yuan pushed her away. Insolent. It seems this heir apparent has now seen the discipline of the Prime Minister's residence. As Su Ping was thrown to the side, she exclaimed, ouch, my stomach. Prime Minister Mu panicked. Pinger, are you all right? I'll take you back now. Imperial Physician Wang, I'll trouble you to come along and examine my second daughter. Imperial Physician Wang could only agree. Qin Yuan stood and watched them go. He was furious, despicably bullying others. Qin Yuan was standing in the room when he heard Wan Shi stirring. He called out worriedly, Cousin, you're awake. Wan Shi was frightened. Who are you? Qin Yuan looked at her with a pained expression. Cousin, I am your older cousin. Your mother is my father's younger sister, my biological aunt. Wan Shi sat trembling. Fire, such a big fire, so scary. Qin Yuan looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He was heartbroken in a tea-fragrant orchid courtyard. The imperial physician told the Prime Minister, the flesh on the second Mrs. Hand has been burned beyond recovery. The only option now is to cut away the necrotic flesh. Shuero was stunned. No, don't. Father, concubine mother, I don't want my flesh to be cut. Suddenly, a voice reported, Prime Minister, Qin in from the Duke of Qin's residence has come with a message. He says the eldest miss is awake and requests Imperial Physician Wang to go and examine her. Prime Minister Mu gritted his teeth. Pay it no mind. Imperial Physician Wang, you examine Rower's wound first. Imperial Physician Wang replied, it seems the Prime Minister has decided on cutting the flesh to treat the second Mrs. Injury. He thought to himself, there have long been rumors that Prime Minister Mu favors his concubine and neglects his wife. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. His only legitimate daughter is injured and in a coma, yet he shows no concern, forcing me to stay here to treat a concubine's daughter. I wonder what the old Duke of Qin's mood will be when he finds out. What his mood will be. The imperial physician took out a knife. Shuero panicked. No, I don't want my flesh cut. It's all Mu Wanshi's fault. Father, you must get justice for me. Prime Minister Mu said, Rower, be obedient. If you don't want to be crippled, you must be treated. Imperial Physician Wang, please proceed. Su Ping held Shuero down tightly. No, don't. Then came Shuero's blood-curdling scream. After a while, she fainted. Prime Minister Mu said to Imperial Physician Wang, Imperial Physician Wang, could you stay a little longer? Suddenly, Qin Yuan ran in and called out anxiously, Imperial Physician Wang, Imperial Physician Wang, my cousin is awake, but her condition is not good. I must trouble you to come and examine her. Prime Minister Mu gritted his teeth. Heir apparent Qin. Qin Yuan said with a stern face, if Prime Minister Mu feels that the Prime Minister's residence has been too peaceful these past few years, you should just say so. Then Qin Yuan led the imperial physician away. Su Ping sat behind them, watching. She thought to herself, I will absolutely not let go of the suffering Rower endured today. Qin Yuan Mu Wanshi, you just wait. At Jinlan Courtyard, Wanshi woke up and sat in a daze. After examining her, the imperial physician announced, Heir apparent, I'm afraid Miss Mu has lost her memory. Qin Yuan was stunned. What? Lost her memory? Imperial Physician Wang, what should we do now? Is there a chance my cousin can recover her memory? Imperial Physician Wang replied, this depends on the individual's condition. It could be as short as 3 to 5 days, or as long as 3 to 5 years. She might even never remember for the rest of her life. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth helplessly. I understand. Imperial Physician Wang, I ask you to do your utmost to treat my cousin. Then Qin Yuan knelt before Wan Shi. Wan Shi, cousin, you should rest first. I will come visit you another day. Then Qin Yuan left. One by one, the maids entered. Miss, I am Chui Fu, your most trusted maid. Miss, I am Xiao He, your favorite maid. Miss, I am Lu Run, the maid you trust the most. Wan Shi was surprised. You all, my head hurts so much. Qing Zhu entered and said in a stern voice, all of you, get out. Don't disturb the Mississippi. She has just woken up and needs to rest. Wan Shi looked at Qing Zhu's demeanor and fell into thought. Late at night, Wan Shi, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She went outside to observe. Elsewhere, in a lit room, Ji Chun was sitting and writing. Jin Yang came to report. Just as you predicted, young master, Miss Mu has not lost her memory at all. Hearing this, Ji Chun sneered, that little fox. I could tell she was clever at first glance. How could she let herself get injured to the point of amnesia? Jin Yang continued, young master, just now, Miss Mu has spread the news that the second miss of the Mu residence, out of jealousy for the legitimate daughter, set fire to the embroidery, causing the main mistress to be injured and the legitimate daughter to lose her memory. Ji Chun sneered, oh, that's interesting. Jin Yang, go and lend her a hand. I hope she won't disappoint this prince. Jin Yang replied, yes. Then she hesitated and said, young master, his majesty is pressing about your marriage again. Ji Chun glared, you're talking too much. Jin Yang smiled. This subordinate has overstepped. I ask for your highness's punishment. Ji Chun said sternly, withdraw. Jin Yang replied, yes. Afterwards, he sat in a daze, smiling to himself. There is a beauty, Qingyang Wanshi, pure and graceful. Mu Wanshi, what a beautiful name. Elsewhere, a carriage stopped at the gate. Old Madame Mu arrived. At the main courtyard, Wanshi walked over, looking anxious and confused. The old madam asked, Bei Yuan, what is all this? Prime Minister Mu quickly explained, Mother, this girl suffered a head injury and has lost her memory. The Duke's residence is taking this matter very seriously. The old madam sighed and said, so that's how it is. Wanshi, come to grandmother's side. Wanshi froze. Then she naively walked over. She held out her hand. The old madam took her hand. Come to grandmother's side. Don't be afraid. Wanshi looked at her and spoke. Xiao He lied to me. Grandmother is clearly very kind and not scary at all. Hearing this, Xiao He was stunned. The grandmother glared at Xiao He. Then she turned back to Wanshi and said, don't be afraid. This kind of servant must be taught a proper lesson. Wanshi, how did a fire break out during your hairpin ceremony? Wanshi was flustered. Wanshi doesn't know. Seeing this, Su Ping was surprised. Eldest miss, how could you not know? Your second sister just wanted to take a look at your embroidery, but you knocked over the oil lamp and burned her hand. Wanshi replied, but all the maids in the residence are saying that second sister was jealous of me, so she burned my embroidery, causing me and mother to be injured. Su Ping tried to argue. Which lowly maid said that? It was clearly you. The grandmother shouted, silence. Starting today, you will move into Xianglan courtyard to properly nurture your pregnancy. You're not allowed to go out before the child is born. Su Ping angrily gritted her teeth, yes. She thought to herself, damn it. Not only did that little slut not get punished at all, but I'm the one being grounded by this damned old woman. At Jinlan courtyard, Qing Zhu came over and called out, young miss, just now the second young miss sent someone to invite you for a spring outing tomorrow, saying that young Master Jiang will also be there. The Prime Minister has already agreed. Wanshi said in a low voice, I know, you may leave. Wanshi thought to herself, in my past life, it was also after the fire at the coming-of-age ceremony that Mu Shui Ro took the opportunity of a spring outing to arrange for me to fall and break my leg. I became a cripple, ridiculed by the ladies and young misses of the imperial capital. Mu Shui Ro, if you want to play, this young lady will play a good game with you. Wanshi went out with Shui Ro, and the two sat in the carriage. Shui Ro asked her, the weather is so beautiful today, eldest sister. Do you want to go horse riding later? Wanshi replied with a tired look, I don't know how to ride a horse. Shui Ro immediately said, if you don't know, you can learn. Most of the young misses in the capital know how to ride horses. If you don't know how, people will make fun of you. Sister, Wanshi, looking interested and excited, said, wow, so second sister knows how to ride a horse too? That's so amazing. Shui Ro smiled. I want to learn too, but my hand won't allow it. Wanshi replied, so second sister doesn't know either. It's all right. We can learn together after you've recovered. Shui Ro, looking displeased, said with a tense and annoyed face, If I tell you to learn, then just learn. I don't need you to learn with me. Suddenly, Wanshi leaned against Qing Zhu, acting spoiled. Qing Zhu. Second sister is being mean to me. She snapped at me again. Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm so scared. Shuero forced a gentle smile and said, Eldest sister, please forgive me. My hand hurts so my temper is a bit short. But in her heart, she thought differently. What's wrong with this bitch Wanshi? She's even harder to deal with than before she lost her memory. Wanshi replied, I know, I won't be angry. Shuero's maid, Song Linger, glared and said to Wanshi, Eldest young miss, our young miss is injured. Please don't. Mind her. Wanshi froze, covered her mouth, and stared with wide eyes. Seeing this, Song Linger thought to herself, the eldest young Mrs. Glare just now was terrifying. Outside, the coachman announced, Eldest young miss, second young miss, we have arrived. There, Jiang Jinsheng was already waiting. He lifted the curtain and said, Wanshi, younger sister rower, you two are finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing him, Shuero beamed, young Master Jiang. Just as Jin Sheng reached out his hands to her, Qin Yuan, standing behind, pulled him back, surprising Jin Sheng. The two young misses in the carriage also froze. Qin Yuan extended his hand. Cousin Shi, come on, be careful. Once she was helped down by Qin Yuan. Cousin Yuan, you're here too? Qin Yuan replied, you silly girl, you still remember me. When you first woke up, you treated me like a wild beast. I heard you girls are going on a spring outing today, and I didn't trust that simple-minded Jiang Jinsheng, so I came along. Jiang Jinsheng said, annoyed, hey, I'm still standing right here. What kind of way is that to talk? Qin Yuan said, oh, I didn't see you. Meanwhile, Shuero got out of the carriage. By herself, she slyly stepped on the hem of Wanshi's dress, but was immediately shaken off by Wanshi, causing Shuero to stumble and fall. Wanshi turned back in alarm. Second sister, are you all right? Why were you so careless? She thought to herself, there's always some villain trying to harm this young miss. Jiang Jinsheng ran over worriedly. Younger sister Shuero, are you all right? Shuero forced a smile. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, brother Jinsheng. Qing Zhu looked at Wanshi's hem in shock. Young miss, why are your clothes so dirty? Wanshi smiled. It's nothing. I must have carelessly gotten it dirty. Jiang Jinsheng, standing behind, froze as he looked at her. Later, the four of them sat under the shade of a tree. Shuero smiled and said to Jinsheng, on the way here, eldest sister said she wanted to learn horse riding. Brother Jinsheng, why don't you teach eldest sister? Wanshi waved her hands in refusal. There's no need. It's enough to have cousin Yuan teach me. Jinsheng should just take care of second sister. Qin Yuan added, that's right. If cousin she wants to learn horse riding, I am more than enough. A moment later, Shuero watched Wanshi riding the horse and said to Jinsheng, brother Jinsheng, it's so boring sitting here. Let's go watch eldest sister learn a ride, shall we? Jinsheng replied, all right. On the other side, once she noticed the two of them, as Shuero approached, she asked, second sister, why did you come over here? Shuero smiled and replied, I came to cheer for eldest sister. This horse is so tall, I'm a little scared too. At the same time, her maid, standing behind her, stealthily took out a needle and then stabbed it into the horse's back. The horse immediately neighed loudly. Seeing this, Wanshi was extremely alarmed. Shuero also shouted, oh my god, has this horse gone mad? Qin Yuan and Qing Zhu ran over in a panic. Cousin, young miss. Qing Zhu rushed forward and pushed the maid away, causing the needle to fly into the grass. She picked it up with a tense expression. Jin Sheng, who saw this from behind, broke into a cold sweat and speculated, could it be that silver needle? It seems Qin Yuan was right. Jiang Jin Sheng, must have been blind to like such a vicious woman. Just then, Shuero shouted from behind, eldest sister, you must be careful. Jin Sheng sprinted past her. Shuero panicked. Oh no, how could I forget he was still here? She looked back worriedly. Ziwan, you weren't discovered by Jiang Jinsheng, were you? Ziwan stammered. Probably not. This servant was very careful. Shuero frowned. That's good then. At this moment, the horse was still going wild. Qin Yuan, standing below, shouted forcefully, sure, hold the reins tight, absolutely do not let go. Wanshi gripped the reins. Oh, horsey, be a good boy now. Help me deliver a grand gift. As she finished speaking, she took the needle and stabbed it into its neck. then quickly jumped off. Once she thought to herself, Mu Shuero, this is your sister's return gift to you. You must accept it. Wan Shi then tumbled to the ground. Qin Yuan called out in alarm. Jinxing also just ran up. Wan Shi. Meanwhile, Shuero, who had fallen to the ground, screamed, "Help!" The horse charged toward Shuero, and Ziwan watched with her mouth agape. Second young miss. The horse raised its leg and stomped down violently. Shuero screamed in pain. A while later, the carriage stopped in front of the gate. Qin Yuan carried Wan Shi inside, went to Mu Bo Yuan's room, and was questioned. Heir apparent, what on earth happened? Why is Wan Shi like this? And Rower too. Qin Yuan frowned. Prime Minister Mu has truly raised a good daughter. As a concubine's daughter, she dares to plot against the legitimate eldest sister. Mu Bo Yuan froze. What does the heir apparent mean? Qin Yuan said angrily. What do I mean? Your precious concubine's daughter had someone stab the horse when she was riding, causing it to go mad and making Wan Shi fall off its back. Mu Bo Yuan was stunned. Impossible. Rower is so kind. How could she do such a thing? Qin Yuan said, You're still protecting her even now. Prime Minister Mu, no one is allowed to bully the cousin of my residence of the Duke of Qin. He frowned. If you cannot give me an explanation, this heir apparent will definitely ask my father to intervene. Mu Bo Yuan was terrified. Heir apparent Qin. Just then, the steward rushed in frantically. Prime Minister, this is bad. Mu Bo Yuan turned and yelled, What's with all the panic? Where are your manners? On the other side, Qin Yuan angrily stomped his foot on the ground. Damn it. He instructed Qin Zhu, go get some water to wipe down your young miss. Fortunately, it's just a superficial wound. She should wake up soon. This heir apparent will return to the Duke's residence first. As Qin Yuan left, he said irritably, The cousin of my Duke's residence cannot suffer this injustice. If anything happens, just come find me. Qin Zhu replied, Yes, this servant understands. At the same time, at Xianglan courtyard, Shuero sat on the bed, sobbing. Father, it was all Mu Wan Shi's doing. She fell off the horse herself, and even made the horse trample and break my leg. She's too vicious. Su Ping also chimed in. Prime Minister, you must get justice for Rower. She's only 12 years old, and the eldest young miss already ruined her hands, and now her leg is broken. Mu Bo Yuan angrily shouted. Enough. On the other side, the imperial physician heard a cracking sound of bone breaking. Shuero then fainted. The imperial physician sweated and thought, Oh dear, what a sin. I carelessly set the bone crookedly. What should I do? I was too hasty. Mu Bo Yuan gritted his teeth. You should know the truth of the matter better than I do. Offending the Duke's residence time and time again. Truly foolish. He said with a stern face, holding out his hand. Starting today, you will wait in the courtyard for me. Don't cause any more trouble. After speaking, Bo Yuan left in frustration. Elsewhere, a master snapped a brush in two. Stunned, Mu Shuero wanted to turn Mu Wan Shi into a cripple. Yes, but unexpectedly, Miss Mu only suffered minor injuries while the second young miss had her leg broken by the horse. He broke into a sweat. The master's expression is a bit terrifying. The master mused, Then let's make Mu Shuero a permanent cripple. Are you kidding? You didn't miss here, did you? The master narrowed his eyes and said, What are you still standing there for? Waiting for me to invite you to dinner? The subordinate will go at once. That night, Wan Shi suddenly woke up from her sleep. Qin Zhu. Hearing this, Qin Zhu rushed over frantically. Young miss, you're awake? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Wan Shi frowned and asked, Qin Zhu, how long have I been asleep? Qin Zhu answered her, For 3 shurchen. It was the heir apparent Qin who brought you back. Wan Shi was surprised. What about Mu Shuero? Qin Zhu said awkwardly. The second young miss had her leg broken by the horse. Ziwan was also kicked by the horse and suffered internal injuries. Concubine Su used the excuse that she failed to protect her master and sold Ziwan off directly. Once she broke into a cold sweat. Do you know where she was sold? She thought to herself, this Ziwan is concubine Su's trusted maid. She knows quite a few of her secrets. Qin Zhu said softly, knowing that young miss would not let her off after waking up. This servant asked my older brother to follow. He came back and said she was sold to a brothel. She pursed her lips tightly. It serves her right. Who told her to harm young miss? Hearing this, Wani laughed. Well done. Tidy up a bit. Let's go out and meet Zirian. Yes. Young Mississippi a moment later, when he was sitting on a chair, while Zirian was dragged inside. Only then did she feel fear. Zirian kowtowed ceaselessly, begging, Eldest young miss, please spare me. It was concubine Sue and the second young miss who forced me to do it. I didn't want to harm you. when he asked gently, Zirian, do you want to leave this place and start a new life? Zirian looked up with tears in her eyes. Eldest young miss, are you willing to help me? Wani rested her chin on her hand and said, that depends on whether you're willing to give me some valuable information. Zirian froze, then lowered her head. There is something that will definitely be useful to the young Mississippi, Wani frowned. Zirian spoke hesitantly. Actually, concubine Sue is not pregnant at all. Hearing this, when he was utterly stunned. What? Zirian continued. Eldest young miss, concubine Sue is not pregnant at all. She took a secret medicine to create the appearance of being pregnant. One he recalled, in my past life, after mother's early death, concubine Sue used the child in her womb to secure the position of matriarch of the Prime Minister's manor. If what Zirian says is true, then that younger brother of mine was probably not the Prime Minister's biological son at all. Is there anything else? Zirian looked up at her. Concubine Sue also tampered with the young Mrs. Food. Long-term consumption would lead to a cold constitution, making it difficult to conceive. Hearing this, Wani angrily slammed her hand on the table. Sound of a table slam. No wonder I was married for so many years in my past life, but never conceived, and in the end, Mu Shui Ro took advantage of that weakness. So this was concubine Sue's good work. She shouted impatiently. What else? Speak. Zirian stammered in fear. There's more. Concubine Sue tampered with the old madam's food, wanted to secretly harm the old madam. I'm not sure about the specifics. At this, Wani shot to her feet. Qingzhu, give her 50 taels of silver. From now on, she is not allowed to appear in the capital again. Yes, young Mississippi. A while later, Wani sat in the carriage, resting her chin on her hand and thinking, I can't believe I learned so much from Zirian's mouth tonight. I was truly indescribably foolish in my past life. She slowly opened her eyes. But it doesn't matter. This life has only just begun. I have plenty of time to slowly play with you all. Just then, a loud noise was heard. Qingzhu lifted the curtain and asked, Old Guo, what's wrong? Wani immediately grabbed Qingzhu's wrist. Her face was stern. Get out of the carriage. Qingzhu was surprised. Young Mississippi, when the two of them got out of the carriage, Old Guo was already dead. Qingzhu looked over in horror. She stammered, Young miss, this. Wani calmly cut her off. Qingzhu, go to the Duke of Qin's manor immediately. Qingzhu looked at her worriedly. Young miss, I can't leave you. Wani said loudly, It doesn't matter who killed the coachman, their target can only be me. If we stay together, neither of us will escape. Qingzhu, right now, you're the only one who can run and get help. Go quickly. Qingzhu then left, crying as she went. Yes, young Mississippi, you must wait for me to bring people back to save you. At the same time, Wani looked at the 3 masked men before her. She fled in a panic. After her, don't let her get away. Suddenly, a throwing knife lodged in Wani's shoulder. She screamed, ah. Wani gritted her teeth, struggling to pull the knife out herself. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. How can I die here? I won't accept it. She ran while clutching her wound. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage appeared out of nowhere like a saving grace. Wani shouted, Help! Save me! Hearing this, the servant outside looked around. Your Highness, someone is calling for help. But his master replied coldly, Pay them no mind. Wani froze. This is Prince Rue, Ling Ji Chun's carriage. Thinking of this, she knelt down. This subject, Mu Wanhee, pays her respects to His Highness, Prince Rue. The servant outside shouted, How audacious! You dare to block Prince Rue's carriage. Ji Chun's voice came from inside the carriage. Ning Qing, let her come over. When he slowly approached, Your Highness, Prince Rue, this subject was being pursued by villains on the road. May I ask Your Highness for a ride for a short distance? Prince Rue said, Beg this prince. When he was surprised and let out a huh. Your Highness, Prince Rue, what did you say? Just then, Ji Chun lifted the curtain. He looked at her with a cold face. Beg this prince. Wani curled her lip and thought to herself, Beg your head. She had no choice but to reluctantly lower her head. I beg your highness to save this subject's life. Ji Chun sneered. Ning Qing, send someone to the prime minister's manor to inform them first. Ning Qing replied, Yes. Just then, Wani collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, Ning Qing panicked and caught her. Miss Mu, Ji Chun gave the order, bring her inside. A moment later, Ji Chun let Wanhee lean on his shoulder. At the same time, Ning Qing was outside dealing with the assassins. It turned out, Miss Mu's pursuers were still following behind. Ji-chun glanced outside. Leave one alive, kill the rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qing darted forward like a flash of lightning. The next morning at Prince Rue's manor, when he groggily woke up, she glanced around. Where is this? Just then, a maid entered carrying medicine. Young miss, you're awake. This is Prince Rue's manor. The wound on your shoulder is very serious. The female physician has already stopped the bleeding and bandaged it for you. Please don't move, or the wound might tear open. When he was surprised, what time is it now? Has no one from the Prime Minister's manor come? The female physician smiled. It's the hour of the rabbit. It's still early. Young miss, you should sleep a while longer. No one from the Prime Minister's manor has arrived yet. Wani froze. No one, she thought sadly. What a good father I have. His legitimate daughter doesn't return for a night, and he doesn't even care in the slightest. Thinking of this, she said, please inform him that I wish to see your prince. The maid replied, all right, please wait a moment, young Mississippi. She giggled to herself. This is the young lady our prince personally carried back. It looks like Prince Rue's manor might soon have a mistress. A moment later, the female physician hurried to report. Your Highness, Miss Mu wishes to see you. Ji-chun was sitting and reading a book. He rested his chin on his hand in surprise. She's awake. The female physician placed her hands on her cheeks and replied, yes. After Miss Mu woke up, she asked if anyone from the Prime Minister's manor had come. But when she heard no one had, it seemed Miss Mu wasn't surprised at all. Hearing this, Ji-chun glanced at Ning Qing. Ning Qing, what's going on? Ning Qing was flustered. Your Highness, please forgive me. The person sent to the Prime Minister's manor last night was stopped by Xiao Wu. The reason? Ning Qing stammered. Well, he thought to himself, could I possibly tell His Highness that the rowdy bunch, having finally seen His Highness show interest in a woman, couldn't contain their inner matchmaking demons and wanted to set up His Highness and Miss Mu? Just then, Ji-chun said in a cold voice, withdraw and receive your punishment. Ning Qing forced a smile and said yes. A moment later, he walked to Wan He's room. Seeing him, she bowed in greeting. Your Highness, Prince Rue, Ji-chun asked bluntly. I heard you wanted to see this prince. What is it? Wan He blushed and replied, thank you for saving my life last night, Your Highness. But Wan He has been away from home for a night. I hope Your Highness can take Wan He back to the manor. Ji-chun chuckled softly. All right, beg this prince. Seeing this, Wan He repeated, Your Highness, it's getting late. Wan He should return to the manor. She thought to herself, what's wrong with this dog of a man? Beg your head. This is so infuriating. At that moment, Ji-chun suddenly said, you're cursing this prince in your heart. Hearing this, Wan He felt a pang of guilt and quickly refuted. Wan He wouldn't dare. Ji-chun sneered. It's that you wouldn't dare, not that you didn't. He gently lifted her chin. Tell me, if this prince were to imprison you in Prince Rue's manor, who would dare to come and save you? Hearing this, Wan He's eyes widened. She forced a smile. Your Highness, Prince Rue, you have no right to do so. You could try and see. Wan He questioned in confusion. Your Highness, what exactly has Wan He done to offend you? Ji-chun brought his face close to hers and said, you didn't beg this prince. Wan He frowned. Your Highness, don't make things difficult for others. Ji-chun immediately retorted. Unfortunately, this prince enjoys making things difficult for others. Indeed, at this point, Wan He was fuming. I'm getting angry now. I really want to punch his dog head, but I can't. I can't want to fight. Seeing this, Ji-chun smiled. He gently patted her head. This is more like it. You're so young. Don't put on an act. Isn't it tiring? Wan He was stunned. Then Ji-chun turned away. This prince will send someone to secretly take you back to the Prime Minister's manor. Rest assured, my men didn't manage to reach the Prime Minister's manor to deliver the news last night, so no one will spread the word. Wan He stammered. Then, thank you, Your Highness. She thought to herself, people say that His Highness, Prince Rue, is unpredictable and unfathomable. It's really true. Just then, Ji-chun turned back to remind her, remember, you owe this prince for this. A moment later, Wan He opened her room's door and went in. Seeing her, Qing Zhu was overjoyed. Young miss, she ran over with tears streaming down her face. Wan He raised a hand to her lips to shush her. Quiet down, don't alert others. Quickly, help me with my makeup. Someone will probably be here soon. A quarter of an hour later, a mama came and called out. Eldest young Mississippi, Wan He replied weakly. Mama Liang Shu, my body is weak and feeble. I cannot go to pay my respects to grandmother. I hope grandmother won't blame me." The mama smiled. "The eldest young miss is injured. How could the old madam possibly blame you? The old madam even specially sent this servant to come and check on you." When he covered her mouth and started to cry, "I've made grandmother worry. It was originally second younger sister who, fearing I was melancholic at home, invited me for a spring outing. Who would have thought such an accident would happen?" The mama's eyes scrutinized her. "Does the eldest young miss know that the second young miss was injured and that both her legs were broken by a horse's trampling?" When he was horrified, "What?" She turned to blame Qing Zhu. "Why didn't you tell me second younger sister was also injured?" Qing Zhu quickly replied, "Please punish me, young Mississippi. This servant was so worried about you yesterday that I forgot the second young miss was also injured." The mama broke into a sweat looking at them. "It was all an accident. The eldest young miss doesn't need to worry too much." She looked around suspiciously. "But why is there only one maid in the inner and outer rooms?" Qing Zhu froze, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Wanshi sadly recounted, "Last night, when I woke up, only Qing Zhu was by my side. Lu Ren was still lurking. Ever since he was disciplined by grandmother last time, she has stayed in the upper courtyard, and I don't know where Cui Fu has gone." Mama frowned. "Cui Fu is with the old madam. This morning, she went to the upper courtyard to report that you left the residence last night and didn't return." Qing Zhu was a little panicked. How could Cui Fu slander the young miss like that? The young miss is so weak she can't even get out of bed, let alone leave the residence. Wanshi weakly continued, "Where on earth did I treat Cui Fu so poorly for her, too? I'll go find grandmother now." Just then, Lu Run entered to report, "Young miss, the heir apparent is here." Mama continued, "Don't worry, Mississippi. The old madam is wise. She would never wrongly blame you. I will go back and report to the old madam now. You should stay and entertain the heir apparent." Wanshi stammered, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mama." At that moment, a frantic Qin Yuan walked in. "Cousin," he grabbed Wanshi's shoulders. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" His expression was extremely tense. "You scared us to death. Last night, we heard you were taken away by Prince Rue. Grandfather almost led the residence guards to storm into Prince Rue's manor." Wanshi replied, "Cousin Yuan, I'm fine. Besides, Prince Rue isn't as unreasonably scary as the rumors say." Hearing this, Qin Yuan tapped her on the head. "What does a little girl like you know? Prince Rue went to the battlefield at 13. His personality is cold and ruthless. Do you think the rumors in the capital just appeared out of thin air?" Wanshi rubbed her head and recounted, "But I even glared at Prince Rue today, and he didn't do anything to me." Qin Yuan looked at her in disbelief. "What? You glared at Prince Rue? This is terrible. My little cousin went and provoked the great demon king. Isn't she doomed? What should I do? What should I do?" Wanshi calmly replied, "Not only that, I also slept in his bed, and I glared at him several times." Qin Yuan immediately covered her mouth. "All right, don't say anymore. Your cousin's heart isn't very strong. It can't handle you scaring me like this." He thought to himself, "I feel like the world has become an illusion." Wanshi removed his hand. "Cousin, is Prince Rue really that scary?" Qin Yuan said hurriedly, "Of course he is, but his personality being nurtured into what it is today has to do with his background." His face turned pale. "Cousin, let me tell you, for the sake of your own life, it's better to stay a little farther away from him." Wanshi curiously placed a hand on her chin. His background. "Cousin, tell me the story of Prince Rue. No matter what, I have to repay him for saving my life." Qin Yuan panicked. All right. The story has to start from 12 years ago. His Highness Prince Rue's mother, Imperial Consort Xiao, was once the most favored in the 6 palaces, but she died unexpectedly. She left behind her 8-year-old son, who was then detested by the emperor and sent to live alone outside the palace. The other princes are no good either. Who knows how many times His Highness Prince Rue has been assassinated over the years. Wanshi froze. I didn't expect His Highness Prince Rue's background to be so pitiful. The rumors about him being cold-blooded and ruthless seemed to be forced by reality. Wanshi thought to herself, without his mother's protection and love, without the support of his maternal clan, and being detested by his father, Prince Rue was still able to make it to this day. It truly wasn't easy. Thinking of this, she said, I don't think he's a bad person. On the contrary, I even admire him a little. Hearing this, Qin Yuan spat out his water. He looked at her nervously. Cousin, don't be mesmerized by Prince Rue's handsome face. I admit Prince Rue is excellent, but he is also very dangerous. He's not suitable for you. Wan Shi pouted. Cousin, in your eyes, is your adorable little cousin such a shallow person? Even though I admire Prince Rue, it's not to the point of repaying him with my body. Hearing this, Qin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I also thought my little cousin wasn't that shallow. That's a relief. My little white rabbit hasn't been lured away by that big bad wolf yet. Elsewhere, Ningqing was perched on a tree branch. Nearby, diligently taking notes. Date, XTH day of the XTH month, weather, clear. 1. Heir apparent Qin visited Miss Mu. With ill intentions advised Miss Mu to stay away from the prince. 2. Miss Mu heard of the prince's background, said she greatly admires the prince and wants to repay him with her body. Spoke 1,000 words of flowery praise. 3. Heir apparent Qin was shocked and vehemently objected. Summary. Heir apparent Qin is a stumbling block on the prince's path to love. The next morning, Qin Zhu came in and called out, Eldest Miss, the third Miss and fourth Miss are here. Wan Shi struggled to sit up in bed. What day is it today that those two sisters would come to my Qinlan courtyard together? She quickly composed herself. Please come in. A moment later, Mu Shuiyao and Mu Shui entered. Eldest sister. Seeing them, Wan Shi asked curiously, Younger sisters, please sit. Why do you have time to come to Qinlan courtyard today? She thought to herself, the Prime Minister's residence has a total of 4 daughters. Besides me, the rest are all born of concubines. It's just that Mu Shiwero is doted on and treated even better than me, the legitimate daughter. As for these two, concubine Su is not favored, so their personalities have also become twisted, and their presence in the Prime Minister's residence is extremely low. Mu Shuyao replied cheerfully, Of course, we came to visit you, eldest sister. Your spirits look much better today, eldest sister. Wan Shi continued, After a few days of recuperation, my wounds are almost completely healed. At this, Mu Shui chuckled softly. Eldest sister probably doesn't know, but I heard that not only is second sister's hand crippled, but her leg might also have lasting effects. Her temper has been terrible lately. The maids by her side feel like they're in hell. Mu Shuiyao added with glee, That's right. I say she deserves it. Who told her to try and harm you, eldest sister? Wan Shi replied with a calm expression. It was all an accident. Who would have thought the horse would suddenly go mad? Third sister, you shouldn't say that. Mu Shuyao puffed her cheeks and looked at her. Eldest sister is truly kind. After being harmed by second sister like that, you still speak up for her. She thought to herself, Mu Wanshi only has the title of a legitimate daughter. Her personality is as weak and useless as ever. Wanshi smiled gently. All right, I'm a little tired. You two should head back first. Just then, Mu Shui suddenly tugged at her sleeve. Eldest sister, I heard next month is Her Majesty the Empress's birthday. Wanshi looked at her brightly. That's right. What about it? Shui replied with a serious face. Eldest sister, you know full well, yet you still ask. She continued with a pitiful look. You are the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, and also the cousin of the Duke's residence. Of course you have the right to attend the palace banquet. Even second sister can enter the palace because she has an imperial consort for an aunt, but we don't. Can't eldest sister think of a way for the sisters in the residence? Wanshi froze, then sneered. So it turns out fourth sister came here today for this matter. Forgive me, but I can't help you. Qingzhu, see the guests out. Failing to achieve her goal, Mu Shui, out of shame, turned. Angry. Sister. She put her hands on her hips aggressively. You think I want to come here? Wanshi continued softly. Third sister, you should head back first too. Mu Shuyao chuckled lightly. Then eldest sister should get some rest. I'll come again another day. After they left, Wanshi became tense, her brows furrowed, and she broke out in a sweat. The Empress's birthday? I almost forgot about it. Wanshi thought to herself. For the Empress's birthday, all the madams and young misses who are qualified to enter the palace must go to celebrate her birthday. In my past life, that birthday banquet was the beginning of my series of misfortunes. She recalled painfully. If Mu Shui hadn't mentioned it just now, I would have almost forgotten the date. No matter what, I will not walk the same disastrous path again. Suddenly, Qingzhu pushed Xiuhe in. Eldest miss, the old madam has released Xiuhe. Wanshi spoke in a low voice. Xiuhe. She slowly extended her hand and directly pinched her face. Oh, it's only been a few short days. How did you get so thin? Xiuhe lowered her head and cowed out. Eldest Mississippi. Wanshi calmly crossed her arms. What is this? Get up quickly. I'm not one to berate servants. That's right, you still don't know, do you? Cui Fu has been beaten to death by grandmother, and her family has all been sold off. She looked down at her, and Wanshi chuckled softly. This is the consequence of betraying me. Hearing this, Xiao he was terrified. Miss, this servant knows her mistake. This servant wouldn't dare. She thought to herself, the eldest miss knows I betrayed her. The eldest miss didn't lose her memory at all. She clenched her fists tightly. The old madam, the prime minister, concubine Su, this entire prime minister's residence has been deceived. The eldest miss is only pretending to have amnesia. Wanshi asked with a serious face. Qingzhu, I heard father spent the night at concubine Su's place last night? Yes. She smiled, looking at her own hand. Concubine Su is with child. She can't serve father, so I should suggest a mother to find someone to serve father. Xiaohe, what do you think? Xiaohe lowered her head and replied, this servant understands. This servant will follow all of the eldest Mrs. orders. Wanshi gave her a sly look. Such a good girl. Go and take a bath. Put on some beautiful makeup. Don't waste that delicate and lively little face. Seeing this, Qingzhu curiously approached. Miss, you want to have Xiao? He goes serve the prime minister? Wanshi picked up her teacup. I should also thank concubine Su for her concern for me, right? Go find out where father will be tonight. I hope father will like this gift of mine. On a late, moonlit night, Mu Baiyuan was still sitting and reading in his study room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Xiao, he bit her lip and entered. She was wearing a revealing outfit and smiled softly. Prime Minister, the eldest miss instructed this servant to bring you a late-night snack. After speaking, Xiaohe slowly opened the food container. She carried the bowl of soup and approached him. Prime Minister, please have it while it's still hot. The eldest miss had someone simmer this chicken soup for 2 hours. Mu Baiyuan said softly, she's indeed thoughtful. With that, he drank it all in one go. This made Xiaohe freeze as she watched, thinking worriedly, I have now offended the eldest miss, and I also failed to complete the task concubine Su gave me. If I don't succeed again today, not only will the eldest miss not let me go, I will also have no place left in this prime minister's residence. Just then, Mu Baiyuan glanced at her. Is Wanshi's injury better? He replied softly. The young Miss's injury is much better. She originally wanted to come over personally, but she happened to catch a cold and was afraid of passing it to the prime minister, so it was inconvenient for her to come. She took the soup bowl and deliberately touched the prime minister's hand. However, he refused, saying, it's good that she has the thought. You may go back. Yes, prime minister. She hadn't gone far. The drug had taken effect, and Mu Baiyuan's whole body grew hot. He looked back sweetly. Prime Minister. The next morning at Qinlan Courtyard, Qingzhu reported, young miss, he went into the prime minister's study last night and still hasn't come out. Wanshi calmly gazed into the distance. As expected, she didn't disappoint me. She smiled. Let's go. It's time to go with mother to pay respects to grandmother. A moment later, she and Yuya arrived. When grandmother saw her, she said, Wanshi, you're here. Come quickly to grandmother. Suddenly, a maidservant ran over and interrupted. Oh, madam, it's not good. Concubine Su is having a threatened miscarriage. She's in the prime minister's study right now. Grandmother shot up in alarm. What? A moment later, the three of them went over there. From outside, they could already hear concubine Su's voice. You despicable thing. How dare you climb into the master's bed while I'm not here? I'll beat you to death. Just then, grandmother opened the door and entered. What's all this noise so early in the morning? She looked sternly at the two of them. What happened? Mu Baiyuan hurriedly explained. Mother, this. Wanshi, at the side, acted surprised. Oh, isn't this he from my courtyard? As soon as she saw her, he rushed over. Eldest miss, last night, this servant was ordered to deliver a late-night snack to the prime minister. Unexpectedly, the prime minister forced himself on this servant. This morning, as soon as concubine Su arrived, she started beating this servant. Please seek justice for this servant. Eldest Mississippi Wanshi replied with a look of pity. Good don't cry anymore. She bowed her head towards her. I believe father will give you justice, and grandmother will certainly not let you be wrong. Seeing this, concubine Su was furious. Old madam, prime minister, you must handle this matter strictly. Otherwise, all the servants in the residence will follow her example, and this prime minister's residence will be in chaos. Grandmother frowned and glanced over. Yuya, you're the madam of this house. What do you think? Yuya broke out in a sweat. This matter is my oversight as a wife. Right now, both I and concubine Su are pregnant. We should have found a concubine for the prime minister. Grandmother glared. If that's the case, then pick a day to send this girl to the prime minister's courtyard. Concubine Su froze. Old madam, How can this be? Grandmother looked at her fiercely. Shut up. With such a big belly, you should focus on nurturing your pregnancy properly. Stop causing trouble. At the same time, Wanshi came to take her arm. Grandmother, she pretended to be worried. Quickly call a physician to check on concubine Sue. The concubine is over 6 months pregnant. If she was physically fighting with Tu-hee, I'm afraid that. Hearing this, grandmother began to grow suspicious. Her complexion is smooth. Just now, she was grabbing and beating Tu-hee. She doesn't look like a pregnant woman at all. Unless, concubine Sue panicked. This is bad. This damned old woman must be suspicious. Thinking this, she immediately pretended to fall. My stomach hurts so much. Seeing this, Mu Baiyuan immediately supported her. Quickly, summon a physician. The next day, a servant brought some fabrics. Eldest Miss, Her Majesty the Empress's birthday is approaching. Concubine, Sue ordered me to bring you some fabrics. Hearing this, the conversation between her and Qing Zhu was interrupted. Wanshi covered her mouth and asked, have the other young misses already chosen? The mama replied with a smile. Second miss chose the peach pink and light yellow fabrics. Third miss and fourth miss haven't chosen yet. Wanshi said in a cold tone, I am the eldest miss, the daughter of the main wife, and I haven't even chosen yet, but the second miss, a concubine's daughter, has already chosen first. Chi-mama is truly getting better and better at her job. She pointed a finger at the woman. Wanshi said perfunctorily, Qing Zhu, just take that roll of sky blue fabric. Yes, young Mississippi. A moment later, Qing Zhu walked over carrying the fabric. Wanshi gently touched it with her hand, and at that moment, she suddenly ripped it apart, which left Qing Zhu completely stunned. Young miss, how could this be? If you wear this material and someone happens to pull it, wouldn't it just... Wanshi casually tossed the scraps of fabric aside. Concubine Sue's tricks are getting more and more pathetic. After speaking, she immediately stood up. Let's go. We're leaving the residence. That's right. Didn't older cousin send over 2 maids who know martial arts yesterday? Call one of them to come out with us. At Tingchong Pavilion, Wanshi gently stepped down from the carriage. Just then, a voice called out, Miss Mu. Wanshi froze, motionless. She glared behind her. Song Yingjia. Seeing his appearance, Wanshi said stiffly, Greetings, Prince of the Commandery. Song Yingjia warmly raised his hand in greeting. Miss Mu, no need for formalities. Today, I'm just out for a stroll with my younger sister. His sister behind him said, Older sister Mu, what a coincidence. Why don't I see Shuero? Wanshi replied, Second younger sister's injury hasn't healed yet, so she can't go out. She thought to herself, this brat Song Linger has an insolent personality. In my past life, she always made things difficult for me. She's very close with Mu Shuero. The two of them are truly 2 peas in a pod. Suddenly, Miss Chun and older sister Chi appeared. Miss Mu, you've also come to Tingchong Pavilion today. It's truly rare to see you out of the residence. Mu Wanshi smiled faintly. Miss Chun, older sister Chi. She looked at the two of them in surprise. Oh, you two know each other? Miss Chun probably doesn't know. Older sister Chi is the fiancée of my older cousin Xian. Older sister Chi smiled. Younger sister Wanshi. Only then did Miss Chun realize. So that's how it is. What a fateful connection. Then let's go in and look at the clothes together. Wanshi replied, yes, all right. On the other side, Song Linger watched the 3 of them walk off together and clenched her fists. She pouted and said, Older brother, look at that Mu Wanshi. She actually dared to ignore me. Song Yingjie didn't seem to mind much. He rested his chin on his hand, daydreaming. The legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Mu, the cousin of the Duke's Manor. Whoever gets her will gain the support of Prime Minister Mu and the Qin Duke's Manor. Mu Wanshi, you won't escape from the palm of my hand. A while later, after returning to the residence, Children brought out some goods. Eldest miss, this is what Tingchong Pavilion just delivered. Wanshi turned her head thoughtfully, her eyes widening in surprise at the box. I just picked out a beautiful dress. Tingchong Pavilion delivered it so quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed a letter inside. Oh, Chioer quickly picked it up. Young miss, there's a letter. Wanshi curiously held out her hand. The letter read, wear this outfit to the palace banquet. Otherwise, you'll be in for a show. It was from Ji-chan. Reading this, Wanshi angrily crumpled it. Despicable, threatening me again. She thought to herself, this arrogant tone. I don't even need to guess to know it's that bastard Prince Rue. Does he think threatening me will make me wear were the clothes he sent? This young lady isn't falling for that. In the front hall on the day of the palace banquet, old Madame Mu reminded the young missus. The palace is not like the prime minister's residence. When you enter the palace, you must be careful with every word and action. Do you understand? The young missus replied in unison. Granddaughter understands. She turned to instruct her. Wan Shi, grandmother's energy is limited. When you're in the palace, you must also look after your own sisters. This year is not like previous years. The young misses from other families will be presenting their talents to Her Majesty the Empress. Are you prepared? Wan Shi replied. Grandmother, rest assured, I am already prepared. Hearing this, old Madame Mu was relieved. Very good, then let's depart. In the carriage, Wan Shi gazed thoughtfully outside. I didn't expect that in this life, the old madam would be able to secure 2 spots, allowing Mu Xuejiao and Mu Shui to also attend the palace banquet. This is something that didn't happen in my previous life. I don't know if this change is for the better or for the worse. Upon arriving at the imperial palace, the young misses were standing and waiting when suddenly a shout was heard. Look, the princes have arrived. Everyone's eyes lit up at the news, while Wan Shi was surprised, feeling a gust of wind behind her. At this moment, the princes appeared. The young ladies around Wan Shi all exclaimed, Oh my heavens, the 4th prince is so handsome. I want to marry him. Nonsense. I think the 1st prince is the handsome and dashing one. The 5th prince is so adorable. Hey, wake up, you old maid, wipe your drool. Wan Shi froze as she looked at the princes. Currently, His Majesty only has 5 sons. The 1st prince is the son of consort Rongxian. The crown prince, ranked 2nd, is the legitimate son of the empress. The 3rd prince is Prince Rue, Ling Jichun. The 4th prince is treacherous. In my past life, the fall of the Qin Duke's manor was partly his doing. And the 5th prince, only 16 years old, is the most open-hearted among the princes. While everyone was admiring them, His Highness the Crown Prince walked over. Everyone curtsied. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince said softly, You may rise. The 5th prince ran up and asked, Crown Prince Imperial Brother, didn't 3rd Imperial Brother come with you? The Crown Prince replied, 3rd brother isn't here yet. He must be busy with something and will be late. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Ji Chun arrived, and at the same time, Wan Shi suddenly fell in front of him. Everyone looked at them and started murmuring. Ji Chun said, You are blocking this prince's way. Wan Shi froze and lowered her face. Ji Chun ordered, Lift your head. Then he saw several ants on her hair. Ji Chun frowned. When suddenly Mu Shui came and pulled on her sleeve. Eldest sister. Wan Shi was bewildered. What is it? Your Highness Prince Rue, did you drop something? The 5th prince immediately burst out laughing. On the other side, Ji Chun shot him a look, making him break out in a fearful sweat. Is it that funny? The 5th prince hurriedly said, My apologies, 3rd Imperial Brother, I really couldn't help it. Hearing this, Ji Chun coldly walked away. As he walked, he fumed, Damned woman. How dare she not wear the dress I sent? The 5th prince was surprised. Hey, 3rd Imperial Brother, wait for me. Wan Shi let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Luckily, Prince Ray didn't fly into a rage on the spot. Looking at this, it seems he's not as cruel as they say. After entering the palace banquet, a girl was playing the zither. He sat drinking tea, thinking to herself, watching a beauty play the zither, savoring the world's finest wine. If it weren't for those scoundrels, this would truly be a fortunate affair. Suddenly, she looked across. She saw Song Ingjia looking at her with a smile. Ugh, I can't look. Just seeing his face makes me want to beat him up. Mu Tuet Jiao, sitting beside her, reminded her, Eldest sister, it's your turn to showcase your talent. Yuyan, he immediately stood up. It's different now. Everything is different now. Yuyan, he walked to the center. Mother wasn't burned to death at my coming-of-age ceremony. Concubine, Su, also didn't get the chance to be promoted to the main wife. As Yuyan, he began to play the zither. I am no longer the naive and carefree Mu Yuyan, he. Her eyes were filled with determination. Yuyan, he began to play the zither. The princes all listened attentively, followed by a round of applause from everyone. The empress, seated above, said, Back then, Madame Mu was also a talented woman from the gifted land of Ling. I didn't expect Miss Mu to be even more outstanding. Old Madame Mu is truly blessed. Old Madame Mu replied, Your Majesty the Empress, you are too kind. She thought to herself, even though I don't like Tenoi yet she truly isn't bad at raising a daughter. It seems the Empress also praises this girl Yuyan He today. If she could marry the crown prince, the prime minister's residence would become the nation's in-laws in the future, enjoying endless imperial favor. Meanwhile, Mutuet Nu sat below, gritting her teeth in anger. It's all Mu Yinhe's fault that I have this permanent scar. Now I even have to wear gloves when I go out. I absolutely will not let you shine at the palace banquet. Thinking of this, she poured some wine, then took the cup and dissolved the powder in it. Yinhe saw it as she walked past. Oh, Mutuet Nu, you finally made your move. In my past life, you gave me a cup of drugged wine, causing me to lose my innocence to Song Ingjia. My reputation was ruined. In this life, let's see if I don't make you pay dearly. Mutuet Nu smiled. Eldest sister, congratulations. Yinhe replied, thank you, second younger sister. Then, she splashed the wine on Tuet Nu. Ouch! Mutuet Nu was stunned. Yinhe immediately said, second younger sister, are you alright? Then she quickly swapped the cups. Do you need to go change your dress? Mutuet Nu forced a smile. It's alright, I can change later. Eldest sister, please drink this cup of wine first. Yinhe also raised her cup. Alright, they both drained their cups. After drinking, Yinhe sighed. A sudden headache came over her. Why is my head so dizzy? Younger sister, it seems I have no alcohol tolerance. Tuet Nu said to her, then let me take you to the side hall to rest for a while. It just so happens I also want to go change my clothes. Tuet Nu was smug. Mu Yinhe is truly an idiot to fall for the trick so easily. But it seems this drug is taking effect a bit too quickly. Then Tuet Nu led Yinhe away. Tap Thuan watched them go. He took a sip of wine and said, little fox. The fifth prince sitting next to him heard this and was a little curious. Third imperial brother, what did you say? Tap Thuan replied, nothing, you misheard. The fifth prince paused. Huh? At the side hall of the imperial palace. Yinhe collapsed. Seeing this, Mutuet Nu was extremely smug. Sister, you rest here. Younger sister has to go change her clothes now. Then Tuet Nu turned and left. Mu Yinhe, just you wait to be utterly ruined. She slammed the door shut. At that very moment, Yinhe opened her eyes, a cold smile on her face. Then she tiptoed and peeked her head out, and saw Mutuet Nu had collapsed on the floor. She gave a sinister smile, then dragged Tuet Nu onto the bed and stripped off all her clothes. Yinhe left smugly. My good younger sister, please enjoy everything you've arranged with your own hands. Mutuet Nu, Song Ingjia, in this life, I'll grant you too your wish first. You two will surely be grateful to me, won't you? Elsewhere, Tap Thuan, standing behind a door, had seen everything. Suddenly, Nintan appeared and called out, Master, Commander Prince Song has just left the main hall and is heading this way. Hearing this, Tap Thuan's interest was piqued. Song Ingjia, huh? So it's him. If Commander Prince Song and the second miss are so deeply in love, then let's give them a helping hand. Nintan paused for a moment, then answered yes. At the same time, Song Ingjia snuck into the room. He looked happily at the back of the person lying on the bed. Mu Yinhe, even if you pay me no mind, after tonight you will surely be my woman. Ingjia chuckled gleefully. By then, the residents of the State Duke of Qin can only become my support. But, thinking this, he suddenly felt something was off. Looking at the thick incense smoke in the room, Ingjia broke out in a sweat. Why is it so hot? Elsewhere, the Empress was walking with noble consort Su. Your Majesty the Empress, the night sky is beautiful tonight. Shall we go for a stroll? It would be a good way to aid digestion. The Empress smiled. Very well. The two of them walked and talked, laughing happily. Suddenly, suggestive sounds echoed from the room. The Empress's face filled with contempt. Who is in the side hall? Noble consort Su feigned surprise. Surely it can't be the eldest miss of the Mu family. She added, it seems her alcohol tolerance is poor, so she left the banquet early to rest in the side room. This matter. The Empress cut her off with a glare. Let's go see, and we'll know right away. As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them stormed in. A maid threw the door wide open. Seeing this, Song Ingjia looked out in astonishment. The Empress shouted in anger. Insolent! Song Ingjia hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty the Empress, please forgive me. Your subject has admired Miss Mu for a long time and found it hard to restrain my feelings today. I hope Your Majesty the Empress will grant us your blessing. The Empress gritted her teeth. You too. She thought to herself, Song Ingjia is on noble consort Su's side. To do something like this today, he clearly wants the residents of the State Duke of Qin to support the fourth prince. Don't even think about it. Just then, Yinhe ran over. What's going on? Noble consort Su was stunned. Mu Yinhe, why are you here? She thought to herself. If she's here, then who is in the side room? Yuyan he replied, Your Highness, the noble consort. Yuyan he thought to herself. Noble consort Su is concubine Su's biological older sister. Without her, concubine Su would never have had the guts to compete with my mother for the position of main wife. As she thought this, she glared at her. At this moment, old Madame Mu arrived. Yuyan he, it's a good thing you weren't in the side hall. She looked at her, puzzled. That's right. Where did you go? Her Highness the noble consort just said you were drunk and resting in the side hall. Yuyan he replied, yes, but I found the side room a bit hot, so I went to the Imperial Garden for some fresh air. Hearing this, Song Yingjie and noble consort Su froze. The Empress was also surprised. Miss Mu, so, were you the only one in the hall before? Yuyan he replied, my second younger sister was there too. Her dress got dirty, so she went to the side hall to change her clothes. She asked, innocently, Your Majesty the Empress, is there a problem? The Empress sneered. A big problem, indeed. She shouted an order. Someone, drag the person on the bed out here. Mu Tuet Nu huddled under the blanket. Don't. In no time, the blanket was thrown off. Mu Tuet Nu was stunned. It wasn't supposed to be like this. How could it be me? No. Looking at Mu Tuet Nu on the bed, Song Yingjie gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? Where did it go wrong? How did the person who was supposed to be on the bed turn into the concubine's daughter of the Prime Minister's residence? More importantly, Mu Tuet Nu hasn't had her coming-of-age ceremony yet, so I'll also be charged with the crime of fornicating with a minor. On the other side, Yuyan he said, Grandmother, that sounded like second younger sister's voice. Hearing this, old Madame Mu was furious. Miss Mu, Song Yingjie stepped out. Eldest Miss Mu, so it's Song Yingjie. I have admired you, eldest miss, for a long time. I hope eldest miss will meet me outside. Yuyan he froze. Commandery Prince Song, noble consort Su, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and looked at Tuet Nu. You couldn't even handle such a simple matter. You're more of a hindrance than a help. She slapped Tuet Nu hard across the face. Mu Tuet Nu thought resentfully. The one who should have ended up in this situation is Mu Yuyan he. How could it have become me? It must have been Mu Yuyan he who swapped my wine. It must have been her. Seeing this, Yuyan he feigned confusion and broke into a sweat. Second younger sister, what nonsense are you talking about? I was relaxing in the Imperial Garden the whole time. I even asked if you wanted to come. How could I have harmed you? Mu Tuet Nu lowered her head, her face contorted. I had no idea when you went out. She glared at Yuyan he. It was you who harmed me. You're the one who harmed me. Song Yingjie shouted angrily. You shut your mouth. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Ever since I met the eldest miss at the Rainbow Cloud Pavilion, I have been in love with you at first sight. I will marry no one but the eldest Mississippi Yuyan. He frowned at him. Commandery Prince Song, I never expected you to be this kind of person. After having an affair with my younger sister, you still want to ruin my reputation. She thought with a smirk. So infuriating. I really want to smash his damn dog head. Song Yingjie gritted his teeth. I was plotted against, but what's done is done. Of course, I will not deny it. I will take her as a concubine. Mu Tuet Nu was horrified. I don't want to be your concubine. She reached out and pulled his hair. You despicable beast. Seeing this, the Empress was fuming. Enough, truly shameless. Why haven't you pulled them apart yet? She turned her face away sharply. This Empress is in no mood to meddle in your family's affairs. You handle it yourselves. Hearing this, Tuet Nu pleaded in fear. Aunt, you have to stand up for me. I was framed. The noble consort clenched her jaw. She looked at her coldly. At that moment, old Madame Mu slapped Tuet Nu a hard blow. She glared. You shameless, lowly creature. Mu Tuet Nu held her face and replied, Grandmother, why did you hit me? It was clearly Mu Yuyan, he who framed me. Matriarch Mu trembled all over. How dare you still say such things at a time like this? I really shouldn't have let your concubine mother raise you. Now you've implicated the other young ladies of our Prime Minister's manor. Seeing this, Yuanshi gently held her arm. Grandmother, please calm down. The urgent matter now is to ask Her Majesty the Empress to issue an order not to let this matter spread. She frowned and continued. This matter also requires Prince Song to give us an explanation. After all, second sister was a virgin. Hearing this, the matriarch's face immediately brightened up. Yes, you're right. Yuan Shi, hurry back to the banquet. I'll take this girl back to the manor and figure out what to do first. A moment later, Yuan Shi went out and happened to run into Ji Chun. Greetings, Your Highness, Prince Rue. Ji Chun walked past her. Did you like the gift this prince gave you? Yuan-shi sneered. A gift? What is your highness referring to? Ji-chun rested his chin on his hand and said, could there be anything else tonight that could make you so overjoyed? Yuan-shi thought to herself, no wonder in my past life, Song Ying-jie only dared to put on a show with me in his arms. In this life, he dared to be like dry wood meeting a raging fire with Mu Shui-ro in the side hall. So it was the scheme of this His Highness, Prince Rue. She forced a smile. Your Highness must be joking. I don't understand what you mean. Ji-chun glanced at her with great interest. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. But he lifted a strand of her hair, Ji-chun's roguish face speaking up. Shall we make a bet? Yuan-shi immediately pulled her hair back. She frowned and asked, bet on what? Ji-chun smiled. Let's bet that in the future, you'll have to beg this prince. Yuan-shi looked at him, puzzled. Impossible. Your Highness, Prince Rue, you are sure to lose. Ji-chun confidently raised his hand. If that's the case, let's set a 1-year time limit. If you lose, you must grant this prince one request, and vice versa. Yuan-shi said with a serious face. No problem. She thought to herself, right now, I have 2 maids who know martial arts by my side. What chance would I have to go ask Prince Rue for help? If I can make him grant me one request, it would be a profitable deal. At this, Ji-chun quickly left. Then I will eagerly await Little Fox. The next day, at the Prime Minister's manor, Yuan-shi curtsied gracefully. Daughter pays her respects to father. Mu Bo-yuan glanced at her. You have come of age now. It's time you got married. Your concubine mother has selected many people. As he spoke, he took out a list. Choose one, and we'll settle the marriage. Yuan-shi pressed her lips together. Concubine Su's intentions are truly painstaking. The men she let me choose from are practically a collection of all the scoundrels in the imperial capital. At the same time, Concubine Su smiled and asked, what do you think, Yuan-shi? In terms of family background, these men are all top-notch. Yuan-shi calmly returned the list. Father, the men on this list are all very good. However, they might not necessarily be willing to marry a daughter of our Mu family. Hearing this, Mu Bo-yuan became furious. What do you mean by that? My prime minister's manor is worth 1,000 gold pieces. How dare they look down on us? Yuan-shi cautiously asked back. If it weren't for last night's incident, of course many people would want to marry a daughter of the Mu family. But do you know what second sister did at Her Majesty the Empress's banquet? Hearing this, Concubine Su was startled. She gritted her teeth. Mu Yuan-shi, what dirty water are you trying to splash on Roa now? Yuan-shi did not back down. Insolent. She retorted sharply. Concubine Su, I am the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's manor. How dare you shout at me? Concubine Su aggrievedly leaned against Mu Bo-yuan. Master, look, I only wanted what's best for the eldest Mississippi. She said evenly, yet she speaks to me like this. Master, Yuan-shi crossed her arms, interrupting. Whether concubine wants what's best for me remains to be seen. First, let's talk about second sister fornicating with someone at Her Majesty the Empress's birthday banquet last night. Hearing this, Mu Bo-yuan was utterly stunned. What did you say? Su Ping's jaw dropped in astonishment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My rower hasn't even come of age. How could she fornicate with someone else? She pointed a finger at her face and retorted, how can you be so vicious to slander and ruin Rower's reputation? Yuan-shi sneered. Slander? If father doesn't believe me, you can just summon grandmother over and ask her to find out. She thought to herself, it seems that when Mu Shui-ro returned to the manor last night, she didn't mention the incident at the birthday banquet to Concubine Su. I wonder if Concubine Su will be able to accept this good news in a moment. I'm so looking forward to it. Mu Bo-yuan ordered loudly. Someone, go and invite the old madam and the second young miss over. A while later, Matriarch Mu arrived with the others. Seeing this, Yuan-shi burst into tears and ran to her. Grandmother, Concubine Su was choosing a husband for your granddaughter. Yuan-shi couldn't help but speak of second sister's matter. She aggrievedly held out the paper. You'll understand once you look at these papers. Matriarch Mu glanced at it, then angrily threw it at Su Ping. Su Ping, you have a lot of nerve. Concubine Mu, you dare to take charge of the legitimate daughter's marriage when the main mistress is not here. Mu Bo-yuan frowned and spoke up. Mother, don't be angry for now. We could talk about this later. He hurriedly approached and asked, this wretched girl Yuan, she said that Rower fornicated with someone at the Empress's birthday banquet. Is this true? Matriarch Mu looked at Shui-ro with contempt. Then you'll have to ask your good daughter. When I arrived, she was shamelessly rolling around with that brat from the Song family. Hearing this, Mu Bo-yuan's jaw dropped. What? This really happened? How could this be? Nanny Sue, please trouble yourself to check the second. Young Mrs. Body. Nanny Sue bowed her head and replied, reporting to the Prime Minister, last night, this old servant already checked the second young Mrs. Body. The second young miss is no longer virgin. Su Ping was stunned. What? Oh heavens, my rower, who was it? She burst into tears and hugged her. Who harmed you? Mu Bo Yuan's eyes widened in anger. You still have the face to cry? You've ruined your daughter with your teachings. Someone, take the concubine and the second young miss back. They're not allowed to take a single step out of Xianglan courtyard. Su Ping was frantic. Master. Shuero looked at him, holding back tears. On the other side, Mu Bo Yuan glanced at Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, let me ask you, do many people know about this? Yuan Shi covered her mouth and replied. At that time, many wives and daughters of court officials were there. Although the Empress later ordered a news blackout, with so many people and wagging tongues, it certainly can't be kept secret for long. Hearing this, Bo Yuan stomped his foot in anger. No wonder in court today, those ministers kept looking at me strangely. Even His Majesty sarcastically told me to manage my family before I can govern the world. So this is why. Matriarch Mu held out her hand with a stern face. Mu Shuero is now considered ruined. Yuan Shi's marriage cannot be handled casually. I have decided to invite a nanny from the palace to teach her palace rules and etiquette. A moment later, Chioer held an oil lamp in surprise. Miss, what's wrong? Yuan Shi sat with a worried expression. Chioer, you and Donger will follow me out of the manor. Chioer was a little confused. Now, the sky is already dark. Is there something so urgent that Miss can't wait until tomorrow to leave the manor? Yuan Shi stood up hastily. Tomorrow will be too late. Her face was tense. I'm going to pick up a man. Chioer was stunned. Pick up a man? Afterwards, Yuan Shi left the manor, and just then, a sound came from behind her. A blade was suddenly held to her neck. Yuan Shi calmly asked, You're injured, and the government soldiers on the street want to capture you, right? My carriage is parked nearby. I can help you get out of here. But how about we make a deal afterwards? The masked man holding the sword was surprised. A deal? Do you know who I am? Yuan Shi sneered. I don't, but to attract such a large mobilization of government soldiers, I suppose you're no ordinary person, are you? Hearing that, the man withdrew his blade. You're smart. A moment later, Chioer carefully bandaged his wound. Yuan Shi thought to herself, in my past life, under these same circumstances, I saved Lung Yufei. To repay me, he always stayed by my side to help me. Yet I chose Mu Shuero, causing him to die for me. Thinking of this, she unconsciously stared in his direction. Seeing this, Lung Yufei was surprised. Little beauty, why are you staring at me like that? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me at first sight? Yuan Shi averted her gaze. That's right. So do you want to repay me with your body? Lung Yufei smiled. I'm afraid not. You should stop coveting my body. You're really not like an ordinary maiden from a respectable family to be so calm in this situation. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Yuan Shi covered her mouth and replied softly. But I saved you today. Your life is now mine. Lung Yufei hugged himself. My life. So you're still fixated on my body, aren't you? He frowned slightly. Little beauty, you can't afford my life. Yuan Shi shook her head. I don't need your life. I just need you to help me for 3 years. After 3 years, I will return your freedom to you. How about it? This deal isn't too much, is it? Lung Yufei rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. He snapped his fingers. It's a deal. Yuan Shi smiled faintly. Then, she pulled his sleeve. Then hurry up and change into these clothes. Lung Yufei took them curiously, his face flushing. You want me to pretend to be a woman? Yuan Shi covered her mouth and replied. Otherwise, do you have another way to avoid the inspection? If not, then put on for me. Lung Yufei froze for a few seconds. He reluctantly put it on. A woman should be a little gentler. If you stay like this, no man will want you. Yuan Shi ignored him. None of your business. Elsewhere, a carriage was moving down the road. Ning Qing, hiding nearby, watched. He was stunned. Oh my God, master, your head has grown horns. At Prince Rui's manor, Ji Chun was standing in his room when Ning Qing frantically ran in. Master, this is bad, master. It's a disaster. This startled Ji Chun. He angrily tightened his grip on the brush in his hand. Your master is very good-tempered. Ji Chun raised a hand to his head and continued. But you, he glared. If you can't give me a reason for barging into my study, then you're finished. Ning Qing's face turned pale with fear. Well, tonight, Miss Mu saved someone who was being pursued by the Imperial City Guards. Hearing this, Ji Chun's face immediately darkened. Huh, she really has some nerve, but that's still not a reason for you to barge into the study. My room. Ning Qing cautiously continued that it's a man. Miss Mu brought him straight back to the general's manor and is hiding him in a golden chamber. Hearing this, Ji Chun suddenly snapped the writing brush in his hand. He frowned at you're saying she brought a man back and is hiding him in her private chambers? Ning Qing replied yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chun vanished from his side. Master. Elsewhere, after everyone returned to the room, he spoke up, I am Lun Yofei. Tell me, little beauty, what do you need my help with? Wan Qi rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Let me think. She closed her eyes slightly. Things like murder and arson, framing the innocent, and stealthy assassinations. Lun Yofei froze. Little beauty, you're joking, right? Wan Qi casually asked back, who's joking with you? If you didn't look like the type to do such things, I wouldn't have risked saving you. Lung Yofei looked at her ruefully. He walked over and pinched Wan Qi's cheeks. What a detestable little girl. Just then, Ji Chun burst through the door. The three of them stared at each other blankly. Ji Chun's face was grim, making Wan Qi extremely awkward. Your Highness, Prince Rue, why are you here? Ji Chun crossed his arms and questioned, what? Am I not allowed to come? Lung Yofei awkwardly scratched his head that I lost too much blood today. With that, he immediately fled for his life. Mu Wan Qi, I'm going back to my room to rest first. At the same time, Wan Qi turned her head to look at Ji Chun. The two looked at each other in silence. Ning Qing, seeing this from outside the window, broke into a cold sweat. Should I dig a hole first? If he loses control later, I'll have to destroy the evidence. At this moment, Ji Chun pouted. Who is he? Wan Qi sighed and replied, my person. What, does your Highness, Prince Rue, have an opinion? Ji Chun scowled. What is this attitude of yours? Wan Qi was visibly annoyed. Your Highness, Prince Rue, barged into my boudoir in the middle of the night. What kind of attitude do you expect me to have? Or perhaps you want me to say. She blushed and looked at him oh, you finally come. This servant has been waiting for you for so long. Seeing this, Ji Chun froze. He moved his face closer to hers. Say that again. Wan Qi was stunned, huh? Ji Chun suddenly became a little shy. That last sentence, say it again. Wan Qi scoffed. Your Highness, you should leave. I want to rest. Ji Chun closed his eyes slightly. Mu Wan Qi. He propped himself up arrogantly. Whatever you want to do, just beg this prince, and this prince will surely help you do it. Wan Qi replied confidently, rest assured, I will never beg you. Ji Chun smiled, then turned to leave. You will. Wan Qi pouted as she watched him go. Psycho. The next day, she went out with Chioa. Mu Shui came over in a panic. Eldest sister. She knelt down miserably. Eldest sister, I beg you to save my mother. My mother is coughing up blood. Wan Qi was surprised. Coughing up blood? Quickly, go find a physician. But Mu Shui was in tears that we did. My mother originally just had a slight cough from a cold, but after the manor's physician examined her, not only did she not get better, she got even worse. Eldest sister, please save my mother. I'll work like an ox or a horse for you in the future. I'm begging you. Seeing this, Wan Qi helped her up. Get up first. I will think of a way to handle Consort Wang's matter. Wan Qi thought to herself, the manor physician was bribed by Consort Su long ago. Over the years, who knows how many evil deeds he has done for Consort Su. Mother will be giving birth soon. I must guard against this person early on. Thinking of this, she glanced at Chioa go out of the manor and invite Physician Qin of Hui Chun Tang to make a trip to the manor. Chioa quickly left. Yes, Mississippi. A while later, Mu Shui returned to the room. Mother, eldest sister has invited the physician from Hui Chun Tang. You'll be fine. Consort Wang sat on the bed, surprised. What? She looked at her in disbelief. Why would the eldest miss? Just then, Wan Qi walked in with Physician Qin. Physician Qin, I'm sorry to trouble you. Physician Qin took the consort's pulse. He stroked his beard. This consort has a cold. Logically, it shouldn't have become this serious. May I see the prescription? Mu Shui hastily took it out. Here is the prescription. She stammered and looked away, but the dregs are all gone. Physician Qin looked at the prescription and said, this prescription is not wrong. It seems the problem lies with the dregs. It's a pity. Mu Shui anxiously interjected. Physician, is my mother going to be all right? The physician replied, it's fine. I'll write a new prescription to rebalance her system. His expression turned grave, but this consort has been taking abortifacients. Her foundation has been damaged. It will be very difficult to treat. The mother and daughter were stunned. What? Just then, Consort Wang coughed up blood again. Xue ran over worriedly. Mother. Consort Wang covered her mouth, tears streaming down. Su Ping. It must be her, it must be her. I will not let her get away with this. Wanqi sat outside, thinking to herself, this general's manner has long been rotting from the inside. She gently touched her chin. If the news that consort Su used abortifacients gets out, I wonder how others will react. The women in this general's manor, none of them are simple. A few days later at the main courtyard, Wanqi cheerfully lifted her skirt. Mother, how are you feeling today? Yuya smiled gently. Sheer, you're here? Lately, my spirits have been getting lower and lower. I feel like I'm about to collapse. Hearing this, Wanqi ran over, took her arm, and comforted her. Don't worry anymore. Little brother is very well behaved, not causing any trouble at all. Yuya froze and looked at her. That's right. Wanqi helped her to a chair. Oh right, mother, your due date is this month. I'll ask for midwife Gu from grandmother's side to come and take care of you. Yuya looked at her curiously. Sheer, did you go to the Qin Guogong manor this morning? Wanqi replied, yes. You're about to give birth, so I couldn't rest easy and went to ask grandmother. Grandmother is also very worried about you. Hearing this, Yuya became worried. I'm so useless. Not only can I not help you, but I've also made you worry about me. Wanqi beamed. Giving birth to little brother safely is the greatest help you can give me. Please rest, mother. Sheer will take her leave now. She walked out with a relaxed air. Wanqi smiled and looked around. The weather isn't bad. Let's go. We'll take a stroll in the flower garden. A while later in the flower garden, the flowers were vying to show off their beauty. Wanqi was gently enjoying the moment. Suddenly, Song Yingjie and Xuanu appeared at eldest Mississippi. Seeing them, her mood immediately soured. Wanqi thought to herself, after that incident, I don't know how father negotiated with Prince Song. Now, Mu Xuanu is betrothed to Song Yingjie. She's just waiting for her coming-of-age ceremony to marry into his family and become a county princess. But for these two to be in the flower garden, it really ruins the scenery. Thinking this, she reluctantly curtsied. Greetings, County Prince. Song Yingjie smiled. Miss Mu, there's no need for such formalities. He glanced towards Xuanu. I just came to visit Newer. Seeing this, Wanqi was a little surprised. How strange. In my past life, didn't this man love Mu Xuanu to death? In this life, he seems to have developed an aversion to Mu Xuanu. Just then, Xuanu crossed her arms and spoke. Eldest sister, are you going out of the manor again? As the legitimate daughter of the general's manor, constantly showing your face outside, aren't you afraid of damaging the manor's reputation? Wanqi smiled. Second sister, you're overthinking it. The general's manor's reputation was already ruined by you. It's no worse than what I've done. Xuanu glared at her angrily. You. Wanqi lifted her chin and turned to leave. Since I've run into the county prince and second sister here, Wanqi won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Seeing this, Song Yingjie hurriedly stopped her. Hey, Miss Mu, wait. Wanqi glared at him. There's something else. County prince? Song Yingjie waved his hands awkwardly. It seems the eldest miss has some misunderstanding with Newer. Why don't you two sisters resolve the misunderstanding today? Wanqi turned her head and cut him off. What are you talking about, County Prince? There is no misunderstanding between me and second sister. She thought to herself, between us, there is only hatred. Then Wanqi turned to leave again. But Song Yingjie still called after her. Hey, eldest miss. Wanqi coldly shook off his hand, making Song Yingjie look dejected. Seeing this, Xuanu gritted her teeth in anger. County Prince, you. Song Yingjie, embarrassed and angry, violently pulled his hand back. Let go. He then uttered a slanderous remark that you're just the daughter of a concubine from the general's manor. If not for your imperial consort aunt, what right would you have to be my county princess? Xuanu froze. What do you mean? Are you still pining for Mu Wanqi? Don't forget that I am your fiancé. Song Yingjie turned away coldly. Mu Xuanu, you should worry about yourself. Xuanu clenched her fists. Even though I didn't want to marry this man before, I'm no longer a virgin now. Song Yingjie is a county prince. After all, he's my best option. I absolutely will not let Mu Wanqi easily interfere and compete with me. Elsewhere, Qing Zhu was combing Wanqi's hair. She hesitantly recounted. Eldest miss, just now the old woman at the gate said that the second Mrs. Personal Maid asked her to deliver a letter to the residence of the Minister of Revenue. Wanqi was surprised. Oh, is that so? It seems she can't stay put, can she? Qing Zhu's eyes widened as she looked at her mistress's reflection in the mirror. "Miss, what is the second miss trying to do now?" Wanshi rested her chin on her hand and said, "What is she doing?" "Of course, she wants to find Jincheng to design some kind of trap for me." At the same time, she suddenly saw Lung Yofei's figure outside the window. He smiled at her. "Little beauty, did you miss me?" Wanshi nodded happily. "You finished recuperating these past few days, right? It's time to get to work." At the Qin Guogong Manor, Jiang Jincheng was in a hurry. His subordinate saw this and asked, "Young master." Jincheng pressed his lips together uneasily. He opened his hand and looked at it. The subordinate beside him was very puzzled. "Young master, you're not really going to follow the second Miss's letter and harm the eldest miss, are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jincheng rapped him on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He frowned. "After the spring outing the other day, your young master has long seen through Mu Xuan Nu's character." The subordinate tilted his head slightly. "Then why did you?" Jincheng looked at the letter in his hand. "This young master has his own plans." His face turned serious. "Did I misjudge her before? Now, if Mu Xuan Nu still wants to use me to harm Wanshi, it's absolutely impossible in this lifetime." Thinking of this, he handed them to his subordinate. "Give these two things to Wanshi. She will understand." Just then, the letter in his hand suddenly flew away as if it had grown wings. Jincheng frowned and looked back. Ling Dufei gave a wicked smile. He twirled the item in his hand mockingly. "You want to give this to Mu Wanshi? No need to trouble yourself. I'll deliver it for you." Jincheng was surprised. "Who are you?" Dufei replied coldly, "Of course, I'm the one who helps her." "Jiang Jincheng, you should consider yourself lucky for making the right decision. Not helping Mu Shui Nu harm Mu Wanshi." He glared at Jincheng. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown any mercy." After saying that, Dufei quickly left. On the other side, Wanshi was sitting and playing the zither. She squinted, feeling the sound. Suddenly, she was hit by something thrown at her. Dufei's face peeked through the window. "This is what Jiang Jincheng gave you." It was also a talisman. Mu Xuan Nu told Jiang Jincheng to ask for it in your name. As he spoke, he gave an unfriendly smile that on my way back, I conveniently placed it in her room. Wanshi curiously picked up the talisman, asked for my name. Dufei spread his hands and replied, "It's a talisman cursing your father to have his family line end, your father and your concubine mother to die as one body with two lives, and your grandmother to ascend to heaven soon." His expression suddenly turned serious. "I must say, that younger sister of yours is truly vicious. The moment she acts, she curses the entire family, and in your name, no less." Wanshi tilted her head, looking at the talisman in her hand. "Speaking of a vicious heart, I have never underestimated her." Lung Dufei added, "Dada, I have some business and need to leave for a few days. You should be careful. Don't mess up while I'm not here." Wanshi held up 3 fingers. "I'll only give you 3 days. My mother could give birth at any moment. I need your help." Lung Dufei replied, "All right, I will definitely be back in 3 days." Wanshi was sitting and reading a book while Qing Zhu stood behind, watching her. Qiu'er suddenly entered and called out, "Young miss, the general has sent someone to tell you to go to the front courtyard immediately." Wanshi's eyes were probing. "Right now? Do you know what it's about?" Qiu'er replied, "For the past few days, Xianglan Courtyard has been frequently summoning physicians. I heard that the child in concubine Su's womb is not doing well. Concubine Su suspects there is something unclean in the residence. She made such a fuss that the general and the old madam have invited a Taoist master to perform a ritual today." Qing Zhu froze. "Young miss, what is concubine Su trying to do now? The madam is also pregnant, but she isn't like this." Wanshi lowered her eyes and continued, "What is she doing?" "Of course, she wants to harm your young miss. What else?" After speaking, she shot to her feet. "Qing Zhu, the peace talisman I gave you, have you kept it safe?" Qing Zhu tilted her head slightly. "That I've kept it safe. Young miss, I put it in the bottom layer of your jewelry box." At this, Wanshi's gaze was fixed. "Very good. Follow me to the front courtyard." In the front courtyard, the old madam was already seated with Xuan Nu beside her. Wanshi walked over cheerfully. "Greetings, grandmother, father." The old madam waved her over. "Sure, come to grandmother's side." Wanshi approached curiously. "Grandmother, why did you summon Qiu'er?" The grandmother sighed. "Concubine Su is suspicious, afraid that she's being disturbed by something unclean. Your mother also happens to be pregnant. Your father and I discussed it and have invited an expert to perform a ritual. You are the primary daughter of our general's residence, so of course you must be present." Wanshi smiled. "Oh, that's what this is about." She turned her head fled to look at the ritual master. This master looks very much like an expert. Grandmother, rest assured, concubine Su and my unborn younger brother will be safe and sound. Mu Bo Yuan spoke impatiently. Master, everyone is here now. Can you begin the ritual? The master replied yes. Then, he raised his sword and chanted an incantation. The master shouted, "Open." He glared around. The evil presence is in the southwest. Hearing this, Xue Nu feigned panic. What? Isn't eldest sister's Jinlan courtyard in the southwest? Wan Shi gave a faint smile. Have you forgotten, second sister? It's not just me. Grandmother's courtyard and your courtyard are also in the southwest. Xue Nu, looking uneasy, gritted her teeth. Mu Bo Yuan spoke up and asked, Master, is there a way to break it? The master frowned and replied, in this humble Taoist opinion, the only way is to search all the courtyards in the southwest. Wan Shi pretended to think. The evil presence is in the courtyard, so a search will definitely uncover a cursed object. And concubine Su and her child's unease is caused by this very cursed object wreaking havoc. Mu Bo Yuan was speechless. What? At this, grandmother smiled faintly. If there's an evil spirit harming the descendants of my Mu family, of course we must search. My main courtyard is no exception. Wan Shi, what do you think? Wan Shi rested her chin on her hand and replied, Grandmother is right. The descendants of a general's residence are the most important, not to mention my mother is also pregnant. Mu Bo Yuan sighed reluctantly. If that's the case, men, search the courtyards. At the same time, Xue Nu suddenly stared blankly down at the ground. She sneered at Wan Shi. Let's see how you'll escape this time. A moment later, the butler ran over. General, these are 2 talismans from the courtyards of the eldest young miss and the second young Mississippi. Saying that, he opened his palm. Seeing this, Xue Nu became extremely anxious. Sweat poured down her forehead. What's going on? Why is there a talisman in my courtyard? Old Madame Mu's face was grim and unsightly. What is this? Wan Shi, why is this thing in your courtyard? Wan Shi asked calmly. Butler, was this talisman found in my courtyard? The butler stammered this. Seeing this, Xue Nu immediately spoke up. Mu Wan Shi, I never would have dreamed that you could be so vicious. She shed fake tears. You are already the primary daughter of the general's residence, and your mother is about to give birth. Why can't you tolerate my concubine mother and my younger brother? Old Madame Mu was also angry. Wan Shi, I usually dote on you so much. And yet you. On the other side, Mu Bo Yuan clenched his fists that Wan Shi explained clearly to me why there's a talisman in your courtyard. He threw the talisman directly at Wan Shi. Wan Shi sadly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Grandmother, father, how could you suspect Shi-er? That is a peace talisman I prayed for, wishing for the whole family's safety, for the general's residence to soon welcome a precious son. She cried out aggrievedly, didn't even bother to look at it, and rushed to condemn Shi-er. Could it be that all the love you've shown me before was fake? Mu Bo Yuan immediately opened the talisman. Indeed, the 2 words peace appeared before his eyes. At that moment, he and the old madam froze. IT was grandmother and your father who misunderstood and wrongly blamed you. Good child, don't cry anymore. Once she placed a hand on her chest, blaming herself. It is also Wan Shi's fault. I should have told grandmother and father. She smiled faintly, but I didn't expect there to be a talisman in second sister's courtyard as well. It must be a peace talisman like mine, right? Xue Nu sweated nervously. Could it be? Seeing this, Mu Bo Yuan immediately snatched the remaining. Want to look at it? He glared at her. Xue Nu. Mu Xue Nu trembled. Father, before she could finish her sentence, Mu Bo Yuan slapped her hard across the face. Val daughter, today, I must beat you, this Val daughter, to death. Just then, Wan Shi ran over to block him. Father, don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. What on earth did second sister pray for to make you so furious? She quickly took the paper from inside the talisman and read its contents. Wan Shi was utterly shocked. Good heavens, second sister, how could you curse father to have his family line end and curse grandmother to die an early death? Xue Nu made excuses that I didn't. How could I curse father and grandmother? There must be a mistake somewhere. That talisman isn't mine. Mu Bo Yuan looked at her, furious. This was found in your courtyard. Things have come to this, and you still dare to make excuses. Xue Nu tried hard to explain. It's not true. Suddenly, she understood everything. Xuannu immediately pointed at one. It was her father. It must be Mu Wan Shi who framed me. Her face was resolute. She must have hidden this thing in my courtyard. Wan Shi looked stunned and covered her mouth with her hand. Second sister, what have I ever done to you for you to hate me this much? Xuannu said through gritted teeth, because you deserve to die. During the hairpinning ceremony, you and your useless mother should have just died. Only if you die can my mother become the primary wife. I would be the primary daughter. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. On what grounds were you two unharmed in such a big fire, while the scar on my hand can never disappear? Hearing this, Mu Bo Yuan kicked her squarely and hard. Shut up. Xuannu looked at him in disappointment. Father. Mu Bo Yuan crossed his arms dismissively. Men, tie this vile daughter up and throw her into the river. At this moment, Wan Shi frantically ran over. Father, even if second sister is unfilial, isn't this punishment too severe? Not to mention concubine Su is still pregnant, and it won't be easy to explain to the Duke Cheng's residents. After all, second sister and Prince Song have already exchanged birth cards. Hearing this, Mu Bo Yuan calmed down. He turned away in frustration. Fine, lock her in her courtyard. She is not allowed to leave without my order, and no one is allowed to visit. Yes. As soon as they finished speaking, Xuannu was dragged away. No, don't. She screamed in despair. Father, I was wrong. Don't lock me up. Father. After Xuannu was out of sight, Wan Shi continued to stare blankly after her. Because I didn't know when Mu Xuannu would cause trouble, I had Lung Du Fei give her a drug. A drug that can make people speak their true thoughts when they are agitated. I didn't expect this drug's effect to be so good. A moment later, Wan Shi was leisurely sitting and enjoying her tea. Seeing this, Qingzhu was very confused. Miss, the second miss has schemed against you time and time again. Why did you still speak up for her just now? Wan Shi calmly picked up a pastry. Even if I hadn't spoken, grandmother would have stopped it. After all, to cast out his own daughter. If word of this got out, the reputation of the Prime Minister's mansion would be tarnished. How could grandmother allow that to happen? She said, taking a bite of the pastry. Besides, concubine Su is still pregnant. If she were agitated into a miscarriage, concubine Su's side would be even harder to deal with. Qingzhu curiously brought a hand to her mouth. But miss, isn't the concubine's belly fake? Why don't we just expose her directly? Wan Shi explained with a serious face. If concubine Su dared to fake a pregnancy, she must have a backup plan. We have no proof. The slightest misstep, and she could easily turn the tables on us. She smiled faintly. Besides, her due date is approaching. We'll just wait and see. Just then, Chio'er, who was beside her, suddenly spoke up. That's right, Mississippi. The second Mrs. Period hasn't come for 2 months. Last night, she secretly sent her personal maid out of the mansion to get medicine, which this servant intercepted. I've looked at it. It's abortion medicine. Wan Shi scoffed. Well done. She rested her chin on her hand. Intrigued, this is truly good news. She doesn't want this child, but I want her to keep it. Chio'er, what should be done tomorrow? Chio'er lowered her head. This servant understands. The next day, Wan Shi was reading when she was surprised. What? Consort Su has summoned me to the palace. Donger immediately said, Yes, Mississippi. The eunuch delivering the decree is waiting in the front hall. Hearing this, Chio'er became a little worried. Miss, for Consort Su to suddenly summon you to the palace at this time, it's definitely not for anything good. You absolutely cannot go. Qingzhu added, Chio'er is right. Should we go to the Duke's mansion to ask for help? Wan Shi calmly turned a page in her book. There's no time. The person Consort Su sent will definitely not give us a chance to go ask for help. Donger, did the eunuch say why Consort Su summoned me? Donger rested her chin on her hand, recalling, he didn't say. But summoned to the palace at the same time are Song Ling-er from Prince Song's residence, the granddaughter of the great scholar Qi Yuyin, and Prince Xiaoyang. Wan Shi snapped her book shut. If there are others, then no matter what Consort Su wants to do, she will likely have some reservations. As long as I'm a little more careful, nothing should happen. She instructed cautiously. Donga, you will accompany me to the palace later. I will have you wait outside. If I haven't come out by noon, you are to go immediately to the Duke of Qin's mansion to find my maternal grandfather. Yes, miss. At Ganning Palace, Wan Shi entered with a solemn demeanor. She bowed slightly. This humble servant greets your highness, the consort. Consort Su smiled. Rise. There is no need for such formalities. Hearing this, Wan Shi happily sat down. At the same time, A palace maid brought tea and pastries. Consort Su introduced warmly. Wanshi, this is the Yinshan woofing tea that His Majesty bestowed upon me. It is lightly fragrant with a gentle aftertaste. Have a taste. Wanshi picked up the teacup. Thank you, Your Highness. At that moment, incense smoke was swirling in the room. Consort Su glanced at her probingly. Wanshi, what have you been doing at home recently? Wanshi answered quickly. I've been idle with nothing much to do. Just some embroidery, sewing, and reading, the usual for a lady. Consort Su was surprised. What books are you reading? Tell me. If they're interesting, we might read them too. Wanshi lowered her gaze slightly. Just some poetry. And also, before she could finish her sentence, her head began to feel dizzy. The cup in her hand fell to the ground. Wanshi collapsed right after. Seeing this, Song Linger jumped up in alarm. Wanshi! A moment later, Wanshi had been moved to a bed. A matron pulled back the curtain and stepped out. Seeing this, Consort Su asked, How is it? The female physician bowed her head and said, The drug has begun to take effect, but she did not drink much of the tea. She will likely wake up soon. Consort Su smiled. The person I wish to scheme against. A wretched girl like this thinks she can escape? Last time, it was that useless trash Mushiro who ruined things. This time, she gritted her teeth. Go and invite Prince Song over here at once. Yes. As soon as the words were spoken, the door was slammed shut. On the bed, Wanshi jolted awake, her expression dark. Damn it, I was tricked again. Having been reborn once, I cannot fall here. She removed her hairpin and stabbed her own hand with it. Wanshi gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Consort Su, I will remember this debt. With this thought, she moved step by step towards the window. Without a second thought, Wanshi jumped through it. At the same time, the two palace maids on guard heard the noise and rushed in. One of them shouted in panic, This is bad. She's escaped. Quick, have her captured, or Her Highness will kill us. Wanshi managed a short distance before her strength gave out. She had to cling to a wall for support. Just then, a hand appeared from nowhere and pulled her back, causing Wanshi to be so frightened she didn't dare open her eyes. It's Ji-chun. He whispered softly, Don't make a sound. Wanshi looked at him, her face blushing. She panted heavily. Just then, Song Ingjia's voice came from inside the room. He looked around curiously. Your Highness, where is Mu Wanshi? Consort Su frowned and said, She ran away. Song Ingjia was surprised. What? How can someone under the effects of an aphrodisiac still have the strength to run? Could it be she wasn't affected? Consort Su continued with a stern face. Impossible. She gritted her teeth in anger that I had already lit some incense in the main hall. No matter how guarded she was, as long as she drank a little of the drug tea, she wouldn't have been able to run once the drug took effect. Song Ingjia questioned angrily. Then how could she still run? Consort Su scoffed. We underestimated that wretched girl. We must find her quickly. If she appears in her drugged state in front of someone she shouldn't, everything will be ruined. Song Ingjia lowered his gaze and said, It's too late to search now. He pursed his lips tensely that, if someone else finds out, it would be the same as telling them that you were the one who made a move. The emperor is old now and hates it when his subjects form factions. Mu Wanshi's status is special. I cannot implicate you. Consort Su was surprised. So we're just going to let her off like this? She clenched her fists in anger. That wretched girl's luck is too good. She gets away every time. At the same time, Wanshi outside had heard every single word that I can't let it go like this. I need Mu Wanshi's power, and I also need the power of the Duke of Qin's mansion behind her. Hearing this, Wanshi's face filled with contempt. On the other side, Song Ingjia wrapped his arms around Consort Su. He gently reassured her, Your Highness, rest assured, you are the only one in my heart. I only want to marry her to use her. Consort Su covered her mouth and giggled out. Of course, I know. Their actions were all seen by Wanshi. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Song Ingjia was having an affair with Consort Su. Wanshi scoffed. Truly, their audacity is as high as the heavens. Ji-chun looked at her face in surprise. Mu Wanshi. Hearing that, Wanshi remembered there was someone next to her. Ji-chun, with a serious expression, placed a hand on her forehead. That you're this hot. We can't wait any longer. Let's go. With that, he picked her up and jumped over the wall. A while later, Ji-chun brought Wanshi to a cave. He gently supported her. We're here. Wanshi vaguely opened her eyes. She jumped out of Ji-chun's arms. Let me go. Ji-chun froze. You. At that moment, Wanshi took the hairpin and slashed it across his palm, drawing red blood. Seeing this, Ji-chun gritted his teeth in anger. Wanshi, what is this madness? Wanshi sat, panting heavily. She looked up with a serious face. Your Highness, Prince Rue, please stay away from me. Ji-chun scoffed. What's wrong? Do you think this prince is as despicable and shameless as Song? Ingjia. Wanshi's lips curled into a sneer. One can never be too sure. Her face turned pale. The Duke of Qin's mansion commands a significant army. It's not just Song Ingjia. Even several princes have their eyes on it. Your Highness, Prince Rue, can you dare say you've never been tempted? Ji-chun just gave a cold laugh. Then he slowly advanced towards her. He gently lifted Wanshi's chin. Don't compare this prince with those useless brothers of mine. Whatever this prince wants, I have always relied on my own abilities to get. I'm not yet so useless as to have to rely on a woman. At that moment, the drug's effects grew stronger. The hairpin in Wanshi's hand fell. Seeing this, Ji-chun immediately pushed her aside. Wanshi's breathing became increasingly difficult. Ji-chun observed with a serious expression, the aphrodisiac is potent. If you don't neutralize the poison soon, you won't last much longer. Rest assured, I will not touch you. This prince will not take advantage of someone in peril. Wanshi froze, looking at him with a red face. You! Just then, Wanshi was suddenly struck from behind. Ningqing caught Wanshi by the shoulder. He swiftly supported her. Your Highness. Ji-chun knelt down, looked at Wanshi, and said, little girl, her wariness is still so strong. Take her down to the cold lake and immerse her. Be careful. As he spoke, he reached out and lightly touched her face. Later, Wanshi woke up in the lake. Ji-chun, who was watching over her, asked, you're awake? Are you feeling any better? Wanshi tapped her head. Just then, she suddenly slipped. Wanshi cried out in panic. Seeing this, Ji-chun had no choice but to pull her up. He asked casually, you don't know how to swim? Wanshi clung tightly to his arm and replied, no, I don't. Ji-chun added, the cold water of this lake can neutralize the aphrodisiac, but you must soak for 2 hours. I have already told your maid to return to the Prime Minister's mansion first. Wanshi stammered, I know, thank you. However, Ji-chun's expression suddenly changed. Just to thank you? He held out his bandaged hand. It wasn't easy deciding to do this good deed, only to be injured by some wolf-eyed rabbit. It seems this prince shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. So much. Wanshi stared after him, stunned. She awkwardly bowed her head. Your Highness, Prince Rue, I'm sorry. I meant no harm. Ji-chun scoffed. You think injuring this prince can be settled with just a simple apology? Besides, you even had such filthy thoughts about this prince. Don't think I'm one to take advantage of someone in peril. I have no interest in your small frame anyway. Wanshi thought to herself, if you say so, then why are you still staring at me like that? Seeing her remorseful face, Ji-chun relented. Forget it. This prince is magnanimous and can't be bothered to argue with you. You look so pitiful. Anyone who didn't know better would think this prince was bullying you. Wanshi muttered, but you are. Ji-chun frowned and said, what did you say? Speak up. This prince didn't hear you clearly. Wanshi hastily made an excuse. Nothing. I didn't say anything at all. Your Highness must have misheard. At this, Ji-chun crossed his arms and glared at her. Wanshi could only lower her head. She asked cautiously, but, Your Highness, why did you appear at Ganning Palace? Ji-chun recounted. Today, this prince entered the palace and saw Song Ingjia secretly meeting with a head made of noble consort Su. I grew curious and followed them. Unexpectedly, as soon as I set foot in Ganning Palace, I saw you struggling to jump out of the window. I just saved you in passing. Wanshi was stunned. S.O. That's what happened. Thank you, Your Highness, Prince Rue. She turned away shyly that it's getting late. I should be heading home. Just then, Ji-chun suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder. He said with a serious face, no, you must soak for a full 4 hours to completely purge the drug from your system. Wanshi frowned and replied, I'm already fine. Ji-chun resolutely held her back. No means no. Wanshi hugged herself, but it's so cold here. Ji-chun pressed his lips together. It's supposed to be cold. If it weren't, you'd really have to worry about yourself. Wanshi turned back in surprise and asked, Your Highness, Prince Rue, are you all right? You look so pale. Prince Rue replied, I'm fine. He wearily supported his forehead with his hand. You escaped this situation today, but they won't let you go. In the future, if noble consort Su summons you, avoid it if you can. If you can't, go find the Empress. I think the Empress would be very happy to have someone help her deal royal with noble consort Su. Hearing this, Wan Shi fell silent. After a moment of reflection, she spoke cautiously. Your Highness, Prince Ray, have you ever thought about that position? Ji Chun froze. He answered frankly, never. This prince does not want to become a heartless and ungrateful man, indifferent to the lives of those he loves. Wan Shi was surprised that he's never had this thought. Your Highness, Prince Rue, be careful of the fourth prince. Ji Chun asked, confused why. Wan Shi turned her face away and said, if you trust me, don't ask anymore. Just be on guard against the fourth prince. Ji Chun replied, this prince understands. The time is about up. This prince will have someone take you home. All right. A while later, Ji Chun was still soaking in the water. He stood up and got out, water dripping from his body. Ji Chun leaned dizzily against the wall. He struggled to raise a hand to his head. Ning Qing walked over worriedly, Master. He hurriedly supported Ji Chun. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling very unwell? Ji Chun said, I'm fine. Has she been sent off? Ning Qing, sweating, replied, this subordinate had Wu personally escort Miss Mu back to the Prime Minister's estate. He looked at Ji Chun in a panic. Master, you have the cold poison in your body. You cannot soak in cold water. Why did you? Ji Chun grimaced and cut him off. Ning Qing, you don't understand. Hearing this, Ning Qing was utterly stunned. Master, don't tell me you've fallen for Miss Mu. Ji Chun gave a faint smile. The Rue Manor has been lonely for too long. Adding a mistress doesn't seem like a bad idea. Ning Qing looked at him, puzzled. But will Miss Mu agree? Her status is special. If you really want to marry her, the days ahead will be filled with no small amount of trouble. Ji Chun winked confidently. Does this prince look like someone who's afraid of trouble? Ning Qing sighed. This subordinate understands. The next day, at the prince's manor, Ji Chun was soaking in a hot tub. He closed his eyes tightly, sensing his body, when suddenly Elder Yao came over, nagging, you rotten brat, causing more trouble for me again. Don't you have any regard for your own health? Ji Chun replied wearily, Elder Yao, I've troubled you. This prince wants to continue living. Elder Yao then opened his needle case, carefully picking one up. You act so recklessly and still want to live? Dreaming is more realistic. As he finished speaking, he stuck a golden needle into his head. Ji Chun gritted his teeth in pain. Elder Yao, be gentle. Elder Yao said angrily, gentle? What gentle? If I'm gentle, you won't remember the lesson for long. Ji Chun smirked, damn old man. Hearing that, Elder Yao suddenly burst out laughing. What about it? If you have the guts, jump up and hit me. Elsewhere, Wan Shi was sitting and playing chess. Just then, Dong Ke came in with a message. Miss, the young master sent word that the madam is about to give birth. Should we send more people over? Wan Shi thought to herself, mother's due date is in the next day or two. Concubine, Su will definitely try something then. I must make them too busy to pay attention to mother. Thinking of this, she asked, has Mu Shui Ro been behaving herself these past few days? Donger frowned and replied, the second miss has been waiting quietly in her room. She hasn't caused a fuss, nor has she sent a maid to secretly buy abortion medicine again. Wan Shi deduced, it seems she wants to keep the child after all. That makes sense. That child is probably her only hope for a comeback. She waved her hand and ordered, secretly leak the information about Mu Shui Ro's pregnancy to grandmother and father. Wan Shi gave a wicked smile. Why dear second sister is pregnant and locked up? As her older sister, I must naturally lend her a hand. That evening, Wan Shi entered the study. Father, Mu Buiyun was surprised. Why have you come here? Wan Shi gently placed some food on the table. That I was worried you were working too hard. She slowly opened the food box. Wan Shi smiled. The kitchen just happened to make some chestnut cakes, so I brought some for you, father. Mu Buiyun picked up a cake. How thoughtful of you. Wan Shi walked over and subtly reminded him, Father, mother's delivery day is very near. She expressed her worries. We only have Dr. Zhao in the estate. He also has to look after concubine Su's pregnancy. I'm afraid he won't be able to manage. Wan Shi gently massaged his shoulders. She suggested, so, your daughter would like to invite Dr. Qin to stay at the estate for a few days to avoid any emergencies. Mu Buiyun hesitated this. He frowned slightly. All right, have someone invite Dr. Qin to stay at the estate for a while. Wan Shi's joy was visible on her face. Thank you, father. She added hesitantly, there's one more thing. Although second sister made a huge mistake, she has been locked up for so long. I'm sure she knows her mistake by now. How about you let her out, father? Mu Buiyun sharply refused. No, if I let that disaster out, who knows what harmful ideas she'll come up with next. Wan Shi sighed. Then at the very least, could you let concubine Su visit second sister? She recounted, Your daughter heard from the servants that concubine Sue has been standing outside second sister's courtyard every day these past few days. The concubine is also heavily pregnant. Hearing this, Mu Buiyuan reluctantly agreed. All right, he waved his hand and ordered someone, let concubine Sue see the second Mississippi. Wanchi added cheerfully, that's wonderful. Concubine Sue will surely be very happy. Mu Buiyuan suddenly asked seriously, Wanchi, the current situation is complex. I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the princes? Wanchi froze. The first prince is generous and approachable. His mother is virtuous consort Rong, and he has the Rong family's backing, making him the wealthiest among the princes. His Highness the Crown Prince is the legitimate son. His claim to the throne is rightful and proper, and his status is noble. He has Imperial Uncle Chen's support from behind and the Empress's protection, making his power formidable. As for the third prince, His Highness Prince Ray, Mu Buiyuan interrupted. The third prince is not favored by the emperor. He was made a prince and moved out of the imperial palace early on, so he lost the qualification to contend for the throne long ago. Wanchi shook her head. Your daughter's thoughts are different. She asked with a serious face. Father, besides the Qin family, who else can command the battlefield now? Mu Buiyuan froze. Wanchi was pensive. She suddenly thought of Ji Chun's appearance on the battlefield. Mu Buiyuan said thoughtfully, then what do you think of the fourth prince? Wanchi smiled. The fourth prince's mother is virtuous consort Zhao. His maternal grandmother was an old general of the battlefield, and he himself is bright and cheerful. He has the emperor's favor, and many court officials support him. Hearing this, Mu Buiyuan laughed. It seems Wanchi thinks highly of the fourth prince. That's right, the fourth prince is not a bad person, skilled in both literary and martial arts. He is not inferior to the crown prince. Wanchi thought to herself, it seems father has already sided with the fourth prince. But I will absolutely not allow that treacherous and vicious villain to sit on the throne. Thinking this, she continued, the fifth prince's birth mother is consort Shu, but he is favored by the emperor and has a good relationship with Prince Ray. He cannot be underestimated. Mu Buiyuan nodded. Yes, consort Shu was originally just a beauty, but by giving birth to the fifth prince, she became a third-rank consort in one step. The mother's status is elevated by the son. Wanchi, I want you to... Before he could finish, the steward rushed in frantically. Prime Minister, something has happened. The second miss is hemorrhaging. Dr. Zhao can't stop the bleeding. Concubine Sue wants to summon an imperial physician. Wanchi immediately said, do not summon an imperial physician. Wanchi flatly refused. Once an imperial physician is summoned, the matter of second sister being pregnant before marriageable age can no longer be hidden. She suggested, how about I ask Dr. Qin to take a look first? Mu Buiyuan sighed, that. If she really doesn't make it, then that is her fate. No one else can be blamed. Wanchi then went outside. She looked up at the sky and smirked. Dear second sister, you must hold on. You still haven't fully repaid the debt you owe me from our past life. The next morning, Donker came to report, Miss, after night of treatment by Dr. Qin, the second miss has stopped bleeding. Her life was saved, but because her pregnancy was too early and she overdosed on safflower for the abortion, her foundation has been damaged. It's feared she will never be able to conceive again. Yuanchi asked indifferently, what was concubine Sue's reaction? Donger frowned and replied, concubine Sue couldn't handle the blow. After she fainted, Mamugwa took her back to her courtyard. The second miss is still unconscious. She doesn't even know yet that she can no longer bear children. Qingzhu, who was beside her, added, Miss, with this happening to the second miss, concubine Sue will definitely be in no mood to plot against the madam anymore. The madam can now await the birth in peace. Yuanchi shook her head, not necessarily. She rested her chin on her hand and speculated, something has happened to Mu Shui-ro, and she isn't even really pregnant. She'll be even more unwilling to let mother give birth to a younger brother. She might resort to desperate measures. Yuanchi suddenly asked, is Lung Du Fei back yet? Donger replied, young Master Lung returned last night. He found out that concubine Sue had someone secretly buy a baby from outside and is hiding it in the bamboo garden within the general's mansion. Yuanchi sneered, the bamboo garden? She sure knows how to hide things. Her expression turned serious as she picked up her teacup. Are the midwife and Dr. Qin all arranged? Everything is arranged. There will be absolutely no mistakes, miss. please rest assured. Hearing this, Yuanqi slammed her teacup down on the table. Good. She resolved internally. In this life, I must let mother give birth safely. Late at night, Yuanqi was still reading. Just then, Qingzhu ran in to report. Miss, the madam is about to give birth. Yuanqi shot up in alarm. What? She hurried out. Donger, Chioer, follow my previous arrangements. Qingzhu, come with me to the main courtyard. The three of them paused and looked at Yuanqi. At the main courtyard, the madam's screams echoed endlessly. Push, madam. You're almost there. Outside, Yuanqi watched the servants hurrying about. She was shocked to see a basin of blood-red water. Yuanqi was extremely worried, and her face instantly turned pale. Just then, the mother of the third Miss, Mu Shuijin, concubine Xiao, walked over. She asked with false concern, why do the madam's screams sound so tragic? It's not a difficult birth, is it? Yuanqi glared at her. If you can't say anything nice, then shut your mouth. She asked warily, what are you doing here, concubine? Concubine Xiao covered her mouth with a fan. The madam is giving birth. With such a great, joyous occasion, of course I had to come and see. She chuckled softly. The eldest miss can't conveniently enter the delivery room. So how about I go in on your behalf to see how the madam is doing? Hearing this, Yuanqi snapped and stopped her. Stop right there, concubine Xiao. In the general's mansion, I advise you to be more careful with every step you take. Did you think I don't know about the shady things you and concubine Su have been doing in secret? Concubine Xiao turned back and said, what are you talking about, eldest miss? I don't understand. Yuanqi glared at her. It doesn't matter what benefits concubine Su promised you, nor does it matter whether my mother gives birth to a younger brother or not. Hearing this, concubine Xiao's face showed her fear. At the same time, Yuanqi advanced on her menacingly. Concubine Xiao was immediately intimidated. Yuanqi shouted angrily, get out. Concubine Xiao cowered in fear, then fled in a panic. Just then, the cry of a baby was heard. The midwife came out joyfully, holding the baby. Eldest miss, the madam has given birth. It's a young master. Mother and son are both safe and sound. Yuanqi looked over happily. That's wonderful. Qingzhu, go quickly to the upper courtyard and report the good news to grandmother. Yes. Looking at her adorable younger brother, Yuanqi couldn't help but reach out and play with him. Just then, Donger ran over, out of breath. Mississippi. She reported with a serious face. Concubine Su has made her move. She just took the drugged white fungus soup to find the general. The general must have been affected by the drug by now. Yuanqi sneered, is that so? She glanced over and instructed, Mama Lin, take good care of mother and my younger brother. Donger, come with me to find father. With that, she turned and left. Concubine Su, the opportunity one created for you has arrived. Don't disappoint me. A moment later, as Yuanqi was about to step inside, a servant blocked her way. Eldest miss, the general is tired and resting. Concubine Su has given instructions that no one is to disturb him. Yuanqi glared at her. Insolent. You dare stop me? I wasn't aware that a mere concubine was running this general's mansion. She ordered furiously, Dong. Hearing this, Donger immediately understood. She kicked the servant straight to one side. At the same time, Yuanqi opened the door and stepped inside. She saw Mu Bo Yuan slumped over the table. Yuanqi looked over angrily. Mother just went through hell and back, yet he's sleeping so soundly. With that, she strode over and hauled him up by the collar. Yuanqi propped her hands on her hips. Just then, Mu Bo Yuan woke up. Yuanqi, why are you here? He wondered, why does my face hurt so much? Yuanqi feigned concern. Did you perhaps hit your head on the table while you were sleeping? Father? She looked at him with a pitying gaze. Yuanqi happily announced the news that's right, father. I came to bring you good news. Mother has just given you a son. Hearing this, Mu Bo Yuan was overjoyed. Really? He burst out laughing with delight. Excellent. This general finally have a son. Let's go see your younger brother. Yuanqi didn't look very happy. She walked listlessly behind Mu Bo Yuan, unable to contain her curiosity. Yuanqi asked, Father, why were you sleeping in the study? She recounted, just now, concubine Su even instructed the servants to guard the door and not let me in, saying you were too tired and resting. No matter how tired you are, father, you must take care of your health. Be careful not to catch a cold. Mu Bo Yuan froze. You're saying concubine Su instructed the servants to stop you from coming in? Yuan-Shi replied yes. Mubo Yuan fell into deep thought. I remember earlier when I heard Qin Yu was about to give birth. I was preparing to go see, but as soon as I stepped out the door, I ran into Su Ping bringing me white fungus soup. I only had one sip. How could I have fallen asleep? Seeing his dazed expression, Yuan-Shi smiled with satisfaction. Elsewhere, Su Ping approached to investigate. Seeing the baby was safe and sound, she smiled slyly. Oh, this is the young master. Realizing her intention, the mama wanted to run over and stop her. Concubine Su, what are you trying to do? Su Ping forcefully pinched the baby's cheek. What a beautiful child. At that moment, her face revealed a viciousness. What a pity it's a son. If it were a daughter, she might have been able to grow up safely. Hearing this, the mama was furious. Concubine Su, how dare you? That is the general's only son, the legitimate heir. Su Ping sneered. Legitimate heir? The general's son must, of course, be born by me. When I become the madam, my son will be the legitimate heir. As for this little bastard, when the general wakes up, he will only know that the madam gave him a stillborn child. And the madam, knowing she has failed the general, will die from a postpartum hemorrhage out of heartbreak and despair. The mama gritted her teeth. The eldest miss has already gone to find the general. The general will not believe you. On the other side, Su Ping calmly picked up the baby. She laughed coldly. Then Mu Yuan-Shi must first be able to meet the general. With that, her gaze turned terrifying cry. In a little while, you won't be able to cry anymore. Su Ping placed her hand on the baby's neck. This fragile neck could be broken with just a little force. The mama was horrified. Just then, the sound of the door being broken down was heard, and Mubo Yuan stormed in. Su Ping, startled, let go. Seeing this, Yuan-Shi was utterly shocked. She quickly lunged forward to catch the baby. Watching this scene, the mama's heart leaped in her throat. She ran over worriedly. Eldest miss, are you all right? Yuan-Shi looked at the baby anxiously. I'm fine. The baby is fine too. On the other side, Mubo Yuan glared at Su Ping. You venomous woman. Su Ping tried to defend herself. General, you've misunderstood. She forced a smile. I only heard that older sister had given birth. I wanted to come see the young master and share in the joy. That's all. Mubo Yuan was no longer blinded by her words. You still dare to make excuses? At the same time, old Madame Mu walked. Bo Yuan, divorce her. Our general's mansion cannot harbor such a venomous woman. Su Ping was horrified. What is happening? Why is the old madam here? I clearly bribed someone to drug the old madam's food. And the general, didn't he drink the white fungus soup I drugged with a sleeping potion? How could he have woken up so quickly? Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth, then cleverly dropped to her knees. My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts so much. General, I'm about to give birth. Old Madame Mu said calmly. Let her give birth. After she delivers the child, throw her out of the general's mansion. Just then, Mubo Yuan frantically picked up Su Ping and left. Yuan-Shi glared as she watched them go. Seeing this, Yu called out to her softly. Sheer. Yuan-Shi quickly walked over to her. Mother, in order to expose Su Ping's true colors in front of father and grandmother, I've made you unable to rest properly right after giving birth. Yu frowned and replied, I'm fine. Mother just feels for you. It's me who is useless, unable to help you with anything. Yuan-Shi continued, Mother, don't say that. The most important thing now is to take good care of yourself. She looked happily at her younger brother. Raise my younger brother to be big and strong. I will take care of everything else. Yuan-Shi continued happily. All right, Mother, you should rest and get well. I must go see what kind of thing concubine Su can give birth to. Choer, return this child safely to its mother's arms. Also, give that person 100 taels of silver. Choer replied, Yes, Mississippi. Elsewhere, Mubo Yuan stood outside listening to Su Ping's screams. He paced back and forth anxiously. Why hasn't she given birth after so long? Just then, Yuan-Shi walked over. Father, don't be impatient. Giving birth isn't that fast. It took Mother a long time to give birth to my younger brother. She sneered internally. Concubine Su isn't even pregnant. What could she possibly give birth to? I wonder what expression my dear father will have when he finds out his beloved wife isn't pregnant at all. At the same time, Mama Guo was sneaking around. Just then, Donger suddenly appeared and blocked her. Mama Guo, where are you going? Mama Guo was startled. Why are you here? What do you want? Donger smiled. Nothing at all. It's just that my miss would like to invite Mama Guo to... Let's go have some tea. Nanny was said in fear. No, I'm not going anywhere. Donger glared. That's not for Nanny Guo to decide. At the fragrant orchid courtyard, Su Ping sat uneasily on the bed. She asked her maid anxiously, "What's going on? A whole night has passed. Why isn't Nanigua back yet? What on earth happened?" The maid beside her comforted her. "Concubine, don't worry. This servant has already sent someone to look for Nanigua. I'm sure she will be back soon." The steward added, "That's right, concubine. You absolutely must not be anxious. We have arranged everything perfectly. There will be no mishaps." Su Ping broke out in a cold sweat, but the general is right outside the door. She hugged herself in fear. It's almost dawn now. If Nanigua still doesn't return with the child, the general will lose his patience and barge in. Then I'll be done for. Just then, Mu Basian kicked the door open and stormed in. He glared at Su Ping. Seeing this, the two servants were utterly stunned. "The general," Mu Basian asked with a cold face. "Where is the child?" At that moment, her whole body trembled. The child was taken away by Nanigua. Basian was suspicious. This general has been guarding outside the entire time. "I didn't see Nanigua leave at all." He angrily yelled in her face, "Su Ping, speak. What on earth is going on?" Su Ping was terrified. She quickly thought of a plan and burst into tears. "General, the child is gone." Mu Basian froze. "Gone?" Su Ping turned away sorrowfully. "The child was stillborn. I was afraid you would be heartbroken to see it, so I told Nanigua to secretly take it out to be dealt with." Su Ping stammered, "General, our child was ill-fated and could not survive." Mu Basian frowned slightly. "Yes, that's so." He thought to himself, "Could it be that I misheard and misunderstood?" With this thought, he immediately hugged her to comfort her. "Ping, don't cry anymore. We can still have another." Just then, Nanigua walked in holding a baby. "Concubine, the child. I found the child." Hearing this, the two of them froze. Su Ping broke out in a terrified sweat. Only then did Nanigua realize her slip of the tongue. "The general." She immediately hugged the child and tried to run. Mu Basian hurriedly stopped her. "Stop right there," he glared and shouted. "Men, seize her for me." As Nanigua was running, she suddenly tripped and fell. She fell flat on the floor. Nanigua scrambled backward in fear. "Don't seize me. Please don't seize me. Spare my life, General. This has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders." "Concubine Su, save me." Mu Basian questioned with a stern face. "Speak. What is this all about?" The nanny stammered. "It was Concubine Su who sent me out to find a baby, saying it was to be used when she was about to give birth." Su Ping cut her off. "Shut up." She agitatedly lunged forward and grabbed her by the collar. "You wretched, lying servant. How dare you slander me?" Seeing this, Mu Basian pushed her away. Su Ping, what do you think you're doing? Su Ping fell to the ground. Ouch. Mu Basian clenched his fists in anger. "Speak. Did you intend to find a random newborn to pass off as this general's child?" Su Ping replied awkwardly, "General, I didn't." "Don't listen to this lying servant's nonsense." Just then, Wan Shi suddenly appeared. "Father, whatever it is, let's talk it over slowly. Don't be angry. After all, the concubine has just given birth." She continued innocently. "She's still very weak." Hearing this only made Mu Basian angrier. He violently kicked a nearby servant. "You, speak up. Was she actually pregnant or not? If you don't speak clearly, this general will have your entire family killed." The servant stammered in fear. "This," Wan Shi sneered. "Father, how about we invite Dr. Qin over to perform an examination?" "That's right. A while ago, Concubine Wang was gravely ill. Dr. Zhao prescribed some medicine, and it nearly cost Concubine Wang her life." She rested her chin on her hand and continued. "After that, I invited Dr. Qin to examine Concubine Wang. It was then discovered that she had been poisoned with an infertility drug." Su Ping retorted sharply, "What does her being poisoned with an infertility drug have to do with me? Don't you dare slander me." She burst into sobs. "General, the eldest young Mrs. Hatred for me is not a recent thing. You absolutely must not listen to her one-sided story." Wan Shi calmly replied, "I never said the concubine was the one who administered the infertility drug. The concubine's reaction makes it seem like she has a guilty conscience." Though Mu Basian was stunned. He raised his hand and ordered, "Summon Dr. Qin here at once." A while later, Mu Basian and Wan Shi stood outside waiting for the results. Just then, the doctor walked out of the room. Seeing him, Mu Basian asked urgently, "How is it?" The doctor shook his head slightly, replying to the general, "This concubine's body was damaged during childbirth 10 years ago, making her unable to conceive again." Mu Basian was stunned, but she became pregnant again. "How is that possible?" The doctor frowned. "I have just examined the concubine's body and found that she was not pregnant at all. She merely took a secret concoction to exhibit the outward signs of pregnancy. However, this concoction action is extremely harmful to the mother's body. But since this concubine was already unable to give birth, taking it didn't matter. Hearing this, Mu Basioen clenched his fists. He suddenly burst out laughing. Well done, Su Ping. With that, he stormed aggressively into the room, grabbed Su Ping by the hair, and dragged her outside. Seeing this, Su Ping screamed in terror. General, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. General, once you gave an order, men, tie up Dr. Zhao. Also, invite grandmother and all the concubines to the ancestral hall. Yes, eldest young Mississippi. Wanshi looked at her with satisfaction. Later, Su Ping knelt before the ancestral hall. Mu Basioen and old Madame Mu glared at her. The young misses and concubines were also present. Concubine Wang asked sarcastically, General, what is the matter? Didn't concubine Su just give birth? I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Mu Basioen angrily retorted, as if she could give birth. Concubine Wang was surprised. What do you mean by that? Sister Su's belly was so big. How could she not give birth? She frowned. Could it be that the baby was stillborn? Hearing this, Su Ping angrily shouted, Wang Jin, shut your mouth. Mu Basioen gave her a hard kick. You're the one who should shut up. He pointed at her and said, a woman with a heart as vicious as a wolf's like you. Today, this general will use family law to deal with a wicked woman like you. Su Ping was horrified. General, don't. She kowtowed and begged. For the sake of our more than 10 years of marriage, please spare me. A single day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. We have been husband and wife for so many years. Wanshi chuckled softly. Concubine Su, my mother and my father are the actual husband and wife. You're just a concubine. Hearing this, Su Ping was furious. Mu Wanshi. Wanshi sneered. Concubine, shouting at the legitimate daughter is a case of a subordinate offending a superior. Just then, a servant came forward to report, General, Nanigua has been captured. Mu Basioen looked out. As soon as Nanigua entered, she immediately knelt. General, please spare the concubine's life. It was all my doing. Her eyes welled with tears that it was I who saw that the concubine always wanted a son, so I secretly gave her the fake pregnancy medicine. I also bought a newborn from outside to pass off as the concubine's child. The concubine knew nothing about it. General, the concubine is innocent. Hearing this, Su Ping was very surprised, but she calmly played along that that's right, General. I am innocent. I am truly innocent. I really didn't know anything. Once she pressed her lips together, Nanigua is truly loyal to concubine Su. But for a matter this big, her word alone doesn't count. She glanced at Mu Basioen and suggested, Father, why don't we also summon Dr. Zhao and concubine Su's 2 personal maids for questioning? But before that, Wanshi glared and pointed that I accuse concubine Su of having a vicious heart, plotting against the main wife and the legitimate son, abusing her power to harm grandmother with incompatible foods, and using Dr. Zhao to administer infertility drugs to the concubines in the manor, plotting against the descendants of the general's manor. Su Ping was stunned, and everyone else was horrified. What? Hearing this, the grandmother threw the teacup in her hand, causing a shard to hit Su Ping's eye. Vicious woman. Truly a vicious woman. You even dared to harm me. Su Ping hurriedly tried to defend herself. General, old madam, I've been wronged. I didn't do those things. The eldest young miss is framing me. Once she continued with a stern face, if father doesn't believe me, you can go and ask Dr. Zhao. This physician of our general's manor has done quite a few things for concubine Su. She then took a list from her sleeve. Grandmother, this is a partial list. Wanshi respectfully handed it to her. On it were written several incompatible foods and the consequences of eating them. She stood aside, sorrowfully. I also happened to discover that there were several incompatible foods in grandmother's meals, so I had someone find this list. After reading it, the grandmother asked, Wanshi, where did this come from? Wanshi frowned and said, it came from the palace. Hearing this, Mu Basioen grabbed Su Ping by her clothes. Su Ping, what else do you have to say for yourself? Su Ping trembled in fear. General, I didn't do those things. You have to believe me. Mu Basioen was furious. Things have come to this, and you still won't admit it. Men, drag this bitch out and give her a heavy beating for me. Beat her to death. Su Ping sneered. General, Wanshi said in alarm, "Father, you can't. Concubine Sue's death would be no loss, but there's still second sister. Next year, second sister will be coming of age. After her coming-of-age ceremony, she is to be married into Prince Song's manor. If concubine Sue is no longer alive, second sister will have to observe a 3-year mourning period." The old madam added, "Wanchi has a point. The death penalty can be waived, but she cannot escape punishment." She frowned. "Basian, have someone break her legs." Hearing this, moved Basian had no choice but to comply. "I will obey, mother." "Drag her down." With that, Su Ping was dragged away, and she reached out a desperate hand toward him. Mu Basian went to support old Madam Mu. "Mother, let your son help you back. Let's not be tainted by this bad luck." The old madam replied with a stern face, "Very well." Elsewhere, Ji Shun sat on the roof tiles, watching the entire event. This general's manor truly has one good show after another. Later, Wanchi returned to her room and collapsed on her bed. "I'm dead tired, but I suppose the matter is finally resolved. After tonight, concubine Sue probably won't be able to stir up any more trouble. Mother also safely gave birth to a younger brother. Everything is different from my past life." Just then, Thursday Ni came over with some food. "Young miss, you've been running around all night without eating anything. Have some snacks to fill your stomach first. I have already instructed the small kitchen to prepare some food." Seeing this, He immediately stood up. "Are mother and younger brother all right?" Thursday Ni smiled and replied, "Young miss, rest assured. Madam and the young master are both healthy. With Nanny Lin looking after them, there won't be any problems." He leisurely sat down to eat the pastries. "That's good." Tan Truck, who was beside her, spoke up, "Young miss, today is truly a day of great joy. Concubine Sue broke her leg and lost the general's favor. She won't be able to act tyrannically in the general's residence anymore." Thursday Ni added worriedly, "But second young sister and Prince Song still have a marriage contract. I wonder if concubine Sue will have a chance to turn things around." He casually brushed the crumbs off her hands. "She won't." She looked at the snacks on the table with a serious expression. In this life, Tong On Kiet has not yet developed deep feelings for Mok Tuet Nu. Having lost face in public, he is already dissatisfied with this marriage contract. How could he become a pillar of support for Mok Tuet Nu and her mother like in the previous life? Just then, Dong-ni called out in a panic, "Young miss." She continued, sweating. "When I returned, I saw the steward welcoming Prince Song into the residence." He was surprised. "Tong On Kiet? What's he doing here?" Dong-ni replied, "Prince Song brought an imperial physician with him. He said he heard that the second young miss had fallen ill, so he came to diagnose and treat her." He was surprised. He even brought an imperial physician. She pointed towards the door. Father certainly couldn't stop him from visiting Mok Tuet Nu. If the imperial physician diagnoses that Mok Tuet Nu can no longer bear children, the residents of Prince Regent Song will not want her as the princess consort. "Dong-ni, go find Lan Du Fai. Tell him to help keep an eye on Prince Regent Song and report any news to me immediately." Dong-ni was startled. "Yes, young Mississippi." With that, she ran off as fast as she could. The next day, in the front hall of the general's residence, the general was sitting with Prince Regent Song. "That I wonder what brings your highness to my residence today." Prince Regent Song smiled and replied, "I came here today for 2 reasons. First, to offer my congratulations. I heard that Prime Minister Mu has a legitimate son. Don't forget to invite me for a celebratory drink during the 3-day bath ceremony." Celebratory drink. Mok Bavine stroked his beard and laughed. "Of course. How could I forget your highness, Prince Regent Song? Speaking of which, my daughter Nu Ni will marry Prince Song after her coming-of-age ceremony. By then, we will be in-laws." Prince Regent Song paused. "The second matter is to relay a message for someone else." Mok Bavine pointed a finger upwards. "Did I at that person?" Prince Regent Song replied, "Correct. That person's intention is for my son On Kiet to marry the eldest young miss of the general's residence, Mok Yuyan-hee. His Highness needs the support of the residents of Duke Chin." Hearing this, Mok Bavine was put in a very difficult position. He thought to himself, Mok Yuyan-hee is the legitimate daughter. With the entire residence of Duke Chin behind her, she would be useful even if married to a prince. But right now, just then, Prince Regent Song glanced at him and asked, "Prime Minister, His Highness dislikes those who play both sides." Could it be that my Aunt Kiet is not worthy of your daughter? You? Makbavine felt a pang of guilt. Of course not. It's just that the prince and my daughter, Nuni, have a marriage contract. Yi and he is the legitimate young miss of the residence. How could she be someone's concubine? Prince Regent Song chuckled softly, not as a concubine, but as the princess consort. As for your other daughter, Prime Minister Mu, do you really want my son to marry a woman who cannot bear children as his primary wife? Makbavine was stunned. But, Your Highness, this matter also requires the consent of the residents of Duke Qin. Hearing this, Prince Regent Song angrily slammed the table that a daughter's marriage is decided by her parents. The residence of Duke Qin is her maternal family. What right do they have to decide? He turned away in annoyance. After the young master's 3-day bath ceremony, I will have people deliver the betrothal gifts to your door. General, this is an order from His Highness. Makbavine angrily clenched his fists. He pushed over a vase, which shattered with a crash. When Yi and he heard about this, she was furious. Damn it, Lan Dufai asked, what do you plan to do? Think of a way quickly. I don't think that good father of yours can refuse Prince Regent Song. Yi and he glared, deep in thought. She frowned and looked at him. Brother Lan, I need your help. Lan Dufai put a hand to his head and replied, Speak. What do you want me to do? Yi and he gritted her teeth that I want you to swap all the betrothal gifts from the residence of Prince Regent Song with cheap, worthless trinkets. Lan Dufai smiled at a small matter. I'll go right away. With that, he turned to leave. Then his steps suddenly halted. Dufai asked seriously, by the way, Yi and he, have you thought about the future? Yi and he froze. The future? Dufai frowned. Even if you can stop the marriage with the residents of Prince Regent Song this time, there will still be others. Your status dictates that you cannot escape this. Vortex. Yi and he fell silent. If I could, I would wish to never marry in this life. Lan Dufai said, but you know very well that this is nearly impossible. Actually, you could consider cooperating with Prince Rue. Of course, cooperating with Prince Rue is like asking a tiger for its skin. With your limited abilities, wouldn't you be eaten alive until nothing is left? Yi and he replied, that's not necessarily true. Lan Dufai turned away. But compared to the other princes, Prince Rue is still more trustworthy. Think it over carefully for yourself. Yi and he then sat in deep thought. Elsewhere, Prince Rue had received the news that you're saying the residence of Prince Regent Song wants Tong on Kiet to marry Mok Yi and he? Nintan replied, yes. Although Prime Minister Mu was unwilling, he has already agreed. Prince Rue sneered. The residence of Prince Regent Song still can't let go of its wicked ambitions, can it? Nintan, how is a collection of evidence of the Song family's crimes that I asked you to investigate? Nintan replied, Your Highness, your subordinate has indeed collected quite a bit of evidence of Prince Regent Song's corruption and bribery, but this evidence is not enough to cripple the residence of Prince Regent Song. At most, he will only be fined by the Emperor. Poi, Prince Rue said, the Emperor has long wanted to reclaim their military power. Tell me, if I were to give him an opportunity to reclaim the military power of the residence of Prince Regent Song, would he be grateful to me? Nintan paused. Your Highness's meaning is? The residence of Prince Regent Song wants to marry Mok Yi and he, so ordinary betrothal gifts won't do. I recall that 3 years ago, a batch of tributes was lost from the national treasury. Nintan continued, but Your Highness, that batch of tributes is still missing to this day. Prince Rue looked at him with a confident expression that we don't know, but someone definitely does. Nintan tilted his head in confusion. Who? Prince Rue smiled. Lan Dufai. At the same time, Lan Dufai, who was outside, choked on his water. Who's thinking of me? At the entrance of Muyan Hall, people came to congratulate General Mu. Congratulations to General Mu on the birth of his son. Makbavine beamed. Thank you. Elsewhere, a nanny was holding the young master, looking at the adorable child sleeping soundly. The people around were all very happy. He will be very handsome when he grows up. That's right, that's right. And look at this little hand. It looks so strong. Yi and he sat to one side, observing them. General Mu's young son will surely have a boundless future. Yi and he thought to herself, today is my younger brother's 3-day bath ceremony. The residence of Prince Regent Song will probably deliver the betrothal gift soon. I wonder if Lan Dufai has sabotaged the gifts. Yet, suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder. Tan Yin appeared from behind. Hini, what are you thinking about? I called you several times just now, but you didn't answer. Mak Yuyin, he replied. It's nothing. I'm just so happy. Now that I have a younger brother, mother and I will have backing in the Mu family. Hearing this, Tan Yuyin seriously tapped her on the head. If grandfather and grandmother heard you say that, they would definitely not be happy. He smiled. Even without your younger brother, the residence of Duke Qin is still the backing for you and your mother. At this point, he glanced towards the child, but Aunt now has a son, and he is the only legitimate son of the Prime Minister's residence. She can live more freely from now on. By the way, has the child been named yet? Yuyin-he's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. His name is Mok Lam Du. Tan Yuyin chuckled. That's a good name. Yuyin-he suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Cousin, I heard that you and elder sister Chi have set a date for your wedding. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tan Yuyin smiled. Yes. It's set for the 5th month of next year. Yuyin-he's eyes widened with excitement. Elder sister Chi is a very good lady. The two of you will definitely be happy. Tan Yuyin looked away shyly. I hope so. What kind of husband does he want to find in the future? Yuyin-he froze. She pondered with a somber face. One lifetime, one world, one couple. 3 days later, the residents of Prince Regent Song delivered the betrothal gifts. People in the city were discussing it, as expected of the residents of Prince Regent Song, to make such a grand display, even for betrothal gifts. A full 68 chests of gifts. Of course, it's Prince Song getting married after all, and the one he's marrying is the legitimate young miss of the Prime Minister's residence. I heard that the one Prince Song was originally engaged to was the second young Mississippi. Why is it the eldest young miss now? It seems it's because the second young miss's health is too weak for childbirth, so they switched to the eldest young Mississippi. Elsewhere, the Crown Prince stood on a balcony with Prince Rue. Neither of them looked pleased. The Crown Prince frowned and spoke first. I really didn't expect that the first one to make a move would be Prince Regent Song. He looked down thoughtfully. On the surface, Prince Regent Song is loyal to Father Emperor. If Tong on Kiet marries Maki and he, not only will Father Emperor not be suspicious, he will even breathe a sigh of relief. Prince Rue calmly continued. There will come a time when everything is exposed. He said with a serious face, once Tong on Kiet marries Maki and he, Prince Regent Song's ambition will no longer be hidden. The Crown Prince frowned worriedly. Even if Prince Regent Song wants the support of the residents of Duke Qin, it still depends on whether Duke Qin agrees or not. Prince Rue replied, it would be one thing if it were just Prince Regent Song's wishful thinking, but I'm afraid Prime Minister Mu has also agreed. Hearing this, the Crown Prince clenched his fists. His face darkened. You mean Prime Minister Mu is on the same side as Prince Song? Third brother, do you have a plan? Prince Rue asked nonchalantly. Your Highness must be joking. What plan could this prince possibly have? He pointed to the nearby betrothal gifts. But this prince is very curious about the Song family's betrothal gifts. The son of a prince with a different surname is taking a wife. Yet there are 68 chests of betrothal gifts. The wealthy are truly generous. The Crown Prince pressed his lips together. Indeed. Even for marrying the Crown Princess, there were only 98 chests of betrothal gifts. Yet the Prince Song Manor has 68. At the same time, Prince Rue recalled, after the 3-day bathing ceremony for the Prime Minister's legitimate child, Anwu had relayed Mu Wanqi's words to me. Such audacity, such strange thoughts. But if it's her, he muttered in confusion, one lifetime, one world, one pair of people. The Crown Prince was surprised. Third brother, what did you say? Prince Rue forced a smile. That it's nothing. Your Highness, are you interested in making a trip to the Prime Minister's residence with this prince? This prince wants to return something. The Crown Prince looked at him excitedly. It would be my pleasure. He thought pensively. Perfect. I also want to see just how lavish the Song family's betrothal gifts really are. At that moment, the Song family arrived with the betrothal gifts. Song Yingjie walked in gleefully. Song Yingjie pays his respects to Lord Prime Minister. Mu Baiyuan came out with a smile. Commander Prince, please dispense with the formalities. We will soon be family. There is no need for such courtesy. On the other side, a lady came before Wanqi and looked at her. Oh my, this must be the eldest Miss Mu, right? Truly a beauty that could topple nations, like a flower like jade. Standing with the Commandery Prince, you are truly a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Hearing this, Wanshi showed open disgust, trying her best to grit her teeth and endure it. Mu Baiyuan also seemed to sense her unfriendly attitude and spoke up to smooth things over. Wanshi, look how sincere the commandery prince is. These betrothal gifts fill 68 chests. It's enough to show how much he values you. Seizing the opportunity, Song Ingjia looked at her and professed, Ingjia is completely devoted to the eldest Mississippi. If I can marry the eldest miss as my wife, Ingjia will definitely never let you down. Once she pouted, she angrily clenched her fist at a fine never let you down. In my past life, I believed his never let you down and ended up in such a state. Once she wondered, I don't know if Lung Yofei has finished the job yet. Thinking of this, she forced a smile and replied, Commandery Prince, I wonder if Wanshi could see the betrothal gifts. For a moment, Song Ingjia enthusiastically stepped forward. Out of course, you can. These betrothal gifts were carefully selected by my mother. Wanshi will definitely like them. Hearing this, Mu Baiyuan also looked over curiously. He thought to himself, I wonder what betrothal gifts the Prince Song Manor has prepared. If there's anything very valuable, I could keep some for myself. Just then, a servant came to open them. Inside were cheap, worthless items. Both Mu Baiyuan and Song Ingjia were utterly stunned. Song Ingjia scrambled over, awkwardly rummaging through the items. How could this be? Impossible, Wanshi sneered. Are these the carefully selected betrothal gifts from the commandery prince? Song Ingjia looked at her in a fluster oh, eldest miss, please listen to me. The betrothal gifts I prepared. Just then, a servant's voice rang out. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. His Highness Prince Rue has arrived. Paying respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness Prince Rue. The Crown Prince replied with a cold face, Rise. He suppressed a laugh and looked around. This is... Mu Baiyuan spoke awkwardly. May your Highness the Crown Prince and your Highness Prince Rue forgive me. This humble subject was unable to greet you from afar. The Crown Prince glanced at Prince Rue. This palace merely followed third brother to the door. There is no need for such ceremony, Prime Minister. Prince Rue walked up to Wanshi. This prince happened to pick up a jade pendant, which I heard belongs to the eldest Miss Mu, so I came specially to ask. Wanshi took the jade pendant in surprise. This is my jade pendant. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Rue. She thought to herself, this pendant fell in the palace earlier. I didn't expect Prince Rue to have picked it up. Prince Rue looked at her and continued, Since the item has been returned to its owner, this prince will take his leave. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Prince Rue's eyes fell on a nearby treasure chest. He casually picked up an item to look at it. I seem to have seen this somewhere before. Hearing this, the Crown Prince looked over in alarm. This is a tribute item from the Shizi Kingdom. He excitedly snatched the item from Prince Rue's hand. That's right, this is it. 3 years ago, the National Treasury was robbed, and this Guanyin statue was stolen. Song Ingjia was horrified. What? The Crown Prince angrily pointed at him. Guards, seize all of these betrothal gifts and bring them to the Imperial Palace. Arrest Song Ingjia. Seeing this, Wanshi hurriedly ran back to her room. Lung Yofei. As soon as she finished speaking, Lung Yofei appeared upside down. Looking for me? He seriously jumped down. Wanshi frowned and questioned him. I only told you to swap the Prince Song Manor's betrothal gifts with worthless junk. Why was there a tribute item among them? Lung Yofei stammered, closing his eyes tightly as he answered, I didn't put that tribute item there. It was Prince Rue. Wanshi was surprised. Prince Rue? Lung Yofei recounted, a few days ago, Prince Rue's men came to me asking about the whereabouts of the tribute items that went missing that year. That Prince Rue always gets his revenge. I didn't want to confront him, so I told him the whereabouts of the tribute items. I never expected he would hide a tribute item in the Prince Song Manor's betrothal gifts. Wanshi broke into a cold sweat. She clutched the jade pendant in her hand. What on earth is he trying to do? Lung Yofei quickly continued. I guess his goal is very simple. He wants to suppress Prince Song. A simple crime wouldn't be enough to touch the Prince Song Manor, so he could only take advantage of the matter of them presenting betrothal gifts. Hearing this, Wanshi froze. Elsewhere, at the Imperial Palace, the Crown Prince and Prince Rue brought the betrothal gifts back. The two bowed respectfully. Your son and subject greets Father Emperor. This subject pays his respects to your majesty. Seeing this, the emperor asked curiously, Crown Prince, Prince Rue, what brings you to the palace? Prince Rue spoke first. This subject wishes to accuse Prince Song of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country, conspiring with the Shizi kingdom with treasonous intent. The emperor was surprised. "Crown Prince, what is this all about?" The crown prince replied with a serious face, reporting to Father Emperor, "Today was the day the Prince Song Manor was delivering betrothal gifts. Your son happened to meet third brother on the road, so we went to the prime minister's residence together to watch the excitement, only to unexpectedly discover a tribute item from the Shizi kingdom mixed in with the betrothal gifts." The emperor rested his chin on his hand, his expression full of doubt. "Prince Rue, based on that alone, you're accusing the Prince Song Manor of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. Isn't that too rash?" Prince Rue asked nonchalantly in return. "Then what is the crime for someone who steals from our national treasury?" The emperor glared at him. "A capital crime." Prince Rue frowned slightly. "Correct. The national treasury is the foundation of the country. One who steals from a national treasury must be a person with sinister intentions, plotting to disrupt the court and collude with foreign powers to commit treason. And now, among the Song family's betrothal gifts, there's a tribute item that went missing in the National Treasury robbery case from 3 years ago." The emperor shot up from his seat, agitated. His eyes were bloodshot. "What did you say?" Just then, a servant entered. "Your Majesty, Prince Song has arrived." The emperor roared in anger. "Let him in." As soon as he finished, Prince Song came in, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for this old subject. My son and the eldest miss of the Mu family are mutually in love, and this old subject and Prime Minister Mu both approve. Today was supposed to be the day for delivering the betrothal gifts, but something unexpected happened at the door. They didn't even say anything and just took all the betrothal gifts away." Prince Rue turned his head with a cold expression. "Prince Song, turn your head and look. Are those chests behind you not the betrothal gifts from your manor?" Prince Song glanced over. "That's right. Those are my family's betrothal gifts." Prince Rue sneered. "It's good that Prince Song admits it. Then why did a stolen tribute item from another country from 3 years ago appear in your betrothal gifts?" Prince Song panicked. "What? Impossible. Your Highness Prince Rue, you can't make baseless accusations. How could a stolen tribute item appear in the betrothal gifts? Could it be that you and His Highness the Crown Prince swapped them?" The emperor angrily threw down a memorial tablet. "Insolence! Song-he, you have some nerve." Seeing this, Prince Song hurriedly kowtowed. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. It was this subject who spoke nonsense, but this subject is truly wrong. The betrothal gifts were all prepared by the side consort in the manor. Why would a stolen tribute item be among them? This humble subject had no knowledge of it." Prince Rue sneered. "Whether you are wronged or not will be clear after a search of the Prince Song Manor is conducted." The emperor rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Searching the Prince Song Manor is indeed a good idea. If it goes smoothly, I can take back the military power in the hands of the Prince Song Manor." Thinking of this, he waved his hand and ordered, "Issue the decree. Order the Imperial Guard to search the Prince Song Manor. Anyone who resists the decree will be charged with treason." At that moment, sweat poured down Prince Song's face like rain, his face pale with anxiety. Elsewhere, Lung Yofei was sitting with Wanqi. She asked him curiously, "You're saying the emperor sent the Imperial Guard to search the Prince Song Manor, and they really found contraband? And to protect the lives of the others in the manor, Prince Song committed suicide by kowtowing to death in the Imperial study." Lung Yofei recounted gleefully. When the news reached the Prince Song Manor, Prince Song's side consort fainted on the spot, right at the manor's entrance. And as a result, she was caught by Princess Consort Song and slapped a few times to wake her up. He laughed with delight. You should have seen it. Her face was a complete mess. Once she was startled, she pondered deeply. All these years, Prince Song exclusively doted on the side consort, and all matters in the manor were managed by her. Wanqi rested her chin on her hand and continued. The main consort was just a figurehead. It would be one thing if she didn't have a son, but she has a legitimate son who has been suppressed by the side consort's son all year round. How could she be willing to accept that? Lung Yofei sneered. Now that Prince Song is dead, judging by Princess Consort Song's demeanor today, Song Ingjia's mother will not have a peaceful life in the manor. Wanqi looked at him, confused, but Song Ingjia is still a commandery prince. He will inherit the title in the future. Lung Yofei smiled sinisterly that he won't have the chance. The emperor has already issued a decree demoting the Prince Song Manor to a viscount's manor. The one to inherit the title is the second young master, born to the princess consort. Hearing this, the corners of Wanqi's mouth lifted slightly, her happiness evident on her face. This is truly good news. A while later, Wanqi was sitting and reading a book. Suddenly, Prince Rue appeared out of nowhere. He frowned and asked, "It's so late. Why are you not yet asleep?" Yuanqi was startled and stood up. "This maiden pays her respects to your highness, Prince Rue. May I ask what important matter brings your highness to this maiden's chambers at this hour?" Prince Rue's face suddenly darkened. "Are you angry?" "Still angry with this prince." Yuanqi replied coldly, "Your lordship must be joking. How would this maiden dare to be angry with your lordship?" Prince Rue scoffed. "It's not that you aren't, but that you daren't. Are you blaming this prince for using you?" Yuanqi replied politely, "To be used by your lordship is this maiden's honor. How would this maiden dare to be angry?" Hearing this, Prince Rue stepped closer to her and sneered with such an angry tone, "Yet you still say you're not. In the end, you and I share the same goal, so why bother with the methods?" Yuanqi turned her face away sharply. "How can this maiden's trivial matters compare to your lordship's great affairs?" At that moment, her eyes exuded a coldness that it is very late, and this maiden needs to rest. "I ask that your lordship leave. In the future, your lordship should not barge into this maiden's chambers so casually to avoid being seen by others and ruining this maiden's reputation." As she spoke, she suddenly became harsh. "When that time comes, don't blame this maiden for making your life a living hell." Seeing this, Prince Rue stepped even closer to her. He suddenly grabbed Yuanqi's hand, then violently seized her by the collar. Prince Rue questioned angrily, "You dare to drive this prince away? Or is it because this prince has been lenient with you that you think this prince has a good temper and won't kill you?" Just then, Donger came in. Seeing the scene before her, she was so frightened she dropped the basin of water in her hands. Donger rushed over, "Miss." Yuanqi gritted her teeth. "Don't come over, I'm fine." Donger's face turned pale. Mississippi. Yuanqi shouted, "Get out." Hearing this, Donger's eyes filled with tears. She had no choice but to do as Yuanqi said. At the same time, Prince Rue's voice rang out. If this prince wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she went outside. Yuanqi stammered, breathless, "This maiden cannot stop whomever your lordship wishes to kill. If you want to kill, then kill. Don't waste so many words." Prince Rue angrily swung his arm. Yuanqi, are you seeking death?" Yuanqi was thrown to one side, and she screamed in panic. But just a few seconds later, Yuanqi regained her composure. Prince Rue stared at her, frowning. Yuanqi, do you believe that without this prince's help, you would have to marry Song Ingjia in less than a month? Yuanqi, dejected, didn't bother to look. "Why is your lordship making things so difficult for this maiden? Is it because of the Duke of Qin's manner?" Prince Rue narrowed his eyes. "This prince is different from those brothers of mine. No matter how good the Duke of Qin's manner is, this prince is not interested. But this prince needs an ally, and you are very suitable." He turned away, then crossed his legs on a chair. Prince Rue said seriously, "This prince does not know what grudge you have with the Song family, but this prince can help you get revenge on the condition that you cooperate with this prince." Hearing this, Yuanqi shot to her feet. "That I want Song Ingjia to live a life worse than death." Prince Rue nodded in reply, "All right. This prince can even hand Song Ingjia over for you to deal with." He narrowed his eyes at her. "Well, do you want to cooperate with this prince?" Yuanqi scoffed, "Why not? We each get what we need, and besides, by cooperating with your lordship, I'd even be gaining an advantage." Prince Rue then extended his hand. "Then from this day forward, you are in the same boat as this prince. This prince won't need you to do anything difficult. Just be this prince's supporter at the right time." Yuanqi replied quickly, "All right." Prince Rue smiled. "Very good." After reaching the desired agreement, he left immediately. Seeing this, Donger rushed in, asking worriedly, "Miss, are you all right?" Yuanqi said nothing, her eyes welling up with tears. In the end, I am still weak, even with the advantage of being reborn. When faced with absolute power, I can't even decide my own life or death." A while later, Yuanqi changed her clothes and stepped outside. Donger followed, unable to contain her curiosity, and asked, "Miss, where are we going?" Yuanqi smiled, "Just for a walk." "Don't you feel stifled staying in the Prime Minister's manor all day?" "Oh, look, it's..." Donger said, "Miss, isn't that Song Ingjia?" Yuanqi observed intently. It is him. Donger was surprised that I heard that princess consort Song Ingjia's mother, has been moved to an abandoned courtyard in the manor. Not only was she not allowed to bring any servants, she wasn't even allowed to bring a change of clothes. Yuanqi smiled with satisfaction. That's so. She thought to herself, to think that the glorious commandery Prince Song from my past life would fall to such a desolate state in this one. Thinking of this, she said aloud, "Come out. I know you're nearby, shadow guard of Prince Rue's manor." As she finished speaking, An Wu appeared from behind. And Wu pays his respects to Miss Mu. His lordship instructed this subordinate to protect the safety of Miss Mu. Yuanqi pointed ahead. "See Song Ingji over there? The sight of him irritates me. Help me find some people to give him a beating." And Wu happily cracked his knuckles. No problem. One person isn't enough. I'll have to find a few more guys. A while later at a tea house, and Wu came in to report. "Miss Mu, it's done, but a small, unexpected incident occurred." Yuanqi sipped her tea and asked, "What kind of unexpected incident?" And Wu scratched his head. One of them was too heavy-handed, showed no mercy at all, and ended up crippling the man. Hearing this, Yuanqi suddenly choked on her water. At the same time, in an abandoned house, Song Ingjia lay on the ground, covered in wounds. A flock of storks flew high above the roof. In the room, Prince Rue was sitting and reading a book. Ning Qing ran in to report. "Master, the fourth prince has returned." Prince Rue was surprised. What if he's back? Does he still have the guts to marry Mu Yuanqi? Ning Qing replied, "Master," and Wu just sent word. This afternoon, the eldest Miss Mu spotted Song Ingji on the street and told him Wu to find people to give him a beating. Hearing this, Prince Rue froze. Ning Qing was flustered, and Wu followed her orders. But an unexpected incident occurred midway, and Song Ingjia was crippled. Prince Rue scoffed. "The little fox is still too soft-hearted." Coincidentally, the fourth prince was returning from out of town and happened to pass by that abandoned temple, where he discovered Song Ingjia. Right now, Song Ingjia is in the fourth prince's manor. Song He and Song Ingjia have always been in the same faction as the fourth prince, but Song Inghao is not. Prince Rue's gaze was fixed and full of hidden meaning. Now that Song He is dead, the Song family is managed by Song Inghao. Unless it's a last resort, the fourth prince will not easily abandon Song Ingjia. Remind Mu Yuanqi to be more careful and not act so rashly again. Suddenly, An Wu appeared. "Master, news has come from the palace. The emperor will choose a princess consort for you during this year's Dragon Boat Festival." Prince Rue scoffed that he's starting to get impatient. Give him something to do. Isn't he suspecting that the case of the stolen national treasury couldn't have been done by Prince Song alone? His fingers tapped on the table. Give him some clues, seemingly real, but actually false. And let those brothers of mine fight amongst themselves. Big dog bites little dog. Let's see who is more formidable, shall we? And Wu froze for a moment before acknowledging. Also, it seems the Empress intends to cooperate with Noble Consort Su. Noble Consort Su is childless and initially supported the fourth prince, but it's not as good as relying on a solid mountain like the crown prince. But Linghauerin would not allow Noble Consort Su to support someone else. The strange thing is, the fourth prince has had no reaction. Prince Rue nodded. "I know. You're all dismissed." After the two left, Prince Rue stood looking into the distance, deep in thought. Ling Haoshuan seems easygoing on the surface, but in reality, he is more insidious than anyone and extremely vengeful. If Noble Consort Su suddenly turned against him to support the crown prince, based on his personality, how could he not take any action? Just then, Yuanqi walked up and opened the door to enter. Prince Rue, sitting at a zither, asked, "You've arrived?" Yuanqi walked over and spoke. "Your lordship, is there a reason you sent for me?" Prince Rue said, "Last night, I received news that Noble Consort Su is siding with the Empress. You offended Noble Consort Su before, so she will probably make a move against you." Yuanqi, who was pouring water, was startled. "What? Ouch!" The water spilled onto her hand. Prince Rue frantically took her hand. "How could you be so careless?" Yuanqi sighed. "Your Highness, it's nothing. It's just a little red. This prince has some top-grade burn ointment. I will have someone send it to you later." Yuanqi was flustered. Then, "Many thanks, your lordship." Afterward, she drank her cup of tea and got by the way. "Your lordship, noble consort Su cannot possibly side with the empress." Prince Rui was surprised. "On what basis do you make such a claim? You should know that noble consort Su is childless, and as a favored consort, siding with the empress in the palace is the most logical course of action." Yuanqi replied, "Because noble consort Su has a son." Yuanqi said teasingly, "Because noble consort Su has a son." Hearing this, Prince Rui was stunned. "Oh, you know what you were saying? Everyone knows noble consort Su's child died shortly after birth." "No, her child did not die, and not only did he not die, he is a boy and is living very well right now. Among the princes, the Su family's power is too weak, completely incomparable to the other consorts' families. Noble consort Su wanted her son to grow up safely, so she swapped her child with that of another consort." Hearing this, Prince Rui froze, his hands clenching into fists in anger. "The fourth prince." Yuanqi nodded. "Yes, it is the fourth prince." That year, Consort Zhaoda and noble consort Su gave birth at almost the same time, and both were sons. After noble consort Su learned of this, she swapped her child with consort Zhaoda's child. Prince Rui pondered for a moment, then spoke, "And oh wonder noble consort Su treats the fourth prince so well." The emperor even thought that because they were born on the same day, noble consort Su saw the fourth prince and was reminded of her own child who died young. So he allowed noble consort Su to raise the fourth prince together with consort Zhaoda. Then what about consort Zhaoda's son? Yuanqi smiled. "What does your lordship think?" Prince Rui sneered. If she had kept it, noble consort Su would still worry about the day it might be discovered. Based on noble consort Su's intelligence and viciousness, that child is surely gone, right? Yuanqi replied, "Correct. Therefore, noble consort Su has absolutely no way of relying on the empress. Unless she has an ulterior motive, she cannot tell anyone else." Prince Rui questioned. Noble consort Su would never let this matter be easily exposed. "How do you know about it? If you don't want to say, then forget it. One more thing. Song Yingjie has been brought back by the fourth prince. He has now become a guest retainer in the fourth prince's manor. You must pay attention to his schemes." Yuanqi was surprised. This guy's luck is really good. Let him fly high for a while. The higher he jumps, the harder he'll fall. Prince Rui continued. Song Yingjie is not much of a threat. The important one is the person behind him. The Dragon Boat Festival Palace Banquet is coming up. You must be careful. Yuanqi smiled. "I know. Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness, Prince Rui." Prince Rui rested his chin on his hand and said, Yuanqi, why don't you think about how to beg this prince right now? This prince guarantees that during the Dragon Boat Festival Palace Banquet, you will be safe and sound." Yuanqi replied, "Your Highness, Prince Rui, this humble maiden has been out for a long time and should return to my manor." Then, Yuanqi turned and left. Prince Rui smiled. Little Fox. At Zue Xian Pavilion, a maidservant reported, "Young Mississippi young Miss Mu has arrived." Yuanqi entered with Chior. Jiasin was delighted to see her. "Older sister Mu, you're finally here. If you hadn't come soon, the dragon boat race would be about to start." Yuanqi smiled and greeted Jiasin. "Older sister Qi, long time no see." Older sister Qi, with a gentle and ladylike demeanor, asked, "Younger sister Yuanqi, have you been well lately?" Yuanqi smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, older sister Qi. I am well." Jiasin rested her hands on the table, smiled, and said, "Older sister Mu, older sister Yin, I heard that for this year's dragon boat race, His Highness Prince Rui is also participating. Who do you sisters think can compete for first place?" "I guess it's the fourth prince." Qi Yuyin then asked, "I think the crown prince has a high chance of winning. What do you think, younger sister Yuanqi?" Yuanqi replied, "His Highness Prince Rui." Jiasin paused. "But why?" "Before this race, His Highness Prince Rui has never participated in the dragon boat race. The other princes participate every year. They all have more experience than him." Yuanqi smiled and said, "Think about it, you too. Prince Rui is known as the god of war, the fierce, battlefield-slaying god. His methods are certainly not weak. He isn't even afraid of the battlefield, so why would he fear a small dragon boat race?" Just before coming up, I saw someone had set up a betting stall. I used 10,000 taels to bet on Prince Rui winning. If by chance he wins, I'll have some extra spending money. Qi Yuyin and Jiasin paused. That seems to make a lot of sense. A maidservant standing outside looked out. "Young miss, the dragon boat race is about to start. The princes have appeared." The princes were standing on their boats. The fifth prince asked Prince Rue, "Third brother, why did you want to join the dragon boat race this year? But even with you participating, I'm not scared at all. I spent a large sum of money to hire this year's team. They absolutely will not lose." The fourth prince said, "Third imperial brother is a renowned battlefield slaying god. The soldiers under his command must also be incredibly formidable. I'm really looking forward to their performance. In comparison, my team's morale already seems a step inferior." The crown prince frowned. "Fourth brother, it seems you're very eager to compete with third brother, but don't forget about the rest of us." The fourth prince smiled. "Eldest imperial brother Jess, if third prince were willing to guide my men a little, I would be nothing but grateful." Then came the booming of drums. The fifth prince said, Well, the race has started. Ha! My team is in the lead." The eldest prince spoke up. "Fifth brother, don't celebrate too early. It's only just begun." The fifth prince rested his chin on his hand and looked into the distance. "Eldest imperial brother, just you wait and see. But speaking of this year's prizes, Father Emperor is really generous. Third place gets 5,000 taels of silver." The fourth prince replied, "That's right. Second place gets the shadowless sword, ranked 7th in the martial world. Even the prize for first place, though not publicly announced, is kept in a frozen ice box. It must be some rare treasure." The fifth prince pondered, "I don't practice swordsmanship, so a sword isn't as practical as silver. But third brother, do you like the shadowless sword? If you like it, I'll give it to you if I win." Prince Rue immediately said, "Just a shabby sword. If I want one, it must be the best." The crown prince replied, "The best would be the top-ranked dragon's roar sword. It's just that its whereabouts are unknown. Some time ago, the Phoenix dance sword appeared. It's a pity that before anyone could even get a look, it was snatched away by someone else." The fifth prince was stunned. "What does the Phoenix dance sword look like?" The eldest prince explained, "It's said to be as thin as a cicada's wing, an excellent weapon for self-defense and assassination." Suddenly, the booming of drums rang out. The race ended. His Highness Prince Rue ranked first, His Highness the Crown Prince second, and the fifth prince third. Justin exclaimed, "Oh my God, older sister Mu, you really guessed it right." Prince Rue came in first. Wanshi smiled, while Prince Rue was glancing around. And Wu, standing with Ning Qing, shouted, "Ning Qing, Ning Qing, His Highness won. He's even looking in our direction." Ning Qing paused. "His Highness is definitely not looking at us. He's looking at the eldest young Miss Mu. The daughter of Prime Minister Mu is watching from a private room next to us." And Wu turned back, his eyes sparkling. "You don't mean the cousin, young Miss Mu Wanshi from Duke Jin's manor, do you? What's this? Ji Chun has taken a liking to her? This status is quite fitting. It's just that I heard she's as dumb as a pig." Ning Qing frowned. "Rumors can't be trusted. This eldest young Miss Mu is not simple. She can turn the entire Prime Minister's manor upside down. And when confronting noble consort Su, she is never at a disadvantage." The subordinate pondered, "Oh, it seems I was away from the capital for too long while working for Ji Chun. I missed a lot of good drama, haven't I?" Elsewhere, Jiasin spoke up. "It's getting late, and there's still the palace banquet tonight. Older sister Mu, older sister Yin, let's head to the palace together." The other two replied, "All right." Then the three of them left together. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wanshi." Song Yingjia, looking battered and worn, approached. Wanshi was startled. "Young Master Song, please call me young Miss Mu. My maiden name is not something others can call so casually. Even though young Master Song has a marriage agreement with my younger sister, we are not yet family. Please have some self-respect, young master." Song Ingjia said loudly, "Wanshi, the person I clearly have a marriage agreement with is..." Wanshi walked forward and interrupted, "Young Master Song, I hope you will conduct yourself with dignity. Even if the Song family has fallen on hard times, my Mu family will not go back on our word and cancel this marriage. I hope young Master Song also won't take a mile when given an inch." Then Wanshi turned and walked away that it's getting late. Jiasin, older sister Chi, let's hurry to the palace. Song Ingjia was left standing alone, resentfully clenching his fist. "Mu Wanshi, you just wait. Don't think you can escape me. At the Dragon Boat Festival Palace Banquet today, I will make it so you have to marry me even if you don't want to." Arriving before the Imperial Palace. When old Madame Mu saw Wanshi arrive, she immediately nagged. "Instead of waiting at home, you went out running around. Don't you know you have to enter the palace today? Your mother is still in her postpartum confinement and can't go. I can only bring one person into the palace. You will bring..." She looked at the two younger sisters. Wanchi called out, "Shuei, you come with me." "Grandmother, your granddaughter has already arranged to go with young Miss Chi and young Miss Chun. You could go ahead to the palace first. Your granddaughter will follow behind with fourth younger sister." Old Madame Mu paused, then said, "All right." She thought to herself, I didn't expect that after this girl injured her head, not only did her personality change, but she also became close with noble young ladies. It seems I'll have to regard her more highly from now on. Later, as Wanchi was walking with the young ladies she had arranged to meet, a servant immediately reported, "Young Miss Mu, her ladyship, the noble consort, summons you." Chi Yin looked worried, younger sister Wanchi. She thought to herself, noble consort, Su really refuses to give up. It's just that causing more trouble right now is not a good thing. Wanchi froze when she saw Ji Chun. "This humble maiden pays her respects to your highness, Prince Rui." Ji Chun looked stunned for a moment, then chuckled to himself. This little fox is getting more and more cunning. She even knows how to use this prince as a shield. Ji Chun walked past her. "You may arise. The palace banquet is about to start. Why aren't you heading over there?" Wanchi replied. This humble maiden was just about to go. The servant called out in a panic, "Young Miss Mu, young miss." But he was immediately silenced by Ji Chun's murderous glare, causing him to bow his head low. This servant pays respects to your highness, Prince Rui. This servant is from noble consort Su's retinue." Ji Chun said, "An unruly servant. Just kneel here." Later, when Wanchi arrived at the venue, old Madame Mu questioned, "Wanchi, why did you enter with Prince Rui?" Wanchi replied, "On my way here, your granddaughter was stopped by someone from noble consort Su. I happened to run into Prince Rui. To avoid noble consort Su's summons, your granddaughter entered with Prince Rui." Old Madame Mu warned, "You must be careful." Somehow, the matter concerning concubine Su was spread around before, badly affecting the Su family's reputation. Noble consort Su will definitely take her anger out on our prime minister's manor. Don't let her drag you into trouble. Wanchi smiled and said, "Your granddaughter understands." An announcement rang out, "His Majesty, the Emperor arrives. Her Majesty, the Empress arrives. Her Ladyship, the noble consort, arrives." The Emperor walked in and announced, "Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. My dear subjects, there is no need for formalities." The Emperor smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't forget an important matter." The Emperor said cheerfully, "Look at me, I almost forgot. On this Dragon Boat Festival, I am determined to choose principal consorts for the princes who are not yet married. The eldest already has a principal wife. Although the crown prince has a secondary consort, he does not yet have a principal consort. And there are also the third, the fourth, and the fifth." The fifth prince gave a forced smile. "Father Emperor, your son is still young, only 15 years old. There's no hurry. Please settle the lifelong matters of my other brothers first." The Emperor immediately became angry, his eyes turning red. "Your imperial brother's matters must be settled, and yours cannot be neglected either. All right, let the banquet begin first." Afterward, palace maids brought in the food. A sumptuous feast was laid out on the tables. Suddenly, Song Ingjie stepped forward. This commoner, Song Ingjie, is mutually in love with the eldest young, Miss Mu Wanchi of the Prime Minister's manor. I humbly request your Majesty to bestow this marriage. Ji Chun froze. While the Emperor was surprised, Song Ankiet, what did you say? Song Ankiet replied, reporting to your Majesty, this commoner and the eldest daughter, Mu Wanshi, are mutually in love. Mu Baiyuan stood up angrily and interrupted. Nonsense! How could I not know that you and my daughter are in love? Your subject was also completely unaware of this matter. Young Master Song, are you sure the one in love with you is me? Ankiet sneered. Wanshi, I know you're still angry with me. He then sighed. So you don't want to admit our relationship, but I truly love you. Wanshi froze, then walked closer to him, reporting to your Majesty. Although this is a private family matter, for the sake of my innocence, I am no longer afraid of bringing shame to my family. Old Mistress Mu and Mu Baiyuan were stunned. Wanshi turned back and replied, Father, grandmother, if I were to accept this, my life would be ruined. Forgive me for being unfilial. Then she knelt down, reporting to your Majesty. The person Song Ankiet is having an affair with is actually my younger half-sister, Mu Shuiro. Her Majesty the Empress and Her Highness Consort Su can both testify to this matter. Song Ankiet tried to defend himself. No, that's not it. It's just a misunderstanding. The Empress then said, that is indeed the case. At my birthday banquet, Prince Song was involved with the younger miss of the general's manor, and I caught them in the act. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes at the time. Song Ankiet quickly said, no, it's a misunderstanding, Your Majesty the Empress. This commoner truly admires the young miss. Wan Shi turned back to question him. Young Master Song, you and my younger half-sister have been meeting in private and have even had physical intimacy. Yet you asked the emperor to grant a marriage between you and me. What exactly is your motive? I would rather shave my head and devote my life to Buddha than marry a treacherous, two-timing villain like you. The emperor then said, since Miss Mu is unwilling, this matter need not be mentioned again. A melon picked when green is not sweet. Withdraw. Song Ankiet still mumbled, Your Majesty, this commoner. The emperor said angrily, withdraw. After that, Song Ankiet had no choice but to leave. Outside, he bumped into a palace maid. My apologies, young Master Song. Song Ankiet said angrily, you should watch where you're going. Outside, Shui was with Wan Shi. Eldest sister, that Song Ankiet is truly despicable and shameless. He was clearly fooling around with second sister, yet he still wanted to ask the emperor to grant a marriage. Wan Shi sneered, all right, don't be angry anymore. It's not worth being angry over someone like him. He has nothing now and only hopes to marry me to turn his fortunes around. But that's just a fool's dream. The emperor wouldn't agree anyway. Shui replied, I'm so mad. How dare he have designs on you, eldest sister? Exactly. Suddenly, she was startled as she looked to the side and saw Song Ankiet sitting there. Oh my God, eldest sister, look what Song Ankiet is doing. The fourth prince angrily saw Song Ankiet sitting next to him. Ankiet, what are you doing? A snake crawled out of Song Ankiet's clothes. A snake. There's a snake. Suddenly, a scented pouch fell out. Anwu picked it up. What's this here? Anwu picked the scented pouch up. Huh, what's this? A startled Song Ankiet reached out to snatch it. Get back to me. Anwu immediately raised his hand high. Why so tense? I wonder which young lady gave you this. Then he tossed it to Wan Shi. Miss Mu, take a look. Have you seen it before? Wan Shi caught it and brought it to her nose to smell. Huh, the scent is very unique. I think I've smelled it in the palace before. Seeing this, the emperor spoke up. Present it to us for inspection. A eunuch then took it from Wan Shi and brought it to the emperor. After smelling it, the emperor's eyes widened in anger, and he threw it at Consort Su. You wench. Consort Su knelt below, crying, Your Majesty, what did your consort do wrong? The emperor glared. You still dare to ask what you did? Smell it. That 100 flowers fragrance is a tribute from the western regions. In this entire palace, only you possess it. Consort Su cried, Your Majesty, your consort doesn't know what's happening either. Every use of the fragrance in my palace is recorded. The one in charge is also a palace made from Ganning Palace. Your consort doesn't know where young Master Song got the 100 flowers fragrance. Please investigate clearly, Your Majesty. Song Ankiet, you speak. Song Ankiet was flustered. Your Majesty, this commoner has been wronged. This scented pouch was given to me by my own mother. Once she questioned, Young Master Song, the embroidery on the scented pouch is exquisite and unusual. As far as I know, Consort Song does not know any needlework. Could it be that Princess Song embroidered it for you? Princess Song, sitting nearby, spoke up. I have never embroidered such a thing. Song Ankiet continued. It was indeed given to this commoner by my mother. I just thought she embroidered it herself. It seems today that she must have had someone embroider it for me. The emperor paused. Then Prince Rue said, Actually, finding out about this scented pouch is very simple. We just need to investigate its origin to be clear. The emperor immediately ordered, Investigate. Something from the inner palace is on an outside man. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Prince Rue, I'm entrusting this investigation to you. We want to know the truth. Prince Rue replied, I accept the order. Song Ankiet thought in a panic. It's over. I'm really done for this time. Later, the emperor was playing chess with Ji Chun. Consort Su was kneeling below. The emperor smiled. Ji Chun, you're terrible at chess. Ji Chun replied, I already told you it's not my forte, yet you still wanted me to play. The emperor then said, And you're a general who leads troops. They say the chessboard is like a battlefield. How can you play chess so poorly yet still win so many battles? Ji Chun replied, A battle is a battle, and chess is chess. I don't like to waste my brain on such useless things. Suddenly, Ning Qing came to report, Your Majesty, Your Highness, the investigation is complete. The emperor stood up, startled. Ning Qing entered and reported, Only Ganning Palace has the 100 flowers fragrance. Moreover, Consort Su treasures it and is reluctant to let others use it. In addition, this scented pouch is made of water cloud brocade. Although water cloud brocade is precious, besides the consort's palace, Weiyang Palace, Zhaoda Palace, and Yongquan Palace also have it. So your subordinate investigated them one by one. The water cloud brocade from Weiyang Palace was gifted by Her Majesty the Empress to Princess Ji Rue. The princess made clothes with it, and the remaining fabric was embroidered into a screen. As for the water cloud brocade in Zhaoda Palace and Yongquan Palace, it has not yet been used, which can be verified. Consort Su spoke up, Your Majesty, everything that goes in or out of Ganning Palace is recorded. Your consort has truly been wronged. Ning Qing continued, Your Majesty, your subordinate has investigated. This scented pouch was given a song on Kiet by a young palace made from Consort Su's palace. That young palace maid was brought in. In addition, palace staff have seen Song on Kiet frequently entering and leaving Ganning Palace. The palace maid knelt below and said, Spare my life, Your Majesty, spare my life. You slave. Consort Su turned around and gritted her teeth at her. Qing Ruo, it's you. Speak. Why did you frame me like this? Have I not treated you well? Qing Ruo stammered. She thought to herself, My family is still in Consort Su's hands. Consort Su looked at her and nodded. Qing Ruo kowtowed and said, Spare my life, Your Majesty. I was the one who stole the water cloud brocade and the fragrance. I and young Master Song are in love. I embroidered the scented pouch myself and gave it to young Master Song. The emperor questioned, You're saying you embroidered that scented pouch, and furthermore, you gave it to Song on Kiet? Qing Ruo replied, It was me. Her Highness the consort has been wronged. She knew nothing about it. The emperor sighed, Drag her out and beat her to death. For such a shameful incident to occur in Consort Su's palace, she is also at fault for lax supervision. She is sentenced to 3 months of house arrest to reflect on her actions. Consort Su paused for a moment, then accepted. Your consort obeys the order. The emperor continued, As for Song on Kiet, strip him of his titles and status, and he is never to be employed in an official capacity. Order someone to take him to the purification chamber, grant him the tiger punishment, and castrate him. Ji Chun spoke up, Your Majesty, the second young miss of the Mu family, Mu Shuiro, has a marriage agreement with Song on Kiet, and the two have already had physical intimacy. Why not show grace and grant a marriage to these two people? The emperor thought to himself, How profound. Approved. Elsewhere, while she was eating noodles, when a voice was suddenly heard. It's so late. Are you still having a meal? Ji Chun arrived at the door. Wan Shi immediately said, Your Highness Prince Rue, for you to come at this late hour, I suppose the matter in the palace has been resolved? Ji Chun walked over with his arms crossed. That's right. Guess how the emperor dealt with Song on Kiet? Wan Shi picked up her teacup. How else could it be dealt with? Having an affair with an imperial consort. No man could tolerate that, let alone the emperor. He was probably sentenced to death, right? Prince Rue replied, Not quite. A maid took the blame for Consort Su, so there was no proof they had an affair. Therefore, the emperor only sentenced Song on Kiet to castration. Once she spat out her water. Ji Chun laughed while patting her back. Look at you, all grown up and still choking on water. Like that. Once she asked him, You did that on purpose, didn't you? I also asked the emperor to grant a marriage between Song on Kiet and your younger half-sister. The emperor agreed. The edict will be issued tomorrow. Once she was very pleased. Your Highness, this move of yours is exactly to my liking. Those two should be together, so they can stop causing trouble and harming others. Thank you, Your Highness. Ji Chun suddenly leaned close to her face and sneered. I don't accept verbal thanks. Tell me, how do you plan to thank me with your actions? Once she asked him, Then what does Your Highness want? Ji Chun immediately replied, You'll give me whatever I want, as long as it's within my capabilities. If Your Highness wants it, I will give it. She sat back with her arms crossed. But it's best if Your Highness claims it now. I don't like being indebted to others. If a debt is owed for too long, it becomes difficult to repay clearly. Ji Chun smiled. In that case, then repay it right now. He moved close to her and kissed her on the lips. Once she froze. A moment later, they finally separated. Once she immediately pulled back. But Ji Chun grabbed her wrist. Didn't you say that as long as it's within your capabilities, you would give me whatever I want? What? Do you regret it? Once she was flustered. That's not right either. All right, I have to go. You should get some rest. Then he left. Wanchi sat there, fuming. Im so mad. That bastard, that robber. The next day, in the front courtyard of the general's manor, an imperial edict arrived. Today, the second daughter of the Mu family, Mu Shuiro, and the eldest son of the Song family, Song Ingjia, have found mutual affection. A marriage is specially bestowed upon Song Ingjia of the Song family. A wedding date is to be chosen. Shuiro received it. Your daughter accepts the edict. Father, your daughter already had a marriage agreement with Song Ingjia. Why did His Majesty still have to issue an edict to bestow the marriage? Mubui Yuan was angry. Don't worry about why. His Majesty has already issued the edict. Go back and prepare immediately. I will send someone to take you to the Song Manor later. Mu Shuiro froze. But father, your daughter's wedding dress isn't ready yet, and neither is the dowry. Mubui Yuan was surprised. Dowry? You can take whatever is in your courtyard. Don't even think about anything else. Once you walked over and spoke. Second sister, there's something you might not know. Mu Shuiro turned around and asked, What? Once she explained, Song Ingjia frequently entered and exited the inner palace and was involved with a palace made of consort Su. He was castrated by the emperor's order. Mu Shuiro was stunned. What did you say? Then he? Wanchi smiled. It's just as you think. He's become a eunuch. Mu Shuiro was stunned. Impossible. Impossible. How could His Majesty issue an edict for me to marry a castrated man? No, this can't be. I have to find father. Then she left. Wanchi stood there and smiled. At Jinlan Courtyard, Wanchi was sitting by the corridor. Donger came over and called out, Young miss. The second young miss went to the general, crying and making a scene, refusing to marry, and angered the general. The general had people tie up the second young miss, throw her into a sedan chair, and carry her to the Song Manor. Song Ingjia didn't show his face. The sedan chair went straight in through a small gate and was carried to the stables. Wanchi was surprised. The stables? Donger replied, I heard that on the day Song Ingjia was punished, he returned to the Song Manor and was immediately driven out to live in the stables by Song Inghao. Wanchi paused. When Song Ingjia was in power, he never gave this younger brother a second thought. Song Inghao is clearly the legitimate son, yet in the Song Manor, his status was worse than that of a concubine's son. Now it seems the tables have turned. That's right. What about side consort Song? Donger answered, Side consort Song has now become a servant, specifically serving the princess consort, and is being tortured to the point where living is worse than death. Wanchi sounded satisfied. I understand. You may go and rest. A few days later, there was a knock on the door. Wanchi went to open it, and Wu appeared and spoke. Miss Mu, His Highness sent me to take you somewhere. Wanchi was surprised. Now, where are we going? And Wu smiled and said, You'll know when we get there. The carriage is already waiting outside. Wanchi frowned and slammed the door shut. I know, wait a moment. Wanchi then put on a hooded cloak and went to the carriage with Qing Zhu. Then she got on and saw Ji Chun already waiting inside. Your Highness, Ji Chun said softly. Come up. Wanchi sat beside him and asked, Your Highness, it's so late. Where are you taking me? To meet someone. Wanchi was curious. Who? Ji Chun then said, Song Ingjia. Song Ingjia sold your younger sister into a brothel for 100 silver taels and planned to flee the imperial capital. After my men discovered him, they knocked him unconscious and captured him. Wanchi was stunned. Song Ingjia sold Mu Shuiro into a brothel? Didn't Mu Shuiro resist? And how did they manage to leave the Song Manor? Ji Chun said, Song Ingjia knocked her unconscious, threw her into a barrel of rice-washing water, and pretended to be someone taking the water out to dispose of it. The servants of the Song Manor didn't notice. Then he turned and put his arm around her shoulder, saying, Didn't you want to deal with Song Ingjia personally? I've had him locked up in Nishan Pavilion. Already. Wanchi sneered. I've suddenly had a great idea. In a side room, Song Ingjia opened his eyes and sat up. Oh, where's this? Hearing a sound behind him, he turned and asked, Who is it? Wanchi parted the curtain and entered with Qing Zhu. We haven't seen each other for a few days. How has young Master Song become so pathetic? Song Ingjia was stunned. Wanchi's voice turned serious. Young Master Song, do you know where this is? She toyed with a flower on the table. This is the most famous male brothel in the imperial capital. Do you like it? I heard my good sister was sold into a brothel by you. From now on, you'll be waiting here. A husband and wife should follow the principle of husband leads, wife follows. Song Ingjia trembled. It was you. You've always been plotting against me. It was you. Wanchi smiled. Young Master Song, you're mistaken. The ones who have always been plotting against me are you, Consort Su, Concubine Su, and Mu Wanru. Did you all think I was a puppet for you to manipulate as you please? Song Ingjia trembled. No, that's not it. You were supposed to be my wife. He stood up. You were supposed to marry me. The Duke of Qin's mansion was supposed to be my support. Why? Why did you have to harm me? Then he rushed towards Wanchi. She quickly dodged. Even now, you're still lost in your fantasies. Huh? Wanchi sat down and continued. Actually, I've long known that you and consort Su were having an affair. That day, when you and she joined forces to plot against me, I managed to escape, but I couldn't get far, so I hid outside the window. Song Yingjie, I never expected you to be so bold as to touch the Emperor's woman. Actually, I wish I could kill you, but on second thought, having you live is the greatest punishment for you. Song Yingjie was surprised. You hate me? But why? I don't think I've wronged you in any way. Wanchi sneered. Why? Perhaps when you're about to die, heaven will tell you the reason. Then she stood up and turned to leave. Song Yingjie, you'd better fend for yourself. Song Yingjie was held back. No, Wanchi, come back. Wanchi. As Wanchi walked out the door, she could still hear him calling. Ji Chun was waiting outside and asked, Is it settled? Wanchi paused and hummed in agreement. Ji Chun walked with her and asked, Why do you hate Song Yingjie so much? You two probably haven't interacted many times. Could it be just because he plotted against you? Wanchi replied, I don't know why, but from the very first time I met him, I felt a deep sense of disgust and loathing. Perhaps he wronged me in a past life? Ji Chun pondered. Is that so? Song Yingjie must hate you to the bone now. I'll have my men keep a secret watch on him. I won't let him have a chance to escape. Wanchi smiled. Thank you. Suddenly, Ji Chun froze. Wanchi closed her eyes. He then said, There's no need. After all, we are allies. That night at Jinlan Courtyard, Wanchi had just returned when Donger rushed over in a panic. Young miss, something has happened in the manor. Just a short while after you left, Xianglan Courtyard caught fire. Wanchi was stunned. What? What about concubine Su? Donger paused. The fire was too big. Concubine Su couldn't escape and was burned to death. After the general found out, he just ordered the servants to handle it briefly and sealed off Xianglan Courtyard. Wanchi sneered. Ever since he found out concubine Su faked her pregnancy and also wanted to harm her, father has wished he could kill her. He only held back because he was wary of the Su family. Wanchi speculated, but it's strange. How could a fire have started? Then she went inside. She saw Mu Shui sitting by concubine Wang's bed. Wanchi walked over. Mu Shui's face was streaked with tears. Eldest sister, Wanchi said, I came to visit concubine Wang. Concubine Wang smiled. Eldest young miss is here because of the Su family's matter, right? Wanchi smiled. It really was you. Concubine Wang spoke from her bed. I can't hold on much longer. I'm afraid I don't have many days left. Su Ping harmed me, so I couldn't bear children, dooming me to be alone in my later years. I'm about to die, so she had to die before me. Then she sat up, coughing violently. Mu Shui was worried. Concubine mother, bring the thing from the cabinet over here, child. Shui answered yes. Then she went to open the cabinet door and took out a box. Concubine mother. Concubine Wang took it and gave it to Wan. 11. Eldest young miss, this is the dowry I prepared for It's just a little something. I ask for nothing else, only that when I'm gone, you can look after a little and don't let her go astray. Shui was moved. Concubine mother. Wanchi replied, all right, I agree. When fourth sister gets married, I will return these things to her. Concubine Wang smiled. Thank you, eldest young Mississippi. A month later, concubine Wang died of illness. Wanchi went to see Mu Buiyuan. Father, were you looking for me? Mu Buiyuan said, Princess Minghui has returned. His Majesty is very pleased. Plus, she's about to have her coming-of-age ceremony, so His Majesty plans to hold a banquet for her. As it happens, Her Majesty the Empress has fallen ill, so the Emperor has asked consort Su to preside over it. This is the invitation for you. Once she paused, Father, can your daughter? She thought to herself. Consort Su still refuses to give up. General Mu immediately interrupted. No, Princess Minghui is the Emperor's most favored princess. The princess loves to have fun. The Emperor has people take her traveling to enjoy the scenery. So when the time comes, you absolutely must not offend Princess Minghui. Once she sighed. Yes, your daughter understands. 3 days later at Jinlan Courtyard, Donger brought some clothes over. Young miss, what do you think of these two outfits? Wanchi said softly, I remember I have a pinkish-white dress. Let's wear that one. Donger stopped her. But young miss, that outfit is too old. Today is Princess Minghui's coming-of-age ceremony. Isn't it inappropriate for you to wear something so old? Wanchi then said, because Princess Minghui is so spoiled. She has a very unreasonable temperament. This time, consort Su sent me an invitation, clearly wanting to deal with me. If I dress splendidly at the princess's coming-of-age ceremony and make her jealous, it will be troublesome. But if I dress too plainly, it's also not appropriate. It would show that I don't value this banquet. Wanchi was troubled. You have a point. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Wu arrived with an item and spoke. Miss Mu, I am here on my master's orders to deliver an outfit to Miss Mu. Wanchi paused. Donger then opened the box. Young miss, this dress is beautiful but not overly outstanding. The material is also shoe brocade. It feels soft to the touch and is just right for attending the banquet. Yuni said in a low voice, then just let it be. At the Imperial Palace, as He was walking, she heard a voice calling out, He. She turned around and said, Cousin Twin. She was startled. Father, Cousin Min, you're back from the military camp. Tan Min replied, That's right. I'm on leave for 2 days. I didn't expect to be back just in time for the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. He came over and patted He's head. Long time no see, little girl. You've grown into a young lady. I couldn't make it back for your coming-of-age ceremony last time, but I had someone bring back a gift for you. Did you receive it? He smiled and replied, I received it. I like it very much. Thank you, Cousin Min. Tan Yin said seriously, it's already the 11th month. The weather is cold and the ground is frozen. Why are you dressed so thinly, without even a cloak? Yin paused and said, I forgot it in the carriage. Tan Yin started to take off his own cloak. Then wear mine for now. The banquet later will be outdoors. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Just as she was about to accept, Nintan arrived with a cloak. Miss Mok, your cloak. Yuni glanced over and saw Tap Thuan walking by. Tan Yin paused. You and Prince Tui. He replied, Cousin, let's go quickly. We can't be late for the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. At the banquet, the princess was playing the zither, and everyone praised her profusely. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The princess's zither skills are exquisite. That's right, only the princess could play such an exquisite piece. The princess's zither skills. If Her Highness the Princess were second, no one would dare claim to be first. The princess smiled, while Consort Su said fawningly, The princess's zither skills are indeed exquisite, but this consort has heard zither music even more beautiful than this. The princess was surprised. Oh, is there such a person? I wonder who Her Highness the Consort is referring to. Minhu would very much like to seek their guidance. Consort Su immediately said, It is the legitimate daughter of Minister Mok over there. Miss Mok has studied the zither since childhood. It is said her skills are in no way inferior to the current zither masters. I wonder who would be superior when compared to the princess. Minhu was surprised. Is that so? Then the princess walked up to He. You are Mok He? I hear your zither skills are not bad. This princess wants to compete with you. If you lose, you are not allowed to. He curtsied. This servant girl pays her respects to Your Highness the Princess. My zither skills are merely average. I'm afraid I am no match for the princess. This servant girl concedes defeat. But Minhu stopped her. No, this princess must compete with you. Someone, fetch a zither. A maid quickly said, Your Highness the Princess, it is time. Minhu turned back angrily, gritting her teeth. After the coming-of-age ceremony is over, this princess will compete with you. He watched Princess Minhu leave, thinking to herself, If I win against Princess Minhu today, the Emperor will be the first to not let me off. But if I lose with Consort Su's earlier words, Princess Minhu won't let it go either. The best way is to not compete at all. She saw a maid approaching. There's a way. He tripped the maid, causing her to spill the teapot she was holding. Oh. The maid panicked. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He replied, It's all right. You didn't do it on purpose. I'll just go home and apply some medicine. You may leave first. The maid said in fear, Thank you, Mississippi. He looked outside. Princess Minhu's coming-of-age ceremony was complete. Congratulations to the princess on her coming of age. Afterwards, Minhu returned. Mok He, this princess challenges you. I don't believe your zither skills can defeat this princess. He replied, Thank you for thinking so highly of me, princess, but He is not so fortunate. I'm afraid I cannot compete with the princess anymore. Minhu was furious. You dare refuse this princess? He held out her hand. Forgive me, princess. It's not that this servant girl is refusing, but that I am unable to compete. This servant girl carelessly bumped into a teapot. My hand is burned. Minhu gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, the Empress's voice was heard. Minhu, Miss Mok's hand is injured. It's not convenient to compete. How about this? This Empress will decide. We'll wait until Miss Mok's wound has healed. Then you two can have a match. What do you think? Min Hugh was still insistent. Mother Empress. What a coincidence. This princess had just said, I wanted to compete with Miss Mock, and Miss Mock's hand gets burned. But fine, for Mother Empress's sake, this princess will compete with Miss Mock another day. Yi paused and looked at Consort Sue, seeing her smirking. She walked over and asked, Is something the matter, Miss Mock? Yi sneered, Nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask your highness the consort, how has the fourth prince been lately? Hearing this, Consort Sue froze. After that, Yi turned and left. Later, Yi sat in the carriage and sighed. This imperial palace must surely clash with my stars. Every time I enter the palace, something happens. Donnie asked, Miss, did today's banquet go smoothly? Yi replied in alarm, Not smoothly at all. Your miss has probably been targeted by Princess Minhyu. Donnie was shocked. What? Miss, why on earth did you provoke Princess Minhyu? Yi sighed. That it was Consort Sue's scheme. What else? Donnie pondered. Then what should we do? Yi said, What else can we do? When soldiers come, the general will block them. When water rises, we'll build a dam. Suddenly, the carriage shook. Dongni opened the curtain to look. Coachman, what? She was startled. Garden in. Nintan said, Miss Mock, His Highness summons you. Tap Thuan was sitting and waiting. Yi walked over and spoke. Thank you for the cloak today, Your Highness. The cloak is a gift for you. Sit down and give me your hand. Yi held out her hand, but he said the right one. Yi had no choice but to show her burned hand. Tap Thuan took her wrist and pulled out a bottle of medicine. Silly woman, to let your hand get injured like this because of Min Hugh. Yi froze. Your Highness Prince Tui you saw? Tap Thuan questioned, What? You were trying to hide it from me. No. From now on, you're not allowed to hurt yourself again. If anyone causes you trouble, just fight back. If the sky falls, this prince will hold it up for you. For better or worse, you are this prince's ally. Don't make this prince lose face. Yi replied, I know. You've worked hard, Your Highness. It's cold. Have a cup of warm tea. But Prince Tui stopped her. Don't move. This prince has hands and can pour it himself. Yi sighed and saw the go board. Your Highness, how about a game of Go? Afterwards, the two sat at the Go board. Tap Thuan asked in surprise, You know how to play Go? Yi smiled. That I wouldn't say I'm skilled. I've just read many books on Go strategy and occasionally play a game or two to pass the time. Then let's play a game. Your Highness, let's play for a prize. Tap Thuan said in a serious tone. Yi picked up a game piece. If Yi wins, Your Highness will help Yi with one matter. If Your Highness wins, Your Highness can ask Yi to do one thing within my capabilities. Tap Thuan agreed immediately. Deal. Yi smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing this, Tap Thuan sneered. It's still early to be thanking me. After that, the two of them played Go. You lost. Yi smiled like a fox. Your Highness, a deal is a deal. Tap Thuan sighed. This prince was careless. Speak. What do you want this prince to help you with? Yi said at once. I want Consort Zhao to know the fourth prince's true identity. Tap Thuan froze. Yi continued. Today, Consort Su used Princess Min Hugh to cause trouble for me. It's only fair that I return the favor to Consort Su. Tap Thuan smiled. It seems we have the same destination. Consort Zhao probably already knows about this by now. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Consort Zhao will do. Yi was surprised. That's right, Your Highness. Does the Emperor really like Princess Min Hugh? Tap Thuan was surprised. Like her? Min Hugh herself knows best whether he likes her or not. Yi was stunned. You mean, the Emperor doesn't actually like Princess Min Hugh as much as he appears to? Tap Thuan paused. Min Hugh looks a bit like my mother consort. Yi was surprised. Consort Xiao? Back then, Consort Xiao was the most favored in the six palaces. It said that for her, the Emperor even considered disbanding the harem. It's just a pity that beauty met a tragic fate. If the Emperor only sees Princess Min Hugh as a substitute for Consort Xiao, then his favor and tolerance for her are also not hard to understand. Your Highness, you? Tap Thuan asked her. Mock Yi, do you also think this prince is very pitiful? Yi shook her head. Your Highness has gone through so many hardships and obstacles to have achieved what you have today. Yi greatly admires Your Highness. There is admiration and there is heartache. The only thing there isn't is pity. Tap Thuan froze. Suddenly, he pulled Yi closer, then embraced her. Yi was stunned. Your Highness, everything is in the past. Those people can no longer harm you. Yi hugged Tap Thuan back to comfort him. Tap Thuan said emotionally. This prince permits you to call this prince by his name. She was worried. Yin he wouldn't dare. Tap Thuan frowned and said, this prince told you to call me by my name, so do it. This is a privilege this prince is giving you. Yin he froze. Your Highness, ah. Tap Thuan's hands gripped her waist tightly. Yin he cried out, ah. Tap Thuan, my waist is about to break. Only then did Tap Thuan happily release his grip. Yin he forced a smile. Your Highness, ah. Seeing the prince frown, Yin he had to change her address. Tap Thuan, it's getting late. I should return to my residence. Tap Thuan said softly, I'll see you out at the Imperial Palace. Yin he ran into the fourth prince. Why has Miss Mok graced the palace with her presence? Yin he replied, Her Majesty the Empress summoned me. This servant girl did not dare to refuse. The fourth prince sneered that I heard that when Consort Su summons you, you never agree. Why did you accept the Empress's invitation today? Yin he smiled. Your Highness must be joking. After all, Consort Su's niece is this servant girl's half-sister. The fourth prince continued, They are both wives of His Majesty. Miss Mok shouldn't favor one over the other, should she? What the fourth prince says is incorrect. Among the common people, only the principal wife is considered a wife. The others are all concubines, who cannot even be recorded in the family genealogy, nor can they be buried in the ancestral tomb after death. Hearing this, the fourth prince gritted his teeth in anger. Muwanshi. Wanshi replied calmly, Fourth prince, do not be angry. In any case, you cannot marry a concubine's daughter as your primary consort. My status is low, and the power behind me is weak. I cannot be of any help to my husband. No matter how beautiful or understanding I am, I cannot compare to a primary wife with powerful backing. The fourth prince said angrily, Muwanshi, it seems you hold some animosity towards this prince, don't you? This prince doesn't recall ever offending you. Wanshi feigned panic. What are you saying, fourth prince? How would this servant girl dare to hold any animosity towards the fourth prince? The nearby eunuch spoke up. Miss Mu, Her Majesty the Empress is still waiting. Wanshi curtsied to the prince. Fourth prince, this servant girl will take her leave. Watching her leave, the fourth prince gritted his teeth in anger. This woman cannot be kept. Wanshi arrived before the empress and said, This servant girl, Mu Wanshi, pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Your Majesty, long live, long live, long, long live. The empress smiled. Miss Mu, there is no need for such ceremony. Someone, grant her a seat. Wanshi then stood up. Thank you, Your Majesty. The empress said softly, Miss Mu, you need not be so formal. This one took a liking to you the moment I saw you, just like my own stubborn child. My child is currently with her maternal family. I don't know when she will return. Looking at you helps ease my longing. Wanshi replied, Princess Zhurue is of noble birth, a golden branch, and a jade leaf. She will surely be safe and sound. Your Majesty need not worry. Hearing this, the empress was pleased. This child is indeed endearing. This one summoned you to the palace today because His Majesty the Emperor told me that General Yuchi is about to lead his troops back to the capital. This time, General Yuchi has rendered great service by repelling the Northern Rome. His Majesty is unsure what reward would be best and is considering arranging a marriage for General Yuchi. What does Wanshi think of General Yuchi? Wanshi was stunned. Yuchi Lingfeng is coming back. Yuchi Lingfeng was a renowned young general who had won countless merits on the battlefield. He had also caught the eye of Princess Minghui. In her previous life, Princess Minghui, in her pursuit of him, had run to the battlefield. As a result, she was captured by the enemy state. To save her, General Yuchi was pierced by 1,000 arrows and died. A genius of his generation met such a tragic end. In this life, she didn't know if his fate would be any different. The empress spoke. General Yuchi is a dragon among men. He has integrity and is a rare, fine man in this world. If Wanshi is satisfied, this one will ask His Majesty to bestow a marriage upon you too. What do you think? Wanshi replied in alarm. Your Majesty, no. She immediately knelt. The promising young general is the ideal husband in the hearts of many women, but Wanshi has no intention of marrying. Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Majesty. The empress asked her, You have come of age. Logically, it is time to discuss marriage. General Yuchi's appearance and character are both excellent. Why do you refuse? Wanshi answered, "My father is busy with official duties, my grandmother is old and often ill, my mother is in poor health, and my younger brother is still young and naive. As the eldest daughter, Wanshi must prioritize family matters. I will only consider marriage after my mother's health improves." The Empress agreed, "That is not a problem. You and General Yuchi can get engaged first and discuss the marriage later." Wanshi froze. "Your Majesty, Wanshi already has someone in her heart. If it's not him, I will not marry." The Empress smiled. "Oh, and who might that be? Tell this one. If it's possible, this one can ask His Majesty to bestow a marriage for you." Wanshi froze and stammered. This person doesn't vie for power or position, and he doesn't even know that Wanshi admires him. The Empress smiled. "You silly child, stand up. Don't kneel anymore." Wanshi then stood up. "Yes." The Empress said, "At the welcome banquet for General Yuchi, His Majesty will certainly decree a marriage for the general. And among the unmarried ladies right now, your qualifications are the most suitable. I'm afraid His Majesty will choose you then." Wanshi bowed her head. "I implore your Majesty to put in a good word for me. This servant girl will definitely not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." The Empress smiled. This one was not mistaken. "You are indeed a clever child. Speaking of which, there are quite a few young ladies from court officials' families with suitable qualifications. When the time comes, this one will certainly give His Majesty a push in the right direction." Wanshi curtsied. "Thank you, your Majesty." Recently, Wanshi obtained a piece of information related to the fourth prince, which might be useful to your Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince. The Empress was curious. "Oh, what information is that?" Wanshi said clearly, "The fourth prince is not the son of consort Zhaoda." The Empress was so stunned that the teacup in her hand fell and shattered. "What?" The matron beside the Empress panicked. "Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you burned?" The Empress was frantic. "Mu Wanshi, some things cannot be said carelessly. Tampering with the imperial bloodline is a capital crime." Wanshi replied, "Your Majesty, if Wanshi did not have proof, how would I dare to say it? Although the fourth prince is not the son of noble consort Zhao, he is still the emperor's son. It doesn't count as tampering with the imperial bloodline." The Empress was surprised. "Then whose son is he?" "Noble consort Su's?" Upon hearing this, the Empress gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She thought to herself, "A few days ago, noble consort Su came to surrender, saying she wanted to cooperate with me to deal with consort Rongxian and consort Zhaoda. It turns out she was just toying with this one. If the fourth prince is noble consort Su's son, how could he have been raised under consort Zhaoda's name?" Wanshi explained, "Your Majesty, you may not know. The fourth prince was secretly swapped with consort Zhaoda's child. Even consort Zhaoda herself doesn't know. As for why noble consort Su did this, I'm sure your Majesty can see the reason." The Empress said in a low voice, "It's because of the power of consort Zhaoda's maternal family. The fourth prince has hidden himself very deeply indeed." Then she questioned, "Why did you want to tell this one about this?" "Because Wanshi and your Majesty share a common enemy. Noble consort Su has repeatedly plotted against this servant girl, wanting me to marry one of the fourth prince's subordinates. And just now, in the palace, this servant girl encountered the fourth prince, and it seemed he already has killing intent towards me." Wanshi bowed her head. "This servant girl cherishes her life. Naturally, I must find a way to survive. Outside the palace, I have the Duke of Qin's manor. But inside the palace, Wanshi has no mountain to lean on." The Empress immediately said, "Very well, this one accepts this favor from you. It's getting late. This one will have someone escort you out of the palace." Wanshi curtsied, "Thank you, your Majesty." The next day, the grand army returned to the capital. The court was bustling with excitement. Qingzhu, who was walking with Wanshi, exclaimed, "Heavens, there are so many people. I wonder when General Yuchi will arrive." "Miss, have you ever met General Yuchi? I wonder what he looks like." Wanshi paused. "What could he look like?" "He has 2 eyes and a nose, just like anyone else." "Does he have an extra eye or something?" Chiora smiled. "How could he be the same? General Yuchi is the youngest great general of Dongzhou. Not only did he turn the tide and lead troops against the brutal Northern Rong army, but he also beat them into a hasty retreat. He's truly formidable." Wanshi sighed. Then a cheer erupted. "Look, the great general has entered the city." Yuchi rode in on horseback, flanked by the princes. He thought to himself, "It's been 3 years. Little girl Sheer, your brother Yuchi is finally back." The people below looked up at him and exclaimed, "Great General, great General." Chioer, standing next to Wanshi, said, "My goodness, I never expected General Yuchi to be so handsome. He's both handsome and a skilled warrior." "That's right, the sachet. I have to find a sachet to give to the great general." Chioer took out the sachet, found it. She ran forward and bumped into Wanshi. Wanshi fell over. Chioer panicked. "Miss!" Wanshi was on the ground. The horse was just approaching. Wanshi screamed in terror. Yuchi immediately said, "Careful." General Yuchi's horse was just approaching her when Yuchi quickly reined in his horse. Suddenly, Ji-chun appeared and carried Wanshi away. Wanshi was still shaken. The crown prince approached and spoke. "Third brother, so you came as well." Ji-chun just gave a cold. Then General Yuchi came over and saluted. "Thank you, Your Highness, Prince Rue, for your help. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "Sheer, are you all right?" Wanshi was surprised, then forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine. I startled the general's horse. It was truly improper. Please forgive me, General." General Yuchi came closer and said to her, "What is there to forgive? Is there a need for such formality between us?" "Sheer, this is my gift for you. See if you like it." Then Ling Feng took out a gift box. Wanshi took it and looked at it intently. Ji-chun stood beside them, displeased. "Ling Feng, you know Miss Mu?" Ling Feng replied, "Of course I do. Thank you again, Your Highness, for just now." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji-chun pushed Wanshi along. "All right, it's time to go. His Majesty and all the civil and military officials are still waiting at the palace gate." Wanshi, walking with him, was speechless. Then she looked to the side, stunned. It was Princess Minghui staring at them. Her expression was filled with killing intent. Wanshi thought to herself, "This is bad. How could I have forgotten? The general is returning to court today. Given Princess Minghui's infatuation with Yuchi Lingfeng, she would definitely sneak out of the palace. Just now, Yuchi Lingfeng giving me a gift in front of everyone is enough to make this petty princess hold a deadly grudge against me. I came out of the manor for a trip, didn't even get to see the excitement, and ended up with a difficult enemy. This is really..." Chioer came over, looking remorseful. "Miss, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Wanshi said sternly, "Seeing as you've honestly admitted your mistake, go back and copy 10 texts as punishment." Chioer replied, "Yes." Wanshi then said, "Stand up first. I'm afraid tonight's welcome banquet will be a battle." That evening, Wanshi went with old Master Mu. Princess Minghui appeared and called out, "Mu Wanshi." Wanshi curtsied, "Greetings, Princess." Minghui said to her, "It's been so long. Your hand must have healed, right? If your hand gets injured again today, this princess will punish you for disrespecting the imperial family." Wanshi replied, "Your Highness, my hand has healed. You need not worry." Minghui crossed her arms, challenging, "Good that it's healed. Today, I will see who is better between us. I obey your command." Minghui left angrily. "You just wait." Old Madame Mo stayed and asked, "Wanshi, how did you offend Princess Minghui?" Wanshi smiled. "Grandmother, it was Consort Su who said my zither skills are good." After hearing that, Princess Minghui wanted to compete with Wanshi. Old Madame Mo reminded her, "If the princess competes with you later, you should concede defeat. Don't offend the princess. She is the emperor's most beloved daughter." Wanshi replied, "Your granddaughter understands." She thought to herself, "I'm afraid that even if I concede, Princess Minghui won't let me off so easily." Old Madame Mo then left. Yi Jichun walked over. Wanshi was surprised. "Your Highness, Prince Rue, is there something you need?" Yi Jichun asked irritably, "Are you and Yuchi Lingfeng very close?" Wanshi replied, "Not particularly." Then Yi Jichun led her away. Let's go in." As the two were walking together, a voice suddenly called out, "Dasha." Wanshi turned around. General Yuchi. Lingfeng asked her, "Sure, do you like the gift I gave you?" Wanshi forced a smile that, "Thank you, General." Lingfeng also smiled shyly, scratching his head. "It's good that you like it. It wasn't a waste of all my effort." Yi Jichun, standing beside them, spoke up, mad with jealousy. "General Yuchi is truly thoughtful. Even while fighting battles, you don't forget to put in the effort to please a beauty." Lingfeng said softly, "Your Highness flatters me. I am a dull person. How would I know how to please a beauty?" Yi Jichun gritted his teeth angrily and said in a stern voice, "Wanshi, let's go." Wanshi covered her mouth and smiled. Afterward, Lingfeng asked her, "Why does His Highness seem a bit displeased with me?" Wanshi replied, "You must be mistaken, General. His Majesty and Her Majesty are probably about to arrive. We should hurry inside too." Lingfeng ran after her, calling out, "Sheer, Have you been well in the imperial capital these past few years? Wanshi replied, "Thank you for your concern, General. I have been well." Ling Feng said gently, "I've been away for 3 years. Has Shi'er grown distant from me? You used to call me Brother Yuchi." Wanshi froze. Brother Yuchi? She then remembered. Perhaps for him, it had only been 3 years, but for her a lifetime had passed. Then the two of them walked in together. "General, please." Then the Emperor and the Empress walked over. The Emperor asked, "Empress, which family's young lady is that, standing together with my General Yuchi? They look quite well matched." The Empress replied, "Your Majesty, that is the eldest young lady of Prime Minister Mo's household, Mo Wanshi. Miss Mo and General Yuchi do look very well matched. It's just that their statuses—" Seeing the Empress hesitate, the Emperor asked, "What about their statuses?" "Ling Feng is a great general I personally appointed. He is young, has a promising future, and is handsome and dashing. Could it be that he is not worthy of her?" The Empress smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. What I meant was the powers behind them. General Yuchi holds military power and has glorious achievements. And behind Miss Mo is the Duke of Qin's Manor, which also has illustrious military merits and holds significant military power." The Emperor pondered. "That's right. How could I have forgotten? We'll discuss this later. Let's enter the hall." The Empress replied yes. Consort Su, standing behind, overheard and smiled to herself. "Princess Minghui is very fond of Yuchi Ling Feng. If I can match these two, perhaps I can pull Princess Minghui to my side." The Emperor, along with the Empress and Consort Su, stood at the head and raised his cup. "Today, I have specially organized this welcome banquet for General Yuchi. Let us all raise our cups to congratulate General Yuchi on his victorious return." All the ministers said in unison, "Congratulations to General Yuchi on his victorious return." Consort Su spoke up, "Your Majesty, the great general is now over 20, yet he has not yet spoken of marriage. Why don't you choose a wife for the great general? That way, he won't have to be lonely in his manor." The Emperor immediately said, "My dear consort speaks my mind. Today, all the civil and military officials and their marriageable daughters are in the palace. My dear subject Yuchi, is there any young lady here who has captured your heart? If so, I will bestow a marriage upon you." Ling Feng stammered, "Your Majesty, your humble general." Wanshi froze. She turned away, while Princess Minghui glared. Consort Su spoke up, "Your Majesty, looking at all the young ladies, have you not noticed someone who is very suitable for the general?" The Emperor let out a surprised, "Oh, who?" Consort Su replied, "Your Majesty, Princess Minghui has already come of age." Minghui's eyes lit up, but the Emperor said, "Minghui is still young. I wish to keep her with me for another 2 years." Hearing this, Minghui deflated. The Emperor spoke up, "Your Majesty, what do you think of the left Prime Minister's granddaughter, Miss Sun Shangxiang? And Princess Xiaoyang is not bad either." The Emperor asked him, "My dear subject Yuchi, what are your thoughts?" Ling Feng replied, "Reporting to your Majesty, your humble general already has someone in his heart. Once I have won the fair lady's heart, I will definitely ask your Majesty to bestow a marriage." The Emperor was surprised. "If that's the case, let's drop it for today. We'll speak of another day." Princess Minghui spoke up, "Father Emperor, the great general has returned victorious, allowing the people of our eastern Tao border to live in peace. Your daughter wishes to perform a dance, to pray for the peace and prosperity of eastern Tao, and also to congratulate the great general on his return." The Emperor was pleased. "Granted." Then, Consort Su smiled, "Your Majesty, it is rumored that Miss Mo's zither skills are excellent. Even the princess admires them. Last time, she wanted to enjoy a performance, but unexpectedly, Miss Mo had injured her hand. How about, on this occasion today, we have Miss Mo play a piece to congratulate the great general on his victorious return? What do you think?" Wanshi froze, thinking, what is Consort Su trying to do now? The Emperor said, "That's a good idea. Then I will have someone prepare a zither." The Empress interrupted, "Just use my phoenix zither." Consort Su froze. "Elder sister, the phoenix zither was the love token the Emperor gave you back then. To take it out." But the Empress said, "If the phoenix zither can bring peace and prosperity to the people of the realm, I am willing even if it gets damaged. Am I not right, Your Majesty?" The Emperor smiled. "The Empress is right. Have someone fetch the zither. It has been a long time since I've heard the sound of the phoenix zither." The Empress replied yes. Consort Su also forced a smile. "Your Majesty, this dish tastes quite good. Please have a taste." Then Minghui stepped forward and curtsied. "Father Emperor, your daughter is about to begin." Palace maids danced in the background with Ming Hui as she swayed and glided before everyone. Everyone around gasped. Oh, Wanchi froze, thinking to herself, a dignified royal princess, yet she's performing such a frivolous dance in front of everyone. She looked up at the emperor and saw that he seemed displeased. Wanchi sipped her tea, truly foolish. Then she froze. She glanced at Yi Jichuan, watching Princess Minghui, whose face resembles his mother's by 20 or 30%, perform such a dance. He must feel very uncomfortable. Then Minghui stopped. Your daughter wishes that Father Emperor's kingdom remains forever strong, with boundless territory. The emperor just grunted, Reward her. Then a palace maid brought the phoenix zither. Your majesty, your highness, here is the phoenix zither. The emperor spoke up. The zither has been brought out. Miss Mo, you may begin. Then Wanchi stepped forward and curtsied. Yes. She walked to the zither, placed her hands on it. There's a problem with the strings. Consort Su is truly skilled. She even dared to tamper with the empress's phoenix zither. Wanchi deliberately plucked the string, making her finger bleed. Yi Jichuan sneered and spoke up. Your majesty, the phoenix zither is a spiritual instrument. It has a spiritual aura. Seeing blood is an inauspicious omen. It cannot be stained with blood, or will bring disaster to Eastern Tao. Wanchi bowed her head. May your majesty quell your anger. I was clumsy and accidentally cut my finger. The phoenix zither is a national treasure. If it is stained with fresh blood, it will inevitably lead to misfortune. Although I am proficient in the zither, I also know other instruments. I ask for your majesty's permission to play a flute piece to pray for the soldiers of Eastern Tao. Consort Su spoke up. I thought I would be fortunate enough to hear Miss Mo's zither performance today, but an accident occurred. What a pity. Wanchi replied respectfully. Your highness consort is joking. At Princess Minghui's coming-of-age ceremony, I was fortunate to hear the princesses playing. I am ashamed that I cannot compare. Minghui immediately said, Father Emperor, how about I perform a duet with Miss Mo? The emperor nodded. Granted. Wanchi turned to look. Just then, Marquis Pingyu, Gong Yuehen, walked over to, if that's the case. Miss Mo, if you don't mind, please use my jade flute. Wanchi smiled. I've heard that the Marquis's jade flute is made from the jade of Mount Tai Dong, exquisitely carved, with a sweet and clear sound. To be able to borrow it from the Marquis is truly Wanner's blessing. Thank you, Marquis. Gong Yuehen then approached her. If you want to thank me, then play a piece that satisfies me. Otherwise, I will collect 1,000 taels of gold as a fee for using my jade flute. Wanchi took the flute. That I will certainly do my best. Minghui said, unhappily, Mo Wanchi. To avoid others saying that I am bullying you, you may choose the music piece. Wanchi replied, thank you, your highness. How about Summer Solstice tune? Minghui agreed. No problem. Minghui thought to herself, Summer Solstice tune is my specialty. Mo Wanchi, just you wait to lose. At the Imperial Palace banquet, Wanchi was sitting and playing the flute. Everyone who heard exclaimed. Minghui, sitting beside her playing the zither, thought to herself, how is this possible? Summer Solstice tune has many rises and falls with a wide range. Playing it on the flute is very taxing. But Mo Wanchi can not only play it with ease, she can even suppress my playing. She hurriedly started playing faster. No, I can't lose. Suddenly, a zither string snapped. Minghui was startled. Wanchi, who was playing, also turned to look. Then she also stopped playing. Applause rang out. Kung Noyet Nan said, this piece by Miss Mu is worthy of 1,000 gold pieces. The emperor spoke up. Minister Mu, you have a wonderful daughter. The ministers then also praised her profusely. Miss Mu is truly talented and beautiful. General Mu is truly blessed. Indeed. The empress froze and then became alarmed. Min Hu answered, Mother Empress, please forgive me. I don't know why the zither string broke either. The empress flew into a rage. What do you mean it broke? You clearly ruined my zither. Her eyes welled up with tears. Your Majesty, I believe I have never wronged Min Hu. Min Hu's annual stipend in the palace is double that of the other princesses. I give her any good thing I have, and yet she, the emperor, remained silent. Min Hu came forward and knelt. Father Emperor, your child did not intentionally damage Mother Empress's zither. It's just that the strings suddenly snapped, causing my hand to slip. I did not deliberately destroy the lone Fuang zither that Father Emperor gifted to Mother Empress. I beg Father Emperor to see the truth. Tap Thuan spoke up. Your Majesty, The lone Fuang zither is a symbol of good fortune. Now that it is broken, it means someone wants to destroy the good fortune of our Dong Tao. Min Hu defended herself. Third brother, it was just an accident. Why must you frame me like this? Third brother. Tap Thuan said, the fact that you broke the lone Fuang zither is undeniable. The lone Fuang zither is a symbol of good fortune. Miss Mu wouldn't even let it be stained with blood, yet you destroyed it. Not to mention the lone Fuang zither is also a testament to the deep affection between the emperor and empress. Can't you bear to see the emperor and empress's deep love? Min Hu froze. Tap Thuan continued, if your mother consort had not passed away, I would have thought you were deliberately slapping the empress in the face. Min Hu was stunned. Third brother, don't go too far. The emperor was furious. Min Hu, shut your mouth. Min Hu froze. The emperor comforted the empress. It is a fact that Min Hu broke the empress's favorite zither. How do you wish to punish her, empress? The empress said softly, although this lone Fuang zither is very important to me, is still just an inanimate object. How about we punish Princess Min Hu with 1 month of confinement to reflect on her actions and study palace etiquette? As a princess of a nation, she runs around outside all year. She doesn't even know the most basic etiquette. The empress replied, yes, let's do that. Min Hu trembled and thought, doesn't Father Emperor love me the most? How could he let the empress punish and humiliate me like this? She glanced at Yu Yanhe. This is all Mu Yanhe's fault. If it weren't for her, how could I have broken the empress's lone Fuang zither? Mu Yanhe, this princess, swear I cannot live under the same sky as you. At the residence of Marquis Pingjue, Kung Noyet Nan put his arm around Lang Fong's shoulder and asked, hey Lang Fong, you have to thank me this time. Yesterday, I had someone send an invitation to Miss Mu. Miss Mu has replied that she will attend. Lang Fong replied, of course I have to thank you, young Master Noyet Nan. But Noyet Nan, don't you think His Highness is a bit strange? Noyet Nan was surprised. In what way is His Highness strange? Lang Fong scratched his head. I don't know why, but I feel like His Highness is a little dissatisfied with me. He even beat me up at the welcome banquet that night, but I don't think I've ever offended His Highness. Noyet Nan froze. Wait, it can't be. He folded his fan and smiled. Hey Lang Fong, how about we go to Thien Hung Pavilion today? There's a new lady there who sings very well. Lang Fong refused. In my eyes, no woman in the world can compare to Hini. She's the one who sings the best. He crossed his arms, annoyed that I don't know why, but since I returned from the border this time, Hini has been very distant with me, not at all as close as before. Then footsteps entered. It was Tap Thuan standing behind him. Lang Fong, unaware, continued to speak. She used to always call me brother you try. Now, every time she opens her mouth, it's General Noyet Nan, tell me, if I go to their door to propose marriage, will Prime Minister Mu agree? Hearing this, Tap Thuan's eyes widened in a glare. Noyet Nan smiled. I don't know if Prime Minister Mu will agree, but I know you'll be in for some bad luck. Lang Fong was surprised. Why bad luck? Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. Lang Fong turned around, stunned to see Tap Thuan with a murderous look on his face. Tap Thuan, why are you here? Noyet Nan quickly made his escape. I'll be leaving first. You two can take your time and chat. Tap Thuan stood and questioned Lang Fong. Do you like Mu Yanhe? Lang Fong answered frankly yes. Tap Thuan continued to ask, when exactly did you meet her? I've known you for so long, but I've never heard that you and she were acquainted. Lang Fong recounted, when I was young, I studied at the residence of Duke Tan for a period of time. I met Hini back then. So does Mu Yanhe like you? Lang Fong sighed, I don't know. Hearing this, Tap Thuan sat down in a chair and sneered, it's fine if you don't know. I will tell you something good. Mu Yanhe belongs to me. Even though we are brothers, I will not yield. Lang Fong was stunned. Your Highness, you can't be joking, can you? Tap Thuan sneered. Do I look like I'm joking? Lang Fong questioned. So you came today to stop me from liking Hini? Tap Thuan then stood up and said, no, I only came to tell you that I am determined to have Mu Yanhe. We can compete fairly, based on our own abilities. But no matter who Mu Yanhe chooses in the end, it will not affect our friendship. Lang Fong replied, all right. Then, as Tap Thuan was leaving, he said, Yut Tri, the emperor will not allow the Yut Tri family to marry into the house of Duke Tan. But Lang Fong said, I can surrender my military authority. Tap Thuan sneered, do you think I would allow you to surrender your military authority? Lang Fong said angrily, Your Highness, that's not fair. But Tap Thuan paid no mind and patted his shoulder. You try, this world has never been fair. At Kai Truck Pavilion, Yanhe arrived with Dong Ni. An attendant stood at the gate and greeted them. Is this your first time at Kai Truck Pavilion, miss? Do you know the rules of Kai Truck? He smiled. Of course I know. To enter Kai Truck Pavilion, one must compose a poem on the spot. The poem must be good to be allowed entry into Kai Truck Pavilion. The attendant smiled and replied, "It is now winter, and the plum blossoms are in full bloom. Today's theme at Kai Truck Pavilion is plum blossom. Please compose a poem with verses related to plum blossoms, miss." He looked at a plum branch and pondered for a moment. A plum branch blooms before Kai Truck Pavilion. This evening, I see flowers by home sealed like ice. How can the hues of spring find their way through? After hearing it, the attendant was stunned. A fine poem. Suddenly, Noyet Non appeared and tapped the attendant on the head. "You rascal, why are you blocking the way of my esteemed guest?" The attendant scratched his head. "My lord, this is the rule of Kai Truck Pavilion. Otherwise, how would this humble one dare to make things difficult for a lady as beautiful as a celestial fairy?" Noyet Non covered his mouth with his fan and chuckled. "Smooth talker. Miss Moo, please." He led He inside. Today's literary gathering doesn't have many people, but everyone is a renowned scholar, each with their own style and all possessing exceptional skills. He said softly, "My lord, He has no particular talent." Noyet Non smiled. "Miss Moo, you are too modest." He thought to himself, if you had no talent, how could you have been noticed by the unusually cunning eyes of His Highness, Prince Doan? The two of them walked in together. Suddenly, Thuong Quan Tuoc said, "Oh, does the Marquis have a new guest today? Come in, come in. In this cold weather, don't let the beauty freeze." Hearing this, the two of them froze. Noyet Non walked over and chided, "Thuong Quan Tuoc, you just love to stir up trouble." Then, Tan Yin appeared and called out to her, "Yin Ni." He was surprised. "Cousin Twin, you're here too?" Tan Yin questioned Noyet Non. "Why did you bring her out in this cold weather without preparing a hand warmer?" Thuong Quan Tuoc immediately replied, "Brother Tan, so you know this little beauty? Won't you introduce her to everyone?" Tan Yin announced, "My younger cousin, Mu Yin He." Thuong Quan Tuoc was stunned. "Is this the Miss Mu of the 1,000 gold piece song that the Marquis mentioned? With not that zets? At Kai Truck Pavilion, my sister's zither playing is the best, but from now on, that best title will have to be given to someone else." Suddenly, TT appeared. "My lord, you feel uncomfortable if you don't tease TT for a day, don't you?" Noyet Non introduced, "Miss Mu, this is the songstress of Thien Hung Pavilion. Although one song may not be worth 1,000 gold pieces, there are those willing to pay 100 gold pieces to hear one." He spoke, "Miss TT." TT replied, "Miss Mu, this is the adopted son of the eldest princess, Hansu." Hansu spoke up, "Miss Mu, I have long admired your great name. Indeed, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person." He smiled, "Young Master Han." She thought to herself, Hansu's appearance is as warm and gentle as his personality, but no one would have expected that a person like this in a past life would do such crazy things as that. Noyet Non introduced, "This is the second son of Minister Tu, to Swang. Although he is from a family, he is not like the others in the family." To Swang smiled, "I've always heard my older brother go on and on about Miss Mu this and Miss Mu that. Meeting you today, I finally know who was being deceived. A lady as wise and beautiful as you is rumored to be foolish and useless. Indeed, rumors cannot be trusted." The servant next to Noyet Non was startled. "My lord, His Highness Prince Doan and General Yut Tri have arrived." Noyet Non forced a smile and thought to himself, "I knew today wouldn't go by smoothly. These two have appeared at the same time again. As long as they don't start fighting, it'll be fine." He then opened his fan and tapped it against his hand. As soon as Lang Fong arrived, he called her name, Yin Ni. He smiled, "General." Lang Fong ran forward and said softly, "Don't keep calling me General. Just call me Lang Fong." He froze this. Hansu then said, "Let's not stand anymore. It's cold. Let's sit down and have some hot tea to warm up." They then sat down at the table. Tap Thuan saw He walking to a different spot and asked, "Why not come sit over here?" He looked hesitant. She then walked forward. Lang Fong then said, "Ni." Tap Thuan shot him a murderous glare. He stiffened and walked forward. Tup Tuan, what tea? Have a seat." Ling Fong smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yu Hen then said cheerfully, "Brother Han's tea-making skills are truly improving. Everyone, try to guess what kind of tea Brother Han has brewed." Once she held the warm teacup and asked, "Is this plum blossom tea brewed with snow water?" Han Chu asked in surprise. How did Miss Mu know it was brewed with snow water? Wan Shi replied, snow without plum blossoms lacks color, and plum blossoms without snow lack flavor. To brew plum blossom tea, snow water is the perfect match. The fragrance is pure, and the taste is sweet. Han Chu nodded, that's right. I did indeed use snow water to brew the tea. It's a pity that after so many years of drinking it, no one could guess. Yet Miss Mu figured it out right away. Yu Hen spoke up, so Brother Han used snow water to brew the plum blossom tea. No wonder this tea is so sweet. But with such a beautiful scene, it would be even better with some fine wine. It's a shame Brother Han isn't skilled at mulling wine. Once she covered her mouth and smiled, if the Marquis doesn't mind, once she can mull the wine for everyone. Han Chu walked over to watch Wan Shi. I didn't expect Miss Mu to know how to mull wine. Wan Shi explained, in the cold winter, drinking wine can be chilling. That's how the practice of mulling wine came to be. She then plucked a few plum blossom petals and dropped them in ancient times, they mulled wine to discuss heroes. Today, we mull wine and speak of plum blossoms, which has its own unique flavor. Miss Mu is absolutely right, but just drinking like this is too dull. How about we play a drinking game? Once she paused, my alcohol tolerance isn't very good. Su Shuang smiled and replied, it's all right if Miss Mu's tolerance is low. As long as you are well-versed in poetry and don't lose, you'll be fine. If you don't lose, you don't have to drink. Yu Hen looked pleased, it's fine. Besides, it's no matter if you get drunk here. We still have His Highness Prince Duan and General Yuchi here, after all. Once she had no choice but to agree. Very well then. TT then said, then let's take plum blossoms or snowflakes as the theme. Let me go first. Once she began to recite a poem, suddenly a spring breeze blew one night, and thousands of pear trees blossomed. Miss Mu, it's your turn. Once she pondered for a moment. The sky does not mourn the fallen queen of night, covering the jade-like, scentless plum stamens. Flowers fly before the door, as all things rest. Jade dust fills the sands, sharing a cup with you in the sun, adorned by wind and rain, silently smelling the lingering fragrance. Yu Hen smiled. Miss Mu, it's your turn again. Once she froze, then raised her cup and drank. A moment later, she became dizzy and her face flushed red, then collapsed. Dong panicked, miss. Yu Hen was surprised, drunk after just one cup. Han Chu gave an order. Quickly, prepare a bowl of sobering soup and bring it here. But Qin Yuan had already picked Wan Shi up. There's no need. It's getting late. I'll take her back to the general's manor at Jinlong Courtyard. Once she woke up, Donger, sitting by her bed, called out, Miss, you're awake. Miss, early this morning, Ji Wei from the madam's side came looking for you twice. Seeing you were still not awake, she left. Once she questioned, did she say what was about? Donger replied, no, but this servant thinks something must have happened. Ji Wei's expression wasn't good. She seemed a bit anxious. Shower brought in a bowl of soup. Miss, the sobering soup is ready. Please drink it while it's hot. Once she held the bowl in her hands, later, come with me to the main courtyard to ask what happened with Mother. We can also visit Brother Rui while we're there. Suddenly, Qing Zhu ran in frantically. Eldest miss, you're finally awake. Something has happened. Last night, the old madam brought people and took the young master away from madam. A whole night has passed since then. Once she dropped the bowl. What did you say? Rui was taken away. Ji Wei replied, yes. Eldest miss, you should go and see. The madam was so worried she couldn't sleep all night. Once she then got out of bed, Donger, show her, follow me to the upper courtyard. Outside, Qing Zhu ran up and whispered something to Wan Shi. After hearing it, she became angry. Qing Zhu, go to the front courtyard quickly and ask father to come over. Here, at the upper courtyard, a maid ran in to report. Old madam, this is bad. The eldest miss is here. Old Moose said, what are you panicking about? Isn't it just the eldest miss who has come? Shouting and screaming like that. Where's your decorum? The maid stammered, but the eldest miss. Once she walked in and spoke, what about me? Your granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. Old Moo asked her, are you really here to pay your respects to me? Once she replied, of course it is, and to pick up Brother Rui while I'm at it. Grandmother, Brother Rui has been with you for a whole night. Your health is not good. You need more rest. Brother Rui is at a mischievous age now. Don't let him disturb you. Old Moose said, just let Brother Rui stay with me for a while longer than we'll see. Wan Shi said sternly, Grandmother, a child is fragile and cannot be compared to your granddaughter. He cannot be cold. He cannot be hungry. Even the slightest lack of care from those around him could harm him. Old Mu glared and said, "What boy is so weak? Back then, you also grew up like this." Wan Shi replied, "Wan Shi is a girl, so of course I was more delicate. When mother gave birth to brother Rui, she was already of advanced age. Moreover, brother Rui is not even a year old yet. He cannot leave his mother. It's better if grandmother lets your granddaughter take brother Rui back." Old Mu slammed the table in anger. "Mu Wan Shi, are you raising your voice to your elder?" Wan Shi replied bluntly, "Grandmother, your granddaughter respects you, which is why I call you grandmother. If what grandmother does is unbecoming of your status, then don't blame your granddaughter for being disrespectful." Old Mu flew into a rage and pointed at her. "Emu Wan Shi, what do you mean? You." Just then, Donger ran in holding brother Rui. "Miss, we found the young master. Quick, look." The young master's condition is not good. Wan Shi checked his breathing. It was weak. "Brother Rui." She then hugged him. "Grandmother, your heart is truly vicious." Old Mu, startled, said guiltily that was the servant's poor care. Wan Shi then left. "Show her. Go back immediately and tell someone to prepare hot water and fresh ginger." Wan Shi walked right past Mu Buyuan. He said angrily, "She has less and less decorum by the day. She doesn't even know to greet her own father." Donger replied, "General, this is bad. The old madam mistreated the young master, and his condition is critical. The poor young master was thrown into a concubine's room for a whole night. There wasn't even anyone to look after him. When he was found, his face was pale and his body was ice cold. I'm afraid." Mu Buyuan was stunned. "What did you say?" At Jinlan courtyard, Wan Shi brought Ruier back. "Where is the doctor? Why isn't the doctor here yet?" Qing Zhu replied, "Miss, don't worry. Shou has already gone. Dr. Qin will be here shortly." Wan Shi looked at her brother and cried, "It's all my fault. I clearly can't drink, yet I still wanted to show off. If I hadn't gotten drunk, brother Rui wouldn't have been taken away." Chioer ran in and called out anxiously, "Miss, Dr. Qin is here." Wan Shi panicked. "Dr. Qin, please, quickly check on brother Rui." "Brother Rui?" Dr. Qin checked his pulse for a long time, then shook his head. "Miss Mu, I'm afraid the young master." Wan Shi froze. She knelt down. "Dr. Qin, I beg you, please save brother Rui. Save him." Dr. Qin helped her up. "Eldest miss, please don't be like this. With the young master's condition, there's truly nothing I can do. But there is one person who can save him. It's just that this person is very difficult to invite." Once she grabbed his sleeve, "What way?" "Dr. Qin, please tell me quickly." Dr. Qin replied, "The divine hand, the miracle doctor. But this person is very hard to find. I'm afraid that by the time you find him, the young master will have already." Once she collapsed, Qing Zhu frantically helped her up, "Miss." Once she asked, "Is there really no other way?" Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Wu said, "Miss Mu, I know where the divine hand, the miracle doctor, is." At Prince Rui's manor, Ning Qing reported to Ji Chun, "Your Highness, Miss Mu requests an audience. She is waiting in the room." Ji Chun walked over and called out, "Mu Wan Shi, why are you here?" With tears streaming down her face, once she ran over and grabbed his wrist. She knelt at his feet. "Your Highness, I beg you, please let the divine hand, the miracle doctor, treat my younger brother." Ji Chun asked, "What happened?" Once she replied, "Something happened to Rui. He's at death's door right now." Ji Chun ordered Ning Qing, "Ning Qing, go find that old man immediately." Ning Qing replied, "Yes." Hearing this, once she finally calmed down, "Thank you, Your Highness." Ji Chun looked at her tear-streaked face with a pained expression. "Wipe your face." Seeing you in this disheveled state, anyone who didn't know better would think this prince was bullying you. Afterward, Ning Qing arrived, carrying the divine hand, the miracle doctor. He was still struggling. "You damn brat, how dare you let your men treat me like this?" Wan Shi immediately said, "Senior miracle doctor." She bowed. "This junior, Mu Wan Shi, pays her respects to senior. My younger brother at home is at death's door. I implore senior to save him." He stroked his beard and circled around her. "Oh, where did this young lady come from? Looking so graceful. Little girl, you should become my disciple." Once she was surprised. Ji Chun frowned helplessly, then flared up in anger. "Aren't you going to save him already?" He then pulled Wan Shi along. "Let's go. My good disciple, master will go save him with you." At the general's manor, the carriage stopped at the entrance. Wan Shi led the way. "Senior, please help my brother." As soon as she opened the door, Wan Shi was immediately slapped. Wan Shi held her slapped cheek with one hand. Qin Yuenya was furious. "It's all your fault. All your fault. You clearly know you can't drink. Why did you still go out drinking?" She was both angry and crying. The matron beside her said, "Madam, please calm down." Wan Shi could only endure it. "Senior, please examine my brother first." He then went to check the brother's pulse. It seemed not good. He immediately took off his outer scarf, then used acupuncture needles. Qin Yuenya was worried. Who are you? What are you doing to Brother Rue? The miracle doctor held up a needle. If you don't want your precious son to die, then shut your mouth. Wanshi froze, watching from behind. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the miracle doctor looked tired. Wanshi worriedly asked, Senior, my brother. Seeing him writing something, he said, with me here, he won't die. His body is just a bit weak. He'll be fine after a period of recuperation. He rolled up the paper and shouted, Stinky brat, get out here. Anwu appeared and spoke. Senior, what is the matter? The divine physician handed him a piece of paper. Go to the prince's residence to get the medicine. Bring it here quickly, or I'll skin you alive. Anwu replied, understood. Then he turned back to Wanshi and said, such a delicate and beautiful face, yet beaten to this state. The mama immediately said, Eldest miss, don't be angry. The madam was just. Wanshi said sadly, I'm fine. The divine physician told Qingzhu, you, come here and apply medicine for the little girl. Qingzhu dabbed the medicine on Wanshi's cheek. Miss, it might hurt a little. Please bear with it. Yuya immediately asked, Divine physician, why hasn't my son woken up yet? He said, woken up? He's already lucky to have his life back. How could he wake up at this time? As a mother, you can't even protect your own child, yet you blame others. Wanshi cut in, Senior. She fell in a deep thought. Then Yuya turned and called out, Sure, I'm sorry, Wanshi replied sadly, I'm fine. Mother is right. If I hadn't been drunk, I would have risked my life to stop grandmother from taking brother Rue away. Yuya froze. Wanshi continued, besides, Senior has already said it. Brother Rue's life is not in danger. Mother, please rest assured. I was the one who snatched Brother Rue back from grandmother's hands. It will not implicate Mother. Yuya held Brother Rue in her arms, looking ashamed, but it's good that you can forgive your mother's difficult position. Since Brother Rue is fine, I will take him back first. Then the madam left. Mu Wanshi stood pensively, watching her go. Seeing Wanshi lost in thought, Qingzhu, standing nearby, called out sadly, Mississippi. Wanshi replied, I'm fine. The divine physician spoke up, all right, my good disciple. Is this your courtyard? Where will this old man stay? Wanshi was surprised you. The divine physician said, Since you've already taken me as your master, of course I have to stay here and teach you. Wanshi froze. I took you as my master. The divine physician questioned, what? This old man cured your little brother, and now you're going to turn your back and not acknowledge me. Wanshi was stunned. No, that's not it. You. The divine physician waved his hand. All right, this matter is settled then. Oh, right, little girl. What is your relationship with Prince Duan? That stinky brat has never had a woman by his side. Wanshi gave an awkward smile. We have no relationship at all. The divine physician was surprised. Really? I don't believe it. But fine, it's okay if you don't admit it. Since you've already taken me as your master, in the future, if that stinky brat wants to marry you, he'll have to get my approval first. Wanshi froze. Senior, you. He cut her off. Hurry up. Find me a place to stay first. Your master wants to rest. In a moment, that boy will deliver the medicine. Have someone boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl. Give it to that child 3 times a day, and he will wake up soon. Wanshi was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Qingzhu, go arrange a place for Senior to stay. Qingzhu quickly replied, Yes, Mississippi. The divine physician asked unhappily, Still calling me Senior? Wanshi clasped her hands. Your disciple thanks you, Master. He went outside and looked around. A child is easy to teach. Since Master has accepted you as a disciple, I will definitely teach you everything I know. In the future, if you encounter this kind of situation again, you can handle it yourself. Then Qingzhu led him away. Wanshi froze, thinking, learning medicine? It doesn't seem too bad. From that day on, every day, aside from paying respects to Madame Mu and visiting Brother Rue, Mu Wanshi would stay in her courtyard to study medicine with her master. She studied diligently at Jinlan Courtyard. Qingzhu said, The new year is coming, Mississippi. The Prime Minister said he will keep the vigil with the madam this year. Will you be joining them then? Wanshi said in a low voice, We'll see when the time comes. How is grandmother's health? Qingzhu replied, The old madam has caught a cold. The third miss has been by her bedside taking care of her, and has won the old madam's favor. Wanshi said coldly, Let her be. Ever since grandmother caused Brother Rue to fall gravely ill, the relationship between father and her has started to crack. He has barely visited her courtyard since. Now that grandmother has lost her fangs, she can't do anything. Suddenly, Donner announced, Miss, Mama Lin is here. Wanshi nodded, let her in. Mama Lin walked in and spoke. Eldest miss, the madam sent me to ask. It's almost the end of the year, the close for each courtyard. Once she put down her book and interrupted. Mama Lin, Mother is the true mistress of the Prime Minister's residence. Now that Mother's health has improved, of course the affairs of the residence should be managed by her. With so many capable people by Mother's side, a small matter like managing the residence shouldn't be a problem. Why ask a daughter like me about matters of being the mistress of the house? Mama Lin replied, Eldest miss, the madam is afraid of the cold. Once she suddenly realized, and she stood up. Mama Lin, I am a daughter, and I have now reached the age of maturity. When Mother is unwell, it is my duty to help manage the household affairs and learn the ropes. Now Mother's health is not good, Brother Rue is safe and sound, and Grandmother is ill. As the mistress, Mother should shoulder the responsibility of this Prime Minister's residence. Seeing this, Mama Lin thought to herself, ever since the young master's incident, the eldest miss has grown distant from Madam. A few days ago, the madam took the young master back to the Duke Chen's residence. It seems the Duke Chen's residence also knows about what happened that day, and they're also a bit dissatisfied with the madam. Does the eldest miss mean she doesn't plan to help the madam anymore? She said in a panic, Miss, the madam and the young master are both your family. Once she replied, Mama Lin, do not say this in front of me, and absolutely do not let this reach the ears of father or grandmother. Otherwise, not even Mother will be able to save you. Father and grandmother are my family. Mother and Brother Rue are my family. The people of Duke Chen's residence are also my family. I have a lot of family. Mama Lin was aggrieved. Eldest miss, you always used to call the madam Mother. Why has it changed now? What happened last time was the madam's fault, and it hurt you. But no matter how wrong the madam was, she is still your mother. In the future, Brother Rue will also be your support at home. Once she said, Mama Lin, Father is now the Grand Secretary of the nation, at the top of a 100-foot pole. If he takes another step, it would be high treason. Father is a scholar, with no military merits for the state. I hope you will remind Mother not to lose her mind. Mama Lin was stunned. Eldest miss, you are a miss of the Prime Minister's residence. Only if the Prime Minister's residence does better will you do better. Once she replied, Mama Lin's words have also reminded me. Back when Concubine Sue was still here, the Prime Minister's residence was extremely prosperous. But how did I, the legitimate daughter, live? How did Mother live? I'm sure Mama Lin knows. What now? Now that she has Brother Rue, has Mother become unable to see clearly? Mama Lin was stunned. What does the eldest miss mean? Once she said, Mama Lin, please go back. This Prime Minister's residence may seem peaceful, but it's actually the calm before the storm. Father has no feelings for Mother at all. Grandmother dislikes Mother even more. Before, there was Concubine Sue. In the future, there might be a Concubine Lin, a Concubine Lawn, to open Mother's eyes. Then she looked out the window into the distance. Mama Lin said, Eldest miss, the madam is your mother. If you don't help the madam, then the madam will. Once she replied, Mother is of course my mother, but Mama Lin also knows very well how she treats me. When I was young, Mother always ignored me. I spent most of my time at the Duke's residence. I learned all my knowledge and etiquette at the Duke's residence. It seems Mother has never taught me. Why is that? Mama Lin tried to explain. Eldest miss, the madam ignored you for your own good. Once she sneered, for my own good, Qingzhu, you go outside, stand guard, and close the door. Don't let anyone come near. Qingzhu replied yes. Then she closed the door. Once she approached Mama Lin and whispered. Mama Lin was flustered. Eldest miss you. Once she continued, Mama Lin, do you still dare to say that Mother did it for my own good? Mama Lin stepped back and then left. Madam, I must quickly inform the madam. The eldest miss knows about that secret. Afterward, once she went outside and looked at the snow-white sky. On New Year's Eve, Yuya was sitting and holding her son. The mama beside her called out, have you cleaned the room thoroughly? Have you swept all the snow in the garden? Don't let anyone fall. Oh, right. Has the garden been redecorated? Today is New Year's Eve. The Prime Minister will be coming tonight. You must decorate it to be full of festive cheer. Xiaoji, Xiaowei, you two go wash your hands and come make dumplings with me. Brother Rue playfully touched the madam's hair, but he suddenly burst into tears. Yuya soothed him. Brother Rue, don't cry. Don't cry, Mother is here. Mama, come here quickly. What's wrong with Brother Rue? Why does he keep crying? Mama Lin approached and said, Madam, could it be that the young master wants to see the eldest miss? The eldest miss hasn't come to the main courtyard for several days. Yuya froze, then smiled. Mama, I think Brother Rue misses his father. Mama Lin stammered, "Madam, what happened that year was not the eldest Miss's fault. The Miss is innocent. So many years have passed, you should let it go." Yuya froze. Brother Rue's hand reached out, and he suddenly fell. Mama Lin was horrified. "Young master." Wanshi quickly caught him. "You naughty boy." Lying in Wanshi's arms, the baby slept soundly. "What's wrong? Did you miss your big sister?" "Mother, I had someone make dumplings and bring them over. I came to see Brother Rue while I was at it." Qingzhu handed the dumplings to Mama Lin. Yuya asked, "Will you come to keep the vigil tonight?" Wanshi replied, "No. I heard father will be keeping the vigil with mother tonight, so I won't come. Third sister is with grandmother. Fourth sister is alone, so I've asked her to come to Jinlan courtyard to keep the vigil with me." Hearing this, Yuya froze. Then Wanshi handed her brother to her. "It's only been a few days, but Brother Rue's health has improved a lot. Brother Rue, you must listen to mother, okay? Big sister is leaving now. I'll come visit you again tomorrow." The baby started to cry again. Wanshi said, "No crying." The baby stopped. Yuya immediately said, "Brother Rue is still young. Don't scare him. Brother Rue is a real man, a hero. You can shed blood, but not tears. You're not allowed to cry, understand?" Then she left. "I'll come visit Brother Rue again tomorrow." At Jinlan courtyard, upon returning to her room, Donner spoke up. "Young miss, the fourth young miss has arrived. She's in the room, and also..." Wanshi glanced over, then opened the door to the room. "Why are you here?" Wanshi was surprised. "Why are you here, your highness?" Ji-chun questioned. "What? Is this prince not allowed to come here?" Wanshi was flustered. "That's not what I meant." Ji-chun said sternly, "This prince came here today to collect a debt. Don't forget the bet between us." Wanshi paused to recall. "Your highness, please say it. What do you want me to do?" Ji-chun sat down and said, "This prince hasn't thought of it yet. Then let's talk again after your highness has thought of it. Today is New Year's Eve. If your highness doesn't mind, please stay and have some dumplings." Hearing this, Ji-chun paused. Then he nodded. "All right." Wanshi said to Shui, "Fourth sister, there's several kinds of dumplings tonight. Eat a lot later, okay?" Shui, standing near the door outside, replied, "Yes." She thought to herself, "I didn't expect eldest sister to be this close to His Highness Prince Duan. Does this mean I might have a prince as a brother-in-law in the future?" The moonlit night was clear. Wanshi sat with Shui. Wanshi was playing Go with Ji-chun. He had just made a move. When Wanshi laughed, "Your highness, you've lost again. You've already lost 5 times tonight." Ji-chun was like a kitten. "You give this prince a 3-stone handicap." Wanshi smiled. "All right, your highness, please." Then Wanshi made a move, and she covered her mouth and laughed again. "Your highness, you've lost." Suddenly, there was a sound outside. "It's the 3rd watch already. The new year is almost here." Ji-chun asked, "Why is it that every time you place a stone, it's different?" Wanshi replied, "If it were the same every time, wouldn't all my moves be seen through? And once seen through, wouldn't it be easy to be plotted against?" Ji-chun clutched his collar. "The game has its style, you have your character. An unfixed style, an unfixed character." Wanshi said softly, "Your highness, although they say Go is like life, you can't determine a person's character just by looking at their playing style. The style they display is merely the character they want you to see." Wanshi glared at him. Ji-chun frowned and asked, "So everything this prince knows about you is just what you've shown for this prince to see?" Wanshi smiled and replied, "Yes." Ji-chun scoffed. "This prince has underestimated you. But this prince believes that one day, this prince will get to know the real you." Then, outside the window, fireworks filled the sky. Wanshi looked out and exclaimed, "The new year is here." Ji-chun stood up and placed his hand on hers. "Let's go. This prince will take you somewhere." At Prince Duan's manor on a bright, moonlit night, Ji-chun led Wanshi to a place where a bowl of soup was bubbling on the table, and dumplings of all shapes were by the warm stove. Seeing this, Wanshi asked, "Your highness, are you treating me to boiled dumplings? Did you make this table of dumplings?" Ji-chun nodded with a hum. Then Wanshi walked over, picked up a plate of dumplings, and put them into the boiling water. "Then let me cook the dumplings." Ji-chun then came and sat opposite her, watching her. Wanshi started working with the chopsticks. Ji-chun rested his chin on his hand, observing her with a fond gaze. A moment later, Wanshi placed the plate of dumplings back up. Then they sat and watched the fireworks. Wanshi and Ji-chun exclaimed together, "So beautiful. It's good that you like it." Then Ji-chun took Wanshi's hand and put a bracelet on her wrist. "Here's your New Year's gift." Wanshi froze and stared. Ji-chun questioned, "What about this prince's gift?" Wanshi was flustered. I didn't prepare one." Ji-chun frowned. "You didn't prepare one? When do you plan to make it up?" Wanshi was flustered. "I don't know. Ji-chun crossed his legs, putting on an air, then before the Lantern Festival. This prince wants to see the makeup gift. All right, the dumplings are getting cold. Let's eat first. Wanchi sat down and said yes. She picked up a dumpling for Ji-chun. Your Highness, Happy New Year. Ji-chun also said, Happy New Year. The next day, Qingzhu was combing Wanchi's hair. Chiller came in and said, Young Miss, Nanny Lin is here. She said Madam is already waiting at the gate and told you to hurry out. Qingzhu immediately said, but Young Miss hasn't had her meal yet. Once she spoke up, never mind. I can't keep Mother waiting. She stood up, Chioer, you'll come with me to the Qin State Duke's Manor. Chioer replied, yes, young Mississippi. The carriage then started moving. Yuya, sitting in the carriage, said, Sheer, I am your mother. Wanchi was holding her younger brother in her arms. She replied with a yes. Yuya continued, the Prime Minister's manor is your home. The fourth prince has expressed his intention to marry you. I wonder what your thoughts are. Wanchi questioned, what are mother's thoughts? Yuya said, the fourth prince is a prince of noble status, even though he already has a primary wife designated. But the primary wife has not yet married into the family. I have discussed it with your father. The idea is for you to marry over as the fourth prince's side consort, but we're worried your maternal grandfather and grandmother won't agree. I hope you can persuade them. Wanchi immediately said, no wonder mother suddenly sought me out to return to the Qin State Duke's Manor together. It's better if mother says this herself. I have no opinion. Yuya was angry. It's precisely because they don't agree that I'm telling you to go and say it. Wanchi scoffed. Mother, why have you changed so much after giving birth to Brother Ruer? Do you want to push me into a pit of fire now, too? Yuya froze. What are you talking about? The coachman outside announced, Madam, eldest young miss, we have arrived at the Qin State Duke's Manor. At the Qin family manor, a lady entered to announce, Father, Mother, Muer, and sister-in-law are back. Wanchi walked in with a smile. Muer is here to wish grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, and cousin a happy new year. I wish grandmother and grandfather good health and all the best things. I wish uncle and aunt eternal youth. I wish cousin a new year with a bright future. Wanchi approached her grandmother and held out her hands. Grandmother, I wish you great fortune. Give me a red envelope. Her grandmother gave her one. You little rascal. Here, a red envelope for you. Wanchi happily accepted it. Thank you, grandmother. Grandfather, where's yours? Grandfather looked thoughtful. Didn't grandmother already give you one? Wanchi grabbed his beard. Grandfather, are you trying to get away with it? He shouted, oh my beard is about to be plucked out. Old woman, hurry and give her another one. The grandparents were very happy. But Qin Yuya said angrily, insolent, Mu Wanchi, how dare you behave like this? Grandfather spoke up, we're all family here. Why so many rules? Yuya replied, Father, you can't spoil her like this. She has reached the age of hairpinning, which means she's of marriageable age. If she continues to be this childish, how can she be a wife after she gets married? Grandmother then said, have she or Anyer gotten acquainted yet? Yuya replied, the fourth prince intends to take Sheer as a concubine. Both I and the general feel this is a suitable choice. Grandmother immediately objected, no matter what, a daughter of our family will never be a concubine to anyone. Yuya continued, Mother, the fourth prince is young. His future is limitless. Uncle spoke up, no. The fourth prince has already chosen his primary consort. With Sheer's qualities, there's no need for her to be a concubine to anyone. Yuya replied, marrying the fourth prince is to be husband and wife, not to be a servant. Grandfather said loudly, if she's not the primary wife, she is a servant. Qin Yuya, I thought you had come to your senses. I didn't expect you to still be so heartless. Sheer is your daughter, a piece of your own flesh. How dare you be so cruel as to push her into a pit of fire? Yuya retorted, she is my shame. Hearing this, old Madam Qin and old Master Qin froze. Wanchi stood there pensively. Her younger brother, being held by Nanny Lin, started to wail. Aunt asked Wanchi, Sheer, do you resent your mother? Wanchi replied, I don't. Aunt said, Sheer, actually, she's also suffering inside. Your father. Wanchi interrupted and asked, Aunt, do you know who my real father is? Uncle replied, sure, your father is not. Wanchi, with a troubled look in her eyes, said, Aunt, do you think I look like Prime Minister Mu's daughter? I've probed Nanny Lin and am vaguely certain that I am not Prime Minister Mu's biological daughter. Uncle immediately said, no wonder. I don't know who your biological parents are. This matter, perhaps only your husband's parents would know. Wanchi froze. Qin Yuan came forward and draped a cloak over her. It's cold outside. Mother, you and Sheer should go into the heated room. It's a bit warmer there. Wan Shi said, no need. I want to stay here for a while. Aunt, cousin, can you let me stay here for a moment? Her uncle said worriedly, don't stay here too long. It's cold outside. If you need anything, call a maid. If you get cold, go into the heated room, understand? Wan Shi replied yes. Then she watched the two of them leave. Wan Shi stood there lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand grasped her shoulder. Young Master Qin Yuan's younger brother, approached and spoke. Sheer, why are you here all alone? Wan Shi looked at him, and then tears streamed down her face. He panicked and took out a handkerchief to wipe them for her. Sure, what's wrong? Don't cry. Did I scare you? I didn't mean to. Suddenly, Qin Yuan returned. He ran back in a panic. Brother, you have to come and console Sheer. What happened? Why is she crying so heartbrokenly? I'm about to cry too. Qin Yuan looked at Wan Shi and said, let her cry. Cry will make her feel a little better. Wan Shi wiped her tears with her hand. He offered her the handkerchief again. Wipe them. Otherwise, you'll become a little painted cat. Sit for a while, then go back. Don't catch a cold. Wan Shi took the handkerchief, wiped her eyes, and hummed in agreement. Back in the main hall, Wan Shi returned. Where are mother and my younger brother? Grandmother waved her over. Your mother is not feeling well. She has left first with your younger brother. It's hard on you, having to eat with this old woman. Ming'er, Chun'er, tell your mother to prepare some of Sheeter's favorite dishes. Qin Yuan nodded. Yes, grandmother. Wan Shi held her grandmother's hand and asked, maternal grandmother, is there something you want to tell me? Grandmother held Wan Shi's hand. Sheer, your mother is so foolish. Don't worry. Grandmother will absolutely not let you become a concubine. Wan Shi asked her, maternal grandmother, who is my biological father? They both shook their heads. We also don't know who your biological father is. Wan Shi froze. What? Grandmother said, your mother's chastity was violated, and then she became pregnant. She didn't even get a clear look at the man's face. So how could we know? Your maternal grandfather and I only found out about this after we knew she was pregnant. By then, things had changed, and the trail had gone cold. Once she pondered, so that's how it is. No wonder. Grandmother looked at her with pity. My child, we have wronged you. Your maternal grandmother didn't want to deceive you. It's just that your background is too complicated. I can't tell you right now. That night, Wan Shi returned to Jinlan Courtyard. Wan Shi sat at the table, lost in thought, replaying her grandmother's words. Your mother's chastity was violated, and then she became pregnant. She didn't even get a clear look at the man's face. So how could we know? Wan Shi sighed. Then Ji Chun walked over. So young, what are you sighing about? Wan Shi was surprised to see him. Why is your highness here? Ji Chun stood with his arms crossed and questioned. What? Am I not welcome? Then Ji Chun asked, did you have fun at Du Qin's residence today? Wan Shi clutched the hem of her skirt and replied, it was all right. Ji Chun moved closer to Wan Shi. Then he hugged her and reminded her, from now on, you're not allowed to cry in someone else's arms. Wan Shi was surprised. Your highness, Ji Chun froze and looked at her, making Wan Shi blush with embarrassment. She immediately pushed him away. Your highness, I do not sell my body. Ji Chun lifted a lock of her hair and said with a smirk, what if this prince wants you? Wan Shi was stunned. Your highness, this joke is not funny at all. Ji Chun froze. Then Ji Chun turned away, just teasing you. Ji Chun picked up a teacup. News came from the palace. For some unknown reason, noble consort Su and virtuous consort Zhao argued today. In a fit of anger, virtuous consort Zhao revealed Ling Haoshuan's true parentage to the emperor. Wan Shi was not surprised and just asked quietly, how did the emperor react? Ji Chun said while sipping his tea. The emperor was furious. He punished noble consort Su with confinement for reflection. As for Ling Haoshuan, although he claimed to be unaware of the matter, it seems the emperor doesn't believe him. He has lost imperial favor and the support of the Zhao family. His situation is not very good. Wan Shi sneered. The fourth prince is very ambitious. He won't stay quiet like this. Then Ji Chun sat down and said, may this prince ask a question? Why do you want to deal with the fourth prince? Wan Shi replied, it's not that I want to deal with the fourth prince, but that the fourth prince won't let me go. The fourth prince is petty and narrow-minded. If he ascends the throne, both the Qin family and I will have no way to survive. As soon as Wan Shi finished speaking, Ji Chun poked her forehead with his finger. Rest assured, it won't be that easy for the fourth prince to marry you. This prince will not let him have his way. You should also pay attention yourself. Don't fall into a trap. Sometimes the schemes of relatives are the hardest to guard against. Wan Shi replied sorrowfully, I know. Prince Rue then asked, "By the way, have you prepared this prince's New Year's gift yet? What are you planning to give?" Once she froze, I haven't thought of it yet," Ji Chun said softly. "How about giving this prince a sash? I want you to embroider it yourself." Once she replied, "All right." Then Ji Chun left. "All right, this prince will leave now. Rest early." On a moonlit night, a carriage stopped at the gate, and a voice called out, "Sister Mu." Chi Yuyin and Chun Jiasun arrived. "Sister Mu, you're here for the Lantern Festival too?" Once she replied, "Yes, today is the Lantern Festival, so I brought my younger sister out for a walk." "Sister Chi, your wedding is approaching. I'll have to start calling you sister-in-law then." Chi Yuyin froze. "Wan Shi, you're teasing me again." Once she replied, "Not at all. I'm telling the truth. By the way, Cousin Sheen probably won't come to the Lantern Festival today. Cousin Ming is leaving for the Northwest tomorrow, so he's probably at home with Cousin Ming." Chi Yuyin nodded. "I know." Jiasun spoke up. "Sister Chi, Sister Mu, let's hurry and see the lanterns. I heard the first prize for the riddle guessing event tonight is a multicolored glass lantern." Once she replied, "All right, let's go then." They went together, Jiasun delighted amidst the splendid lights. "Wow, it's so lively." Once she reminded Shui, "Since we're here, let's go guess some lantern riddles too. We'll meet up later." Shui-yi, you go along as well. Don't go too far. Shui-yi replied, "Yes, eldest sister." Just as Wan Shi reached for a lantern, another hand touched it as well. She froze and looked. The fourth prince appeared. "Miss Mu, what a coincidence." Wan Shi replied, "I didn't expect the fourth prince to also participate in the lantern riddle event. I will not disturb the fourth prince's good mood any longer." Then she turned to leave. Jiasun waved. "Sister Mu, hurry and register to see how many you got right. I only guessed 17. Sister Chi got 20. Wan Shi walked over and handed out her paper. The shopkeeper said, "This young lady guessed a total of 31 riddles correctly. She is the leader in tonight's event." Jiasun looked on in admiration. "Sister Mu is truly amazing." "Shopkeeper, since she's first place, why don't you hurry up and bring out the multicolored glass lantern?" The shopkeeper was embarrassed. "Well, to be honest, there's another young master who also guessed 31 riddles correctly. He is tied for first place with this young lady. How about you and that young master discuss it for a moment to see if he is willing to give up the glass lantern?" He pointed to the fourth prince. He said, "Miss Mu answered every riddle she attempted correctly. Her accuracy is 100%. This first place should belong to Miss Mu. Shopkeeper, give the glass lantern to this young lady." The shopkeeper then gave it to Wan Shi. Wan Shi took it and gave it to Jiasun. "Jiasun, didn't you like the glass lantern?" Jiasun was overjoyed. "Thank you, Sister Mu." Then she glanced at the fourth prince. "Thank you, fourth young master." Suddenly, a throwing knife flew out from nowhere. The fourth prince noticed it. "Watch out." He blocked the throwing knife. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share, so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.